Okay, we are live. Let me switch this to all messages. Okay. Let's sorry. I gotta get my ducks in a row here. Alright. Probably should have got it ready before the stream, but okay. Apologize for getting the last minute things here done midstream or beginning of the stream. Today's stream. I was given notice earlier, and that it's got me sounding like I'm sick, but I'm actually not sick. I don't know what it is. Just got weirded out. It's just down a little bit right now. It's actually up. It's I don't have any tone. Anyhow, God bless you to everyone who ends up visiting later on. I hope all of you are well, even though it's only one in the chat at the moment. For anyone who chimes in after it's over, God bless you all. Hope all of you are well, especially those of my kindred people. And I don't actually wish the others ill will. I just want them to go home. That's all. So, well, but just not at our people's expense. So, yeah, Thomas Massey's wife has died suddenly. And it's very interesting, his behavior about his wife dying. Now, I read in a couple of articles that she had some illness. And so he's reacting publicly as though this is not a surprise to him, or not that he has stated are, I don't want to use the wrong word, but the majority of people who just land. So I find that he's being very vague with his remembrance posts, if you will. And I don't think there's anything scandalous about him necessarily. But what I'm observing is just, it seems rather odd that he won't say why. You know, he's just saying she left and she's in heaven now. And that, you know, all the platitudes that she was his rock and the whole thing, and love of his life, high school sweethearts. Terrible tragedy for him, and rest in peace to her, and my condolences to him and his family for their loss. But the reason I bring up his reaction online about it, and the subtlety, the vagueness of his response online about it, is it's almost as if he has been told, watch what you say about her dying suddenly, by his AIPAC guy. He didn't admit every Democrat, well, both sides have a politician in U.S. government has an AIPAC guy, and they probably have a separate J for each politician. All right. Or perhaps the other species, one of the other species. But in any case, I do done talking publicly about AIPAC. And I'm sure it'll be all the talk of the town tomorrow or next day, a couple of one day. The act chat missed me. So, has chimed in. Iberian Crusader 22 has chimed in, and he said, No way. Notice they're showing up. All right. Pop up Monday stream. Post that picture at Thunder feed or whatever tonight. Yep. It never ever happens. I literally can sit here for days and weeks. Never have a disconnect with my box, which is running. But hopefully my mic is solid around. If it's you on a stream, the other devices as a streaming device. Are you in Europe, perhaps? I'm not out, and anyone can tell, But for me, I'm not aware of anything local happen in your area against our people that I wouldn't be aware of, or anything interesting you've noticed this week that hasn't really made the headlines or hit any of the Sheckler YouTubers. Maybe people just want to listen to the bugs out here tonight. I definitely have plenty of bugs out tonight. See if we get some noticers. A little bit waiting. First people that chime in usually are actual viewers, and then sometimes it ends up being YouTube employees or whatever. But yeah, I hope all of you had a great Sabbath yesterday. I did for sure. It was relaxing and restful, and I definitely started my Sabbath prayers early. I've been thinking more about, infiltrating the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And I gotta say, not to make that the topic of discussion. That's a real hip one. We really ought to all ponder it. And I'm within just inches of shopping around for my local SDA, through my local SDA churches here that I can drive to. And I have a good selection. I have probably, I would say 15 or 20 that I could visit, a reasonable drive, and very seriously considering starting to shop through them to try to find one that's already all white congregation just by default of the area. All I gotta find is an all white one. And I know they exist because of just circumstances. The Jays haven't moved one into every single SDA church everywhere out in the country. So there's got to be one somewhere out in the stick. Very seriously contemplating starting to shop for one. And I would recommend that others do so also. After all, a lot of our viewers of this channel are saddened because they don't really have a proper true church to go to. All the churches keep Sunday, even our Christian Identity ones. If you were blessed to live anywhere near a Christian Identity church, they all keep Sunday too. And with the exception of the Church of Israel, Missouri. And so if you're not blessed to live near enough to that church to visit it, you're kind of in a stuck situation where, people are always bummed out that they don't have a church, to go to on Sabbath and congregate with others and things like that. But every SDA church is a church full, every single person there, but they keep Sabbath. And remember, a lot of the struggle for everything of the Bible, of Christian, confronted about Sabbath, they are hostile about Sabbath. Even recently, Chaplain Bob, bless his heart and God bless him and Godspeed to him, he actually posted a thing it wasn't his meme, but it was somebody's meme, right? And it had a list of things, but one of them was Sabbath, and it had a Bible verse from John or whatever, talking about how they gathered on the first day of the week and broke bread and read some scriptures, or they spoke, whatever, spoke to a congregation. I don't even think break bread every day of the week. We break bread and it doesn't end Sabbath. It doesn't end God's fourth commandment, because some of the disciples got to get on a Wednesday or a Monday or any day, And so the bottom line is we really, we sit here online sad and bothered about the fact that we don't have a church. Sabbath about their business on Sunday, the Sabbath on Sunday. They have Sabbath, you know what I mean? And they hold on to the situation is the bottom line. It's a turnkey situation where if we just, by default, just the nature of it, they already keep Sabbath. So that massive hurdle is already overcome. Now, try the reverse. Try to get Christian Identity churches to start keeping Sabbath instead of Sunday worship. They've trying to get Pastor Peter John Peters, bless his heart, rest in peace, sir, and Godspeed to you, and I look forward to meeting you in glory. But he disavowed the Sabbath. He thought that was ridiculous, because he spent his entire life keeping Sunday. And that's the same way all of our Christian Identity folks are, except for the Church of Israel, Missouri. So it's a way more difficult, a way higher hurdle to jump over to try to get our Christian Identity church, which are very few, by the way. So let's change their churches to start keeping Sabbath instead of Sunday. Let's say you were 100% successful with 100% of Christian identity churches. You're only reaching and you're only uncucking X amount of people. All right. Now, look at the other way, which is what I propose, which is where we commandeer an entire branch, an entire branch of SDA churches, one at a time, each person, one church per person of our viewership. That would allow us to take over, say, 500 churches, right? Perhaps. And so at that point, you're now like each church may only have 30, 40 people, but you've taken over 500. If 500 of us go out and shop for an all-white SDA church somewhere nearby us, start attending every Sabbath, and slowly over time, keep yourself upright at all times with the church, and slowly over time, start introducing the truth to, one person here, one person there in the church as you befriend them and you start having deeper conversations on the side outside of church. Look, I want to show you some things that, I'd love for our congregation to understand about our Holy Bible. And you just start one person at a time. And next thing you know, it'll spread around in the church pretty rapidly, I would say. And so once it does, boom, now you basically have uncucked an entire branch of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Will they reject you? Perhaps. You may get kicked out of a church or two. But it's better to try to take over a worldwide massive church full of people who already satisfy our God. Okay, yes, our God is angered by multiculturalism. That is true. But he is more angered. I'm going to say it again. Our God is more angered. Our people allowing multiculturalism or multiple races into our church. He is more upset that the bulk of our people are not keeping his holy day and are totally stepping on it every week. What does he say over and over again in the Bible? Take your foot off of it. That means stop stepping on it. Stop walking all over it like it's trash, like it's just something on the ground, like it's the dirt beneath your feet. He wants you to honor that day, but is doing exactly that. They're disregarding his Sabbath. They're stepping on it, walking all over it every Sabbath, every single week. So I've now added to my Sabbath prayers an apology on behalf of our people for them still continuing to refuse to honor his fourth commandment. And I give an additional prayer for myself separately and apologize on behalf of my own self separate for all of the Sabbaths that I walked all over when I was still cucked. So I hope that more and more of you folks can reach more and more of your people one at a time here and there. Remember, just do the happy Sabbath text. You know what I mean? Just happy Sabbath. They won't reply perhaps with happy Sabbath. They may just say you too, or the Jays win by persistence, right? By constantly nagging, by constantly making up lies, by constantly pestering people, by constantly framing people, by constantly blackmailing people. They're always chipping away at our goals. What are our goals? Our goals are to uncuck our people, right? Get them all to honor God's Sabbath again. Not all of them. I mean, of course, that would be a pipe dream to get all of them to do it, but you know what I mean. The bulk of our people, where God acknowledges now in His eyes that the bulk of our people now are keeping His holy day again. That causes Him to lift His curse from us. He fills that way neutral. All right, where it's one or the other. There is no lukewarm with God or Jesus Christ. It's one or the other. We're either being cursed or, and so the more of you folks that could ever come to understand that and teach that and get that to be comprehended by our people, the closer to our God we will finally be, and the more we will finally satisfy our Lord, to where He will finally start lifting the curse from us. And again, while the curse is being lifted, blessings will be pouring in. So it's not just to alleviate us of the problem, it's so we can reconnect with our God, where we start receiving the blessings again on top. You know, He says He will heal our land. What He means is, I'm sure He puts a hand in as well, but what He means by healing our land is, it means that we will be left alone. It means that we will have decades of peace, perfectly cohesive, been burned down, restack what has been knocked over, repaint what has been ruined and defaced, rebuild everything that had been destroyed from the locusts as they came through. And so the goal is to get our blessings back, not just to alleviate our problems, but to enjoy the blessings. God wants to give us the blessings. That's why He doesn't leave us in a neutral state. You know, a lot of people think that God is that way. And I imagine they think so because, you know, like when they read where God freed us from bondage in Egypt, after He got us across the Red Sea, when we got to the other side and our butts were saved officially, we wandered, we wandered for so long. And it makes people think, well, God left us neutral at that time. He didn't give us blessings. But in fact, He did. Had He left us neutral, we would have perished out there perhaps, or we would have lost many, many, many more of our people than we did while we traversed until we settled in the land of Canaan. Now, when we were, what seemed to be left neutral, left without blessings, but not being under attack anymore, for all that time, we actually were being blessed. Okay, we were given manna every morning, and we were given enough to last through the Sabbath. So God was reestablishing. I mean, think about this. God God situated, he reestablished Sabbath for us with food. So if you didn't pick enough on preparation day, so look at our people now. So many of our people are doing what? They're going hungry. They're doing without. They're losing their homes. They're losing everything. And they're losing it all while the non-white invaders by the millions are coming in and receiving all of our things. This is exactly what God says he does to us. And he says why he does it to us. He says it for multiple reasons. One is miscegenation. And the other, which, that comes from multiculturalism. And the other is not keeping his Sabbath. That's the two. Now, it's true that he has come down on us very hard for other things like idol worship. But guess what our people do now? They worship other races. They worship idols, living idols they are to our people. They worship Afro ballers, and they worship guitar players, and they worship singers, and they worship movie stars. They worship politicians. Look at all our conservatives cheering on some non-white to be our president or VP or whatever. Think of all them conservatives that were like, Vivek for VP or president. Shoot, a bunch of them were saying Vivek for president. Look at all the conservatives cheering on whatever that one was to be Speaker of the House. And then they were like, oh, he didn't get Speaker of the House. We'll make him VP. What idiots. Complete defiance of our Bible. They don't even know that they're defying our Bible. They literally just live in this state of Jay-cucked stupor. So they don't even realize they're working against our God. They're working against our people. They're working against our country. They don't even realize it. And the ones who do, who are like conservative YouTubers, they realize it, but they don't want to give up their shekels. So they keep stringing those conservatives along every single day. Telling them to cheer on Trump's and, And yeah, I'm against those protests too in some way. Of course, I don't want the lefties out protesting. They're just using it for another excuse at the moment. But they've been given the okay J.H. Masters to be anti-J in their riots. But I'm telling you now that we're 30 minutes in, I'm going to tell y'all again, like I've already said before, for whoever is a hardcore listener that will listen all the way to this point, that they will start eventually, the Jays, because remember, who controls the lefties? The Jays do. So the Jays have given them permission to become anti-J. And they're being as vulgar and outlandish at being anti-Jays as they were about being told to be anti-Trump and about being anti-white. Exact replica all over again, where now they're just being anti-J. But that includes things like vulgarity and disgusting things and heinous acts and all kinds of things. But it's still no different than how they acted about any of the other y'all. I'm telling you now, and I've told you before, and I'm still, I think, the only one telling anyone this. I see in the future coming a day where the Jays decide to flip the script again on their lefty minions who are anti-J right now. And what they will do is they will start a campaign with certain very famously anti-J, very loudly. They're whatever the most famous ones are, the most prominent, the most powerful, most looked up to by the other NPC lefties, if you will. Whoever those people are, they will, at some point, the Jays will say, okay, now it's time to flip script. So it's time for the apology tour. So now we need you select lefties to go out and insist that all the lefties now have a responsibility. Remember, they love to use that. We have a responsibility to screw white people over by flooding anyone into America that wants to come here. So they're going to say they have a responsibility to apologize to the Jays for being anti-J during their erasure of the Palestinians. Once it's all over, or they may not wait till it's all over. They may start the new apology at some point in the future. It's coming. They will start an apology campaign from the lefties who have been out in the street every day with their vile, activities. Palestine. There will come a day. Freaking darn it. Stupid things disconnected on me. Sorry about that. But remember, lefties don't like being forced to do things, right? So they have to be tricked into wanting to do the things, right? So that's what will happen. The apology campaign will be pushed by the most prominent lefties, the most looked up to lefties, who were the loudest during the protest, I'm sure, guided by the Jays to be so. They will start this campaign off, right? And then over time, more and more lefties will want to follow the big prominent lefties that they look up to. So it might be whoever. I don't even want to make up one right now, but let's say Taylor Swift, right? Let's say Taylor Swift is like being anti-J right now, like the lefties, right? Because we know she's, of course, a lefty. Well, think of all the lefty girls who, if she comes out on a TV commercial that the Jays produce, of course, and they got the two notes of the piano, da 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 da, and then here she is sitting there. I'm sorry. I apologize. Da 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 da. I realize that you were just defending your right to exist and blah, blah. And she'll have a whole spiel given to her by the Jays to say, all right. And it may not be Taylor Swift. I'm just making up someone that's famous and popular as a lefty, but it'll be someone like her, will be on the commercial with the piano, two notes going da 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 in the background while she does her apology spiel. All right. And then they'll have another prominent one come on right after her. Piano still going, da 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 da, and it'll be another, whoever, George Clooney be on there. I'm sorry, da da da, I apologize, blah blah, and on it will go, and that will be the new commercial that's pushed on YouTube and on television everywhere. So that all the lefties end up absorbing it. And then you know how the Jays roll. They will just repeat indefinitely until everyone accepts that, yeah, it's fashionable now to what? You haven't apologized to the Yids yet? The last person standing that hasn't made their public apology. Just like how the gays all like to come out now, right? How they all come out and they make a big deal about it. Like, oh, I'm so brave and I'm so excited that I came out, right? Well, it'll be that same kind of thrill for them. They will be duped into thinking that it's that type of thrill where they're like, oh my gosh, I finally did it, y'all. Or they'll make a video and post it on YouTube and be like, okay, here it is, guys. I'm so excited to finally be doing my apology. But I've been thinking about it for a while, and they'll have a whole thing they say about why they're doing it. But all it'll be for is to stay up with the Joneses, to be the same as all the other lefties, to participate in what all the other lefties are doing, which is the apology campaign. So, and I don't know how they will facilitate that with them being pro-Palestine right now, right? I don't know. I can't tell you the mechanics of how they're going to get that done. But they will do that eventually in the future, because what do Jays always do? They always set themselves up to be either attacked for real by non-whites, or they will set up a fake attack on themselves. Like that lefty battle that happened at the synagogue earlier this week, or I guess it was last week. That was most likely a staged event. And it was I don't know if y'all know about crisiscast.com, but crisiscast.com is just one crisis actor company. There are 50 of them, and they're just one. And just that one crisis actor company brags on their own website, which you can go read right now on another tab, about how they can supply up to 400 actors to create I'm quoting, hyper realistic events, hyper realistic live events, in front of other bystanders, right? And so it very well could be that supposed battle between the lefties and the yids the other day at the synagogue or wherever it happened was a completely staged event where the lefties knew that they were supposed to get beat up by the Jays. You saw Salty Cucker post a video about how the Jays supposedly beat up the lefties. Jays can't beat up anybody. So, of course, he's still cucking for Yitzreal. And so he did a whole video where the title was that the Jays were beating up lefties, which is a laughable joke. Any leftist is psycho enough to whoop any Jay in a heartbeat. So, I mean, look how the lefties slap around right-wing people, They attack them, slap them around, knock their phones and all their signs out of their hands, steal their signs, destroy them right in front of them. And all the right-wingers just stand there looking at them. All the conservatives, they got nothing to do back. And, of course, all the excuses come out. Well, I'd be arrested and they won't, and da-da-da if I do anything back. Bull crap. You're just a coward. You're letting the left walk all over you. And they do it right in your face and laugh in your face while they're doing it. So, and that's how all the non-whites are doing us right now, by the way. So, but to get back to that point, at some point, to continue on with that, at some point, you have to come to the realization that there's no such thing as Jays being attacked anywhere. Okay. It's always a staged thing, or at minimum, it is prearranged. And so the most important Jays know not to be there, right? They know to avoid that event or that thing, and they let the lowest of their minions, or the youngest of the kids, their minions, whatever, be the ones who take the brunt of the attack, so that they can then be like, oh, and post posters all over the country, 40 kids, whatever of our kids, and razor blades behind them. So in case you want to tear it off the pole because it's littering, that you'll get cut. Now that's a felonious charge in every state, but not for Jays, right? So at some point, you have to come to realization there's no such thing as Jays who get put in jail. There's no such thing as Jays who get Hillaried, as the conservatives love to call it, having things not go their way, right? The protests are like minion Jays. They're more important Jays. And so they're just the whites and non-whites who happily join those companies fighting against you, or fighting against, not you, but fighting against the opposite. It's all very well prearranged. You know what I mean? And so if there is ever a time where Jays actually get killed, or actually get bombed, or actually get, ambushed, still rabbi arranged. All right. It went out. But basically they're going to explain how they're going to balance that and manage that with the they certainly countries with them, anti-Islam instead of anti-J. And then boom, here comes the apology campaign. We were wrong. We're sorry. Da 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 da. The freaking piano, stupid two notes going back and forth in the background. That's hypnotizing music, by the way. Whenever you see one of their little apology or one of their little influencer commercials where they have 5 or 6 or 12 people say a little spiel one after another, you'll notice they always have a piano going in the background, and that is that's an audible hypnotic, So let me look and see who has said something in the chat. Oh, hey, we actually do have a couple of viewers now. He said, "Thank you for being a voice of clarity in the God's my phone's connection to the box just 8 feet away once in a while, but we'll come back. I'll only be gone for a moment. The box has actually been holding my internet box has been holding solid all night. It hasn't turned off at all. So hopefully, if that thing stays rocking and the phone can stay connected, I can keep a roll. Campaign becomes fashionable for lefties. Apologize, they're rioting against them and all their posters, picketing, and all the things they did against them during this genocide. Their committee's wife dying suddenly after he just exposed last week that every Republican has an AIPAC guy. Rest in peace to her. And forgetting their names right now, to be something like that. Don't know if he killed a white person, but he killed somebody, so he's got to go. Did something like that. So anyhow, I just want you all to expect to come in the future. Oh, there we go. It absolutely will come in the future. Just can't say exactly when, and I can't say exactly how they're going to do it. But I know that commercial is coming someday. It's coming. And people coming and going, I see. And I get it, Sometimes I do these streams. Actually, every time I do these streams, I really don't have like substance to show y'all. I know a lot of people are visual people. So if they don't have anything visual to look at, they tend to see what's being said. They disagree, they bounce out. And that's why I got to let it run for a while, because we don't really get a nice little collection of like-minded folks for a hot while there. But anyhow, I hope that any of you that chime in or click on this afterward, I'll make it public eventually. It turns out they keep defaulting all my things to private immediately once the streams end. I think that's protocol anyway. So I just have to remember to select public afterward. The problem is I can't do it immediately, because after the stream is over, it's not immediately available. I guess it is for other people to view, but it's not immediately available for me to alter or edit, because as soon as I end the stream, it starts acting like it's uploading it for the first time, like a video. And the only edit option I get is to delete the upload. So until it uploads all the way, which takes quite a while, I don't get to make it public. So I apologize for the wait of a day or two before I finally make these public, where you can watch it later on. Or listen, I should say, later on. But, and I will start doing videos again soon. I have so many I want to do, but it's just information overload and life gets in the way. And just sitting down to like build all the things for a video again, and to have tabs to show you as I scroll through and whatever. And what happens is when you go to make a video, they've changed Google on us now and then, so like I want to go to certain websites or certain Google searches to show you what comes up, and they've altered it since then. And so even though I had older videos from before this channel on my old channel showing some of the things that used to be on Google and websites that used to exist, they're all changed and or gone. So it becomes tricky to cover an old topic again with visuals, because now I got to spend hours going through website after a website that's still available. And they've basically, over time, they have, as most of you, shutting them down. And then they've been installing in their place all of these fake digital rags that where some opinion piece person on each one just harps against whatever you're trying to look up. And so, labeling it conspiracy theories and debunked and fact checked and just as disproven already and whatever. So it makes finding the sources to show for visuals, it makes it tricky, and you have to spend a lot of hours going back through a lot of websites and reading, to find ones that actually say the right thing still, tell the truth, if you will, still. So makes it a little tricky, and since I don't usually have many hours to sit down just to assemble all those things again, it's just kept me from being able to do videos for a while. But that's why I do these streams, just so I can connect with people. And I don't want y'all to feel like I just post a video once a year and don't really care much to do anything else. I would love to do more. I just always have stuff going on, and the live stream thing is really helpful. It allows me to just immediately start, what isn't even a video, but just a conversation with you folks live. I love that about it. That's great. Oh man, take a load off here. My goodness, I was working my tail off today. Got a lot done today, but I'm feeling it now. So what else did I notice that happened this week? Trying to think here. I know there are other things. It's a shame that everybody's busy tonight. I guess nobody's really chimed in tonight. Otherwise, I'd have things to go off of. But because that's usually what's most helpful, is when you folks chime in with things that happen. Good grief, this stupid thing. Anyway, but anything local that happens around you folks, I wouldn't know about, So let's see here. I am on all messages. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Yeah, so Razor Sharp History chimed in. He said interactions make it easy. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, I got to sit here and just rant so there's not dead air, because if people, start hearing just the crickets, they'll just go away. So I have to sit here and just talk continuously in hopes of people finally noticing and, hopping aboard and chiming in. But yeah, the Thomas Massey's wife thing, that's a huge coincidence. And I think, oh yeah, there was another, yeah, that's right. There was another person died suddenly this week, but it wasn't died suddenly, it was committed suicide. It was one of the Boeing whistleblowers, another one this week. Or no, it was a Hillary. Somebody that worked with Hillary. I think the Boeing guy was last week, unless we've had another Boeing guy this week. But I think the Boeing whistleblower was last week. But just yesterday or the day before, it hit the news that someone that had something to do with Hunter's laptop had died or committed suicide. So another coincidence there. They're all around, just coincidence after coincidence. We got this big storm coming into the south of the country. Looks like it kind of looked like it was headed to Texas. So hopefully it doesn't mess them up real bad. But yeah, I hadn't got to talk to Ghost since I was able to do a stream. And I know this is like the worst night to do it, because everybody's got to be up in the morning. So people are getting their last minute things done before they shut down for the night. And so I know viewership is always crazy low on a Sunday. But that's all right. I don't mind. Once it goes public, people could listen later if they want or whatever. But Sundays just ended up being convenient for me this week because I don't have to be where I need to be tomorrow till the afternoon. And so that's going to allow me to go however long I want and then still get a decent amount of sleep tonight or in the morning, perhaps, whatever. So, but yeah, to get back to the SDA thing, I guess I'll just ramble a little longer until people finally start wanting to say something. But, taking over the SDA church is not going to be as enormous of a task as any other task would be. And the thing about the SDA church is it's a lot more wealthy and a frequent flyer of a certain church, a certain branch, certain particular church of the SDA church. You would, of course, be pressured to donate to the church and things like that. And you should. It'll be giving you a place to tithe. And you could tell yourself, I don't want to be tithing to some multi-culti, working against Whitey because they're multi-culti stuff, yada, yada, in our God by obeying his fourth commandment in our entire country, other than us few people, aside from the Church of Israel, Missouri, or one of our other Christian identity churches. If ever there was another place just as good to tithe to, it would be to the world's largest Sabbath-keeping church. Okay, so if you're ever feeling grateful that the Lord has blessed you into money and things like that, and you feel, compelled by the Lord to give tithe, and by the way, even if you're broke as a joke, I suggest you give tithe. Because you will see that God will. So I challenge you to go out and just tithe $5 somewhere and see if you don't have a $50 extra amount of money just fall in your lap within a few weeks or months or days. And if you want to be more brave up front, do it with a 50. Do it with 500. And watch if God will. It has worked for me. And when I say 10 responded to me right away, I started getting living. Didn't reduce greatly, but did reduce better than just progressing on the positive side. I also reduced some living expenses slightly. And so when you add it all up, I did. You'll get paid back the tenfold from God, but so you can see with your own eyes and experience with your own mortal life in this life that God will respond to you. If you were right after all and all those things, God responds to you in real time. He really does. It's the honest to God truth, and he does the same thing for you if you start keeping Sabbath every week and you make Sabbath your most important day of your life every week. Your whole life should revolve around Sabbath, just like all godly men of the Bible. Every character of the Bible who was a godly man, their life revolved every 7 days from Sabbath. It revolved around Sabbath. And so the second most important day of every godly man in the Bible's week was preparation day for the Sabbath. So your whole life should revolve around God's fourth commandment. And so that's why I'm just so compelled to influence us as best I can to want to desire to commandeer the world's largest and only, by the way, Sabbath-keeping church. It's the biggest stepping stone for our people, other than Christian identity. And Christian identity is so easy to teach to our people because we have the history. We have proof. You'll see. Only white people have 12 different hair and eye color combinations, distinguishing us from all the world's black-haired, brown-eyed beasts. And it also distinguishes our 12 tribes of Israel. Now, granted, there are 13. That's true, because of Joseph's tribe splitting into two. But still, we go by the 12 tribes. And the reason why we know we still go by the 12 tribes is because there are 12 gates to enter into heaven for our people, 3 on each side. And heaven is 4 square. So that's 12 doors, 12 gates that we are going to flood into heaven from all 4 sides through. And there is not a 13th door. Therefore, we can just consider Joseph's tribe, even though it was split into 2, we can consider them to be reunited biblically because through each door. So tribes and our hair and eye color combinations match that. Our history matches it. Our trail of Israel over the Black Sea into the Caucasus Mountains, and then out of the Caucasus Mountains down into Europe to find our other brethren who are already there. It's already all in historical stone. And so teaching people our identity is actually as that seems. You would think it would be a piece of cake. Any Bible-believing, God-loving Christian, as they call themselves, and they really believe they are, to start keeping and honoring God's fourth commandment. But that is the most difficult thing to accomplish. I mean, you wouldn't believe how difficult it is to get people who swear up and down in their own heart they're definitely 100% Christians to honor God's fourth commandment. Man, they'll keep the other 9, no problem. They never say the Lord's name in vain, ever. Haven't done it even since a kid. They will never dishonor their father or mother. They'll always honor them. They'll never set up some idol and worship it, so they think. Meanwhile, they honor and idolize all these different races. Tiger Woods at golf because he's a golf fan, or some football chaser because he's a football chaser fan. All those things. So he thinks he's keeping that commandment when really he's breaking it. But as far as, these conservative Christians go, out of his mouth, they think that they keep all 9 commandments perfectly. By golly, they wouldn't cheat on false witness against anyone. God forbid, they don't lie about nobody. But when it comes to that fourth commandment, all of a sudden they become the most non-Christian upright biped you ever saw. And so that's why I say, and not only that, it's the numbers. It's the numbers. Look at the numbers. If you were to uncuck every Christian identity church in the world, there's probably not even one in Europe because they probably aren't allowed to exist. So they probably only exist in America. And you're talking maybe 500, maybe 1,000 people, maybe 1,500 people in the whole country, who are Christian identity. how are you? I mean, that's probably overshooting it by a lot. Who knows? We may only have 500 or 600 or 350 in all the world who understand Christian identity. So, knowing that, even if you uncucked every single Christian identity person about Sabbath, you've only won over 1,000 people or less, to our Lord. But what kind of fisher of men should you be? One who pulls up one fish at a time on one hook, or one who pulls up this huge fishing net packed full of our people? You know what I mean? That's what commandeering the Seventh day Adventist Church would do for our Lord and for us. It would allow us to harvest made by our Lord and Savior instead of being lost while they attend church every Sabbath, pleasing our God with the Sabbath. God might, with the exception of, they obviously couldn't do abominable things. 7-day Adventists are these two pleasing our God. They're the only one pleasing our God, to be honest with you. Because think of every Sunday church. Think of all those millions and millions of our white people. They go, what do you think angers him more? The 1,000 or so Christian identity people who aren't keeping Sabbath, or the millions and all over God's Sabbath every seventh day? What do you think ticks them off more? What do you suppose, I should say, would make God think to destroy our people and our countries, curse our countries and curse our people? The 1,000 Christian identities that don't keep Sabbath. I promise you, the millions of our people not keeping Sabbath anger our God and are what is causing the curse to be on our people. The whole reason Europe is being enthralled with Islam and Africans, the whole reason we're being enthralled with blacks and Venezuelans and every walk of life you could imagine that's an upright biped, is because Europe isn't keeping Sabbath and America's not keeping Sabbath. And guess who else isn't? Canada. Guess who else isn't? New Zealand. Guess who else isn't? Australia. And you could say, oh, Russia isn't keeping it. They're not getting invaded. Well, I beg to differ. Russia is being invaded as well. Putin is cucking to the Jays, as he always does. And they have started flooding Russia with not Africans yet, but that's coming soon too. Don't think Russia's off their radar. They already own and control Russia. They've owned and controlled Russia since the 1800s. So they're not going anywhere when it comes to Russia. And someday America will be, if you and I don't uncuck enough of our people in time. So, you look over there at Russia and look at how the people there do without. Look at how, you have to be rich to have a car. Everyone works some, just meager job. That's not to say there aren't wealthy people there and that there aren't people there who make big money. But the percentage, per capita, if you were to just look across their entire population, per capita, the average Russian is poor, has very little, and, the government is a basket case, it's ran like crap. And the Jays, they control all of that. They control Russia, what you would think of as Prussia or Ukraine, all that stuff. They control all of it. And they control all white countries now, so there's pretty much nowhere they aren't in control of now, somebody finally said something. Razor Sharp History came back and he chimed in and said the Jays control Ukraine. That's right. That's how this mess started. Yeah, oligarchs. Yeah, they never want to say the Jays, but they call them the elites or the oligarchs, and they would say, oh, they hide their money in these Swedish bank accounts, and just conservative terms. And I apologize for the noise. I'm making my Sorry about that. Yes, I'm old, Peter. Filmed in the 80s and 90s. Bam. So, basically, you're totally correct, Razor, that of course they control the Ukraine and they control Russia. They control all white countries. They control most of Africa. I would say probably 99% of it. Um, so there really isn't anywhere the Jays aren't in control of now through worldwide, communication. They control all of that, and also through the UN and the G20 and the Trilateral Commission and the just on and on and on. Each one of those is just a meetup for sellouts to meet up with the Jays and be told by the Jays what the Jays expect them to do. And so, control Ukraine? Absolutely. They certainly do. And so, accounts and Swedish bank accounts, they never had their money in Sweden. That was a scapegoat, or a decoy, if you will. Sweden was a decoy. And offshore bank accounts, that don't mean anything. You could claim anywhere as offshore if it's off mainland. Oh, it's in Barbados. Oh, they got an account in Costa Rica. Oh, they got an account in wherever, Puerto Rico or something. Offshore don't mean anything. That's super vague. So really, where our money has been the whole time has been in Yisrael. And the only other place the Jays stash away their money is in the Ukraine. I don't even think they store their money in Russia, because Russia, to them, that's their old play toy. And they've already decimated it. And, the Russians rebuilt back as best they could. With what little is left over in Russia after the Jays spent 100+ years destroying the place. Also, remember, they cut Russia's population in half. They killed half of the Russians that used to be alive. So, whatever the population of Russia is now, they're working at 50% what they used to have. So imagine that. And the Jays killed off all the best ones, the best architects, the best whoever. I'm sure they kept a handful of scientists and engineers, real ones, actual ones, white ones, from Russia, who were all starved to death or slaughtered. They literally cut Russia's population in half, and they cut Ireland's population probably in half. And they're busy cutting the Gazan, the Palestinian people's population in half. And soon it'll be white people's turn again. They'll be cutting America's white people's population in half. They already did do a major cut on us with the ventilators. They used ventilators on millions of our people who did not need to be put on a ventilator. They simply had the yearly cold or a yearly flu or a whatever. And they were told they had CV-19 and they were put on ventilators, which murders people. A ventilator is just a way to hyperventilate a person and kill them. And that's what they used them for. And so they eliminated probably about 30 million white people. Mostly elders, but not all elders. They killed a lot of our 30 and 40 and 50-year-old men. They killed some young people already with their Trump vax. So, but the thing, though, the bigger picture of it all is that they've wiped out an enormous amount of our population. Still not alarmed. They locked us in our houses. They didn't lock me in my house, but they locked white people in their houses nationwide, worldwide. It's anything. The blacks were out barbecuing on the sidewalk every week, every day. Walking around, chilling everywhere, no masks on. No one said anything to them. Why? Because it wasn't meant for them. It was meant to humiliate and lock down and reduce white people down to the third worldism of being locked in our houses, communist style, to have to wear masks to look like the third worlders do. Okay? When you see pictures of Chinese people walking around in a busy area of China, or when you see an area of Japan with Japanese people walking around, now, granted, those are much higher than a third world nowadays, but what do they look like? They all got masks on, right? And to white people, that's repugnant. You know, white people we are not designed to be masked or muzzled or restrained. And so we are to have dominion. That's what being the God of this world is having dominion over it. And we are supposed to have dominion over the entire earth. God gave it to us. We already have it. Our problem is we're not exercising it in the proper fashion. So, big America, to using over there to be practice for what they plan to do to us. And, for all these people that think they're going to lock and load and our own Apache helicopters and guided missiles. I mean, we're not going. I would suggest all of you find yourself a nice underground because they're going to be flying overhead helicopters and our planes, our jets. And they're going to use our own under enough rock that quite a way through solid rock. So you got to find your. All right. And then again, it's doing it like over and over. The plan is to come here and do it to us, and they're going to be using our own equipment against us. So you're going to want to find yourself somewhere underground. Shoot people like Cody, Wrangler Star. I appreciate practically any, and stay put and stay quiet and not use any of those cool toys, because any of those toys he uses will immediately give away his signature and location. So you can't use night vision, can't use freaking lasers, can't use flare, you can't use any of the cool toys he plans on using. Can't use any of them. Can't use a single one. Because the minute you do, choom, here comes a freaking laser-guided missile. He's not going to be out dirt biking or side-by-side and like Mad Max across the wilderness. There's going to be none of that. I hope all understand that. You're going to be hiding for your life. That's what's going to happen. Okay? And nothing else is going to happen. Anything else, immediately. Don't make a shit how many guns you have. You could have 140 AR-15s. You're getting got with one missile. Pow! And that's it. Your game is over. Your cool attachments and your U10. Even using night vision goggles gives away your signature. Using anything electronic gives away your signature. You cryo froze it before you turned it on. It's going to give off a signature. And they're going to see it immediately. And they're going to instantly send either an Apache to fill you full of 60 millimeter rounds, or they're going to send some kind of guided missile. Or they'll have one of their drone drivers drone pilots fly a drone over and just drop a bomb on your house. And that's it. You can't thwart it. Some countries, they try to form packs, like little militias and Minutemen militias and stuff. But you're talking about groups of 20, 15, 50 even, if it's a big group perhaps. Maybe when the shit hits the fan, maybe 150 of them all gather together. That 150 will be done in 12 seconds by our own military equipment. So, and all their ammo and all their guns and all their stuff they have, it'll all be destroyed in 12 seconds. So, I voted for this. The only way we're getting out of this, y'all, is to convince a number of our people to start keeping Sabbath. And so for every white person in America right now, 500 like you hear about on the news or whatever, they're bringing 25,000 plus. Some days they probably bring 100,000 non-white into our country every single day. Every single airport has hundreds of non-whites flown in every single day. Add that up times all they have you fixed on the southern border, watching that like a hawk. Oh, what's going on? Where's the wall? We need Trump. We need a wall. No, we don't need a wall. They literally, a wall does nothing. A wall is an inanimate thing. Cut a leg out of it with a freaking They have access to all the same tools you do. They can cut the metal bars right off of it. The wall that needs to exist all the way around our country is all of our troops and National Guard brought, well, the National Guard stays here, but all of our troops brought back to America and put on the border edge of our border all the way around the mainland. You know, and Alaska, perhaps. I don't know. I guess we would really need to do Alaska, but all the way around the mainland, every 25 feet, there should be a soldier standing on foot, facing away from our country, looking for any non-white invader who's trying to approach. That's a wall. Anything else is garbage. Why? Because, again, just like I said a minute ago, they'll just tunnel right under it, or they have tunnels all the way from certain towns in Mexico clear to the middle of LA or wherever, not LA, but whatever, San Diego, you know? They have tunnels that don't even come out and underneath a house that they rent in some freaking middle of town. They're just going to keep digging down until they go under its foundation, and they're going to go across its foundation and dig right back up on the other side. Or they're going to throw a rope over it. Or they're going to walk up with the freaking steel cutter and just cut the freaking bars. I mean, they do it every day. So a wall is nothing. What we need is our troops on the border edge, all the way around our country, southern border, northern border, east and west coasts. Every 25 feet, there should be a troop. You know, or every 150 feet, whatever it spreads out to total, you know. And that's the only wall that works. That's the only wall that will work. Israel's wall doesn't do anything unless they shoot people. They got to shoot. At the top, they got workarounds for that. They take plastic with them and like foam exercise mats, and they throw over that crap, and then they just climb right over it. They bring cars up there with them and cut it off out of the way. I mean, smart enough to know how to commit crime and break into things. So they know how to cut steel bar, you know. White people, they just set up a cattle guard and a chain link or a barbed wire fence and electrify it. And by golly, they'll never, you know, the cattle will never figure out how to get across. You know, maybe once in a blue moon, a bull might jump over it, but you know, we'll chase them down and get them back to vehicles and steel. And so the wall was send them to the border. And you know what? If he would have sent them all to the southern border, guess what the Jays would have done? They just kept flying them in by the jumbo jet full into every airport every day. And they flood our country through the northern border. You know? So they got you fixed on the southern border and watching it like a hawk because of the northern border. That's how they're Islamifying Minnesota and New York and all these places. They're flooding them in from the northern border. Or they're just flying them in airports. And white people walking around in airports, they see all these non-whites sitting on the floor, and they clearly just got to America. They, you know, and we don't do anything. We don't do anything about it. We don't say anything about it. Tweet after tweet after tweet, you know, bitching about it. We don't do anything. We just look at them and keep walking. And of course, the response was, but we got to at least start making them feel uncomfortable. You know, we got to figure out ways to make them uncomfortable. We got to make them not feel welcome here. You know, our government's going welcome, and all the leftists are going welcome. We've got to be the other voice. We got to be the ones that are like, why are you here? What are you doing in our country? You know, it's the same thing you would say to someone in your living room in the middle of the night. Only you'd be even more rude about it. You'd be like, what the F are you doing in my house? Get the F out of my house. That's what you're supposed to be to any invader to our country. You're supposed to have that same zeal, and that same anger, and that same alarmedness. And our people don't. Instead, they just watch millions of them walking by every day in the airports and in, you know, and in the cities. And they just don't say anything. They even smile at them. You know, oh, how long you been here? Oh, wow, cool. Where are you from? Oh, wow, cool. Oh, yeah. They just think it's dandy. And don't think that the Republicans you vote for aren't happy as heck to see them all come here. All right. They look at that as potential new voters. They don't look at that as, you know, like you hear all the conservatives all the time saying that all these non-whites are bringing over here are their new Democrat voters. But Republicans don't look at it that way. Republicans look at it as, hey, we could win them over. And also those Republicans all own businesses. So all of those new invaders are potential customers to their business. They're capitalists. They care about the bottom line. They care about growth. They want their company to just keep growing and growing and growing infinitely till it's as big as, you know, the entire earth, which is unfeasible, but they don't care because that's the motto: growth, growth, growth. And so as soon as one of their capitalist, conservative, Republican companies stops having growth every quarter, what do they got to do? They got to the place. They got to sell off some stocks for the employees they do, or minions like shift managers and general managers of locations. Because after all, the shareholders need to see growth. Endlessly, forever and ever. They got to see endless growth. Well, guess what? You can't achieve endless growth with a finite population. The population has to constantly be growing more and more and more for these conservative, capitalist, Republican business owners to have more and more growth in their capitalist company. And this is why capitalism is Jewish garbage just as much as communism is, just as much as socialism is, just as much as you know, any other structure that you could name is. Capitalism gives off the illusion that you have the freedom to work hard, of opportunity. But the thing is, they created bureaucracy and taxes to take a bunch of it back from you. So, you're not going to just keep cheering on. They're not interested in kicking them out. Now, they put on a show. They don't want all the same things that a lot of the openly Republicans, their mission or their job is to pretend to oppose all of those things, but they don't actually oppose them. They either vote along with them for those things, even though they in public say they don't, or if they vote against them, they make sure that they're one of the ones who's voting against them, but that they still are outnumbered by their same team who will vote for the thing, right? So that they give off the appearances, though, hey, I voted against that. I voted against giving, but they know through concerted efforts and organization that their colleagues on the same side of the aisle with them, enough of them did vote for it with the lefties that their vote against it is irrelevant and will not do anything. And so that is, and what they do is they rotate around their no vote, right? So like one week, you know, Dan Crenshaw is, you know, saying America first, like he used to say. And then the next week he votes pro-Israel, anti-America, right? And And so a conservative, only going by what he says in speeches, thinks that he's voting for white people in America's interests, when in fact he's not at all. And then there are other times where he'll be rotated in to actually vote no on something. They'll come to him and say, okay, this time it's your turn to vote no because we don't want your fan base to. So today is your day to vote no on the thing, right, that we're going to try to pass. And we got enough Republicans on your side that are going to vote yes, so your no vote won't matter. And so go ahead and freely vote no today so that you look like a staunch Republican in case votes no on something that you would want them to vote no on. But they only do it that one time. And if you were to pay attention to all their other votes, they end up voting to give Yids more money. They end up voting for more money to Ukraine. They end up voting against Russia in form, you know. And so we don't have people on our side, you know, doing backflips to defend Trump. The things he said he would do, or says he will do. Just like last time, he will be a nothing burger, a do nothing burger. He won't do anything. And sorry about that. Because that's what they've been accused of for the last 4 years. So of course they're going to say that, you know, the right stole it somehow. And they're going to be attacking millions of white people in the streets again, just like they did in 2016, all the way through 2016 and through 2020, all 4 years basically. And have millions more white people attacked by blacks under the premise that it's because Trump is president. Lefties will start doing more and more vile things with our kids at schools. And they will be teaching kids to be anti-Trump. And they'll openly start teaching people to be anti-white. And Trump did nothing to stop any of that when they openly said, we're starting it right now while he was president. And they bragged about it. And they told us they were starting it whether we liked it or not. And all he had to do was make one swipe of his pen. One executive order would have shut all that crap down. He could have shut down after school Satan. Could have shut down all the riots. He could have shut down BLM. Could have labeled them a terrorist organization and declared them as such. He could have declared all anti-white organizations, the ADL, the NAACP, the SPLC, the Negro College Fund, all these anti-white grifting things. He was supposed to declare all 450 non-white NGOs that work against white people and grift white people. He was supposed to declare all of those as terrorist organizations. And they're not even domestic terrorist organizations because they're all foreigners. They're all foreign organizations. So they're all foreign terrorist organizations. And so, I mean, domestic terrorist is almost an oxymoron. You know, and they use that term as an anti-white term, by the way. Anytime you hear domestic terrorists, they only mean white people every time. They never call black or a freaking Arab or some invader, you know, of any type, a domestic terrorist, you know. They won't call them terrorists at all. So it's getting to the point where only white people are called terrorists at all. If you call a non-white group terrorists nowadays, you'll get shamed and called racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, depending on who you're calling the terrorist, right? The only non-whites we're still allowed to harp on all we want are the Asians. The Jays and the left give everyone a free pass to make fun of the Asians, of any sort, of any type of Asians. It don't matter if, you know, the left can make fun of any type of Asians. They don't mind if you make fun of Asians. The left are really odd about Asians. They literally give 0 Fs. And you can make fun of them. You can trash talk them. You can call them terrorists. You can blame everything on China, Chi-Coms. They don't care. Doesn't bother them a bit. But let you go and accuse, you know, or call Islamist terrorists or J's terrorists or any of that. Woo, here comes the left, ready to freaking fight you. So we definitely have, we definitely are in a crazy situation, to get back to how they outnumber us, because they already outnumber us 2-1. For every white person you see in America, there are already 2 non-whites here. And non-whites grew up with way less than white people did. All right, so they're already used to the heat. They didn't have AC perhaps. And they're already used to walking miles and miles and miles. A lot of them didn't have a car. And, and once they get here, they're so well conditioned for the third world that now they come into this first world and they can fight. They can throw hands. It's nothing for them to quickly commit evil right away on a spur's moment notice, or a spur of the moment kind of thing. They don't operate like white people. White people, we have shame. We are concerned about breaking the law. We're concerned about breaking God's law because it's written on our hearts, which, in case you haven't noticed, it's not written on any non-whites' hearts. That's why they behave the way they do. That's why they're opportunists. That's why they always flock to white countries to parasitically feed off of us. So, and, for any, blacks that might listen in and be like, oh, bull crap, whatever, we don't follow. Yeah, right. I promise you, if all white people packed up and moved to Mexico tomorrow, if all white people in America packed up all our crap and said, we're moving to Mexico City, y'all, bye, and we all moved to Mexico City tomorrow, every non-white in America would be trying to cross the Mexican border to get back to Mexico, to be where we are. And that further proves that only we are Israel. Nobody's trying to follow the Jays around. Nobody wants to live around the Jays. But yet here we have God's chosen people are followed everywhere we go. People, the non-whites want to live where we live. They want to have access to our women, our technologies, our luxuries. And so, there's no such thing as white people clamoring to get by the millions, trying to clamor and beg our way into some non-white country. There's just no such thing as that. To have access to their women and their technology. There it goes. I mean, it's just an absurd notion, There's just no such thing as that. So, obviously, only we are God's chosen people. That's just on basic observation that all the world's non-whites flock to only our countries. You don't see millions of Mexicans trying to flood into India. You don't see millions of Indians trying to force their way into Costa Rica and live there. You don't see millions of blacks trying to force their way into Mexico. You don't see millions of Asians trying to force their way into, Pakistan. It should be super obvious by now to every white person. It's already super obvious to every non-white. The only people who don't notice are white people. And I can understand that. Growing up, the colors of Jesus Christ, I would hear older folks of our ancestors when they were still alive. They were elders to me then. I would hear them as a small child, as I was a small child. I would hear them talk about me in front of me. That's one thing that our parents used to do back in the day, and grandparents and strangers. They would talk about you right in front of you if you were a kid, about your looks, about your ability in school or your skills or anything, whether it's embarrassing to you or not. And when I was little, I remember hearing, especially ladies, would compliment my mom about my blonde hair and blue eyes. And as a kid, and as a white kid that exists that way, I didn't get it. I'm like, what is the big deal? But I never even cared enough to even think about it that much. Like, what is the big deal about my blonde hair, blue eye thing? I never even gave that much thought. I would just I don't want to say ignore, but I would just not even pay attention when they would talk about, my description. And they would be complimenting my mom or complimenting me about my hair and eye color. To me, it's just normal everyday life. It's not special. I didn't think of it as unique or different than others. It was just the way I existed. So it's when you exist a certain way, especially white people, I should say. When white people, since we exist already as white people, we don't think about how special it is of what race we are. We don't think about how special it is if we have the colors of Christ, if we were born in the colors of Christ, or if or care about our eye color and hair color at all, like a brunette, green-eyed girl, or a black-haired, brown-eyed white girl who has the white girl version of brown eyes and all those things. They aren't grateful for their hair color, for their eye color, for their skin tone. They're not grateful they can blush. All the things that are special to God in His eyes. The things that are special to God in His eyes is our unique hair and eye color combinations and our ability to blush. That is our favorite characteristic that God made about us. Like if you were to interview God right now and you asked Him, what is your favorite thing about us white people, us Adamites? What is your favorite thing about us? What pleases you the most about our design, about the way you designed us and the way you built us? He would say, because the fact that you can blush, your ability to blush is my favorite attribute that I've given you. And so blushing is a massive deal to God. And you'll notice that when Israelites became heathen, when they became idol worshipers, multi-culti, miscegenators and all this stuff, He said they got to the point where they felt no shame, and therefore they could no longer blush. Now, when it's written in our Bible that we've become so low that our people can no longer blush, that means God's favorite characteristic about us was we had defiled ourselves so much, our ancestors, not you and I, but our ancestors long ago before us, had defiled themselves so much at that point that they did not even feel shame anymore. And so they could not blush because they would had to have felt shame in order to be able to blush. They would had to have felt embarrassment or upsettedness. And instead, they were all so filled with violence and hatred for one another and all these things that, and not just hatred for one another, but lust for one another's women at the same time, and all these things that it created, this horrible scenario in God's eyes. And He noticed that we were so lowly that we could not even blush anymore. His most favorite characteristic about us, we could no longer express. So I hope y'all realize how important blushing is, and how it separates us from all the world's beasts, along with the other things, our hair and eye color combinations and our creations in the world and our having dominion over the entire earth. Only our people have mapped every ocean and every desert and the floor of every ocean, and The we've mapped every mountain range. We've mapped the sky, and so only our race has done those things. I mean, there were maps, small maps, local maps done by Asians, and supposedly Moors had maps, but those Persian sultans actually got their maps from white slaves that they had conquered during piracy, and they took over white people and they were navigators, and they learned navigation and used white people. They used white people for navigation, and they learned navigation from those white people that they used for navigation, who were slaves to them. And so even they had just limited maps, except for what white people allowed them to have access to or gave them access to. But only white people have dominated the entire earth. And the more you notice these things, the more your Holy Bible is going to make sense to you. Because the more you will see plain as day that the Bible is not joking, and that I'm not either, about who is who in the Bible. I'm not joking when I say what the Bible says about the other kinds. And I'm not joking about what the Bible says about us, nor is the Bible. The Bible is deathly serious. And our people don't, it's so crazy because, our people can read a book, a completely fictional book, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. I don't even know anything about those books, or those movies. So I just know they exist. So those are probably bad examples for me to try to expound with. But, I'm just going to try to speak in generalities since I don't know anything about either of those stories. But I know they were popular. They were super famous among our people to go read or watch or both. And any one of our white people who has ever read or watched either of those stories, not only do they know it's 100% made up fiction, but they can correct any mistake you make about the story. Like if you said that, a villain by whatever name was actually like a good guy in the story, they would be able to correct you right away. They'd be like, no. That dude is a villain in the story. He actually worked against the good guys the whole time and was plotting against them. And remember, he's the one that killed so-and-so. They would be able to correct any little thing about the story, no problem, because they fully understand the story. Now you put a Bible in their hand, or you explain the Bible out to them in audiobook form or whatever. However they hear the story, read the story of the Bible, they see plain as day in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and in Acts, who is stirring up the congregation against the Christians, who is stirring up the people to riot against Jesus Christ, against Christians. And yet, they still don't think of them as the bad guys. They see that Jesus Christ called them dogs, wolves, vipers, thieves, liars, hypocrites, children of the serpent, the synagogue of Satan. And he told them that their father was a murderer from the beginning. Jesus Christ, their Lord and Savior, the one that they supposedly follow with all of their heart and soul and mind and everything. Do you really imagine Jesus Christ would call one group, one race of people such a thing, so many terrible things like that, unless he considered them his enemy? I mean, our conservatives can read in their Bible that God says he hates Esau. He loves Israel, hates Esau. And they just shrug their shoulders at it. And then when they talk about God, they talk about how God, there's no hatred in God, and hatred is anti-Christian and all these things. They talk about jealousy as a sin, when God tells you himself he's a jealous God. That's just their ignorance of not knowing what the word jealous means. You have a right to be jealous if something belongs to you and it's taken from you. Okay? If you see your hubby, flirting it up with some girl, you have a right to be jealous. When God sees us, his bride, Jesus Christ's bride, cucking themselves away to non-whites and to, fawning over them as they do a useless children's activity or whatever, it's the same exact effect. God becomes jealous. He wants the attention. He wants your eyes on him. He wants your mind, your body, your soul on him, focused on him, not focused on, Refrigerator Perry, not focused on Martinez that hit 3 RBIs or whatever, not worried about some freaking guitar player that, we pulled him out, or he grew up in America instead of the Congo, so he had access to white people things, so he knows how to play a freaking guitar. Whoop-de-doo. He wouldn't even know what a guitar was if it was up to only his own. It's only thanks to white people that dude knows what a guitar even looks like or what it is. But God sees us fawning over and idolizing after these other types. And you think to yourself, I don't idolize them just because I watch them play a ball game. Yes, that's exactly what you're doing. That is idolatry. Idolatry is focusing on watching or listening to or paying attention to or quoting, like the conservatives do, quoting even anything about them. They're not even supposed to be in your country. All right, the only way you're supposed to know about non-whites at all is National Geographic on TV. That's how you're supposed to know about non-whites. As a little kid, you're supposed to watch National Geographic, and we send very vetted adults over to these certain countries to film them in their natural habitats, living in squalor like wild beasts, just as has always been recorded all through time by all of our people who explored. And that is how you would know about them, is by watching them on National Geographic and Mutual of Omaha or something TV shows on public TV broadcast. And so that is, and then when you live in that situation, which is how I grew up, proper white Christian America world, when you live in that situation, it's much easier to please our God. It's much more difficult to become idolaters and miscegenators, race mixers, because there are no beasts for you to be watching or listening to, or watching act in a movie, or chasing a ball around on a field, or quoting because we've cucked them into our government. None of those things would exist. They're all gone. They just don't exist. They don't exist if you live in an all-white world. So, and I still haven't gotten all the way through that point earlier about how the non-whites outnumber us 2-1, and I'll digress back to that now to finish that point. The reason I keep saying that we have to all keep Sabbath or we will lose this country is because I'm absolutely accurate. I'm not mistaken. Okay? I'm not mistaking in any way, shape, or form. The Bible, God himself says why he curses us over and over again. He does not curse us because we burn fossil fuels, which aren't from fossils, by the way. He doesn't care that we burn oil. He doesn't care that we burn everything. We could burn oil every day. We could have no emissions on our cars. God doesn't care. We can make an animal go extinct. God doesn't care. We have dominion over this world. If something we do ends up killing off an entire species of a critter, God's not mad about it. We might be upset at ourselves about it. We might try to hold ourselves to this additional extra biblical standard where we try to save the whales or whatever. But we aren't obligated by God to save any critters. We are obligated by God to save people. And so God doesn't care that we plant trees or that we cut trees down. He doesn't care. The earth is for us to do with as we need, to satisfy our comforts, to satisfy our needs. And so that is why God gave us dominion over it. He knew that we have the law of him in our hearts so that we will still try to refrain from being gluttonous with our use of the earth. Because gluttony is, a thing that the Lord frowns on. It is a sin, but I don't believe in that 7 deadly sins garbage, because one of those is inaccurate. Jealousy is not a sin. Envy is a sin. Jealousy is not. But envy is only a sin for us. You have to understand it's natural and normal for the non-whites of the world to envy us. It's not a sin for them. God does not hold that against them. Okay? He only holds envy against you. He holds envy against white people. We are built with shame. That's why we can blush. It's an outward expression of our inner ability. And because we are designed with shame, it only applies to and for us. So envy is a sin for you as a white person listening in, but it is not a sin for the non-whites. It's just it's a deadly triggering mechanism for the non-whites because it's what makes them lash out and attack us. But it is not frowned upon by God for them to be envious, because that is the emotion that God put in non-whites so that they will attack us when God decides to use them as weapons against us. And so that is why white people can't make sense of it. They're like, man, we give all this billions of dollars to Africa. And you see the conservatives all the time say, my great-granddaddy fought in Civil War to free your race. You should be grateful. They can't understand why blacks aren't thanking them or aren't at least appreciative that white people abolished slavery in our white countries. Therefore, the blacks were freed. They can't come to, and granted, the Civil War was not fought over slavery, but I'm just saying that's what conservatives believe, that the Civil War was fought over. So they think that they fought the Civil War to free the blacks, which would be stupid if they really did, but they didn't. It was over money and power and position and control of the country, and other bureaucracy. But the byproduct was, slavery ended up being abolished in white countries. And so white people cannot, they're appalled sometimes by the fact that blacks are not grateful or appreciative that they've been freed from slavery. And so the reason why, and the reason they can't make sense of it, is because they don't understand that non-whites are God assigned to have envy. All right? If they didn't have envy, they would never attack white people. They would never clamor to our countries to try to get our women and have access to our things. Instead, they would just be indifferent to us. And if one of them, or if another group of non-whites came along and said, hey, we want to flood y'all into this white country, and they shrugged their shoulders and said, all right, probably better than living here, they would come over here and they would just be normal. Act like white people act. They would assimilate and they would just be normal, and they wouldn't try to get with our women. They would go ahead and still hitch up with their own kind, and they would shed all of their country and their culture's language and music and food, and dress, and they would do everything like white people do to try to fully assimilate in a white country with white people. But non-whites aren't designed to do that. Non-whites are designed as their own thing. It's like demanding that a lawnmower be used as a boat. You can't. I mean, you probably could. You could probably flip it upside down and seal all the holes and take the blade off of it, and you might be able to sit in the middle of it and float around a little bit on it. But it's not going to be a real boat. It's never going to be a real boat. All right, and that's what decorating non-whites in white people clothes. You decorate them all up in white people clothes and expect them to just be white people in America because they live here and because they have access to our things and because we decorated them up in white people clothes. That's never going to happen. That's not what they just like our clothes, and they just like our cars, and they just like having access to our women, and they like how nice our country is ran. That's why they're here. But they're not here to be Americans. They're here to take our things and to live their culture and their way and their race in our country as occupiers. That's what they're here to do, is occupy our country. And so, and that's why when Asians came here, they didn't set up a big charity for donating to poor white people to show, hey, look, we're grateful that you let us in your country. We're team players. We want to assimilate as best as possible. And so, look, as a good gesture of you letting us move here and live and enjoy your wonderful country and all your amazing technologies you're sharing with us, we've set up a charity, and we're going to donate, and we've committed ourselves to donate X amount of millions of dollars per year to your homeless veterans, or to your homeless people in general, right? Don't got to be veterans, but what if they just set up a charity for homeless white people in general or poor white people? But no, there's no such thing as that. There's no such thing as Puerto Ricans or blacks or any race, the Muslims that come here and set up anything to benefit white people or Christians. They just don't. When non-whites come here and set up a Christian thing, it's always just a grifting organization to grift white people out of donation money. And then it just goes in their pocket. So there is no such thing as non-whites setting up charities to donate to white people. There's just no such thing. And if you were to find one and say, aha, look here, this guy has a charity set up and he donates to white kids and he's J-ish. He's a J. How about that one for size? But here's the deal. Jays create those organizations that appear as though they help out white kids or white people. And what they do is they'll help one, and they'll televise the heck out of it, and they'll put him in commercials or put her in commercials, or they might help 3 or 4, and they'll make a commercial out of it, and they'll make advertisements about it. But it'll only be those 3 or 4 or 5 or 20 or maybe 150 kids that they help or white people they help. And meanwhile, it only cost them peanuts compared to the donation money they took in. It might have cost $1 million per kid. 150 kids, it's $150 million. They may have brought in, $300 million over that period of 5 years or whatever in donation money and grifting the government out of grant money and stuff. So, but there's just no such thing as non-whites who create charities to donate to white people. Meanwhile, white people have hundreds of charities set up to donate to all the poor non-whites of the world. Every church donates to non-whites. Almost every white church has a food bank where they give food to non-whites, fresh off the boat, fresh across the border, fresh out of the detainment cell. Freaking, here you go. And they'll give it to ex-con blacks that just got out of 20 years in prison, They'll give it to some Mexican family that just freaking snuck in underneath an 18-wheeler trailer and got into America. And so these things are not beneficial for us. Not only are they not beneficial for our people and our country and our religion and our everything, but they're counterproductive, obviously. Extremely counterproductive, because those those ones who grift our churches and our charities for all the free gives, they already get free gives from your wallet, from your tax money, which is theft, stolen from you and given to them. So when they go to the food bank at your church and gobble up, oh, si, senora, big familia, oh, I got much food, a lot of food. And you take all the freaking food from the food bank, and the food bank's just like, oh, yeah, sure, wow, we feel good that we fed all those Mexicans. Well, they still get their EBT card. They still have, so they can buy all the groceries they want. They don't need your free crap from the food bank at the church. But they're going to come get it anyway, because for them, the more the merrier. Remember the raccoon story we talked about before. It doesn't matter how much food you leave out. The raccoon will take all of it. If he can't eat it all right then, he's going to grab it and move it somewhere else to his own hiding spot where he can eat the rest of it later when he's hungry later. But he's going to gorge and fill himself up with as much as he can, and then he's going to take every single bit of it away with him. And if you're dumb enough to leave food again later on in the same place, same spot, same whatever, he's coming right back looking for it again. And he has no shame. He's not designed to have shame. His design is take, consume until I croak. That's his gig. Take, consume until I die. That is what a non-white does. A non-white is take, consume until they die. That's it. And they don't worry about, building for the future, for their great-grandchildren, and they don't worry about leaving a legacy behind for their people. They don't worry about those things. They worry about themselves in their mortal life in this moment. And the reason why is because that's all they're designed to do. This isn't me telling you this. Our Holy Bible explains it that way. God uses them as weapons. Okay, if they are assimilators, if they're just as American as you are, then God can't use them against you. God can't sick a dog on you if the dog walks up and and you're petting it and it's licking your hand. It doesn't work that way. God uses them to destroy us. They are destroyers. That's what they do. You don't see anything in Mexico being built by Mexicans anywhere. They're not building some megalopolis over there. Every skyscraper in Mexico was built by a company, a white man company here in America that was hired and brought down there to build it. And they hired Mexicans local there to do some of the labor. But all the architecture, all the drafting, all the engineering, all the math, all the sourcing of the materials and organizing and bureaucracy and all the things were done by white people to get it built down there for them. They don't just build stuff all the time. Like you see them here, they come here and they get a construction job. So you see lots of Mexicans doing construction here and you think, oh man, Mexicans are building America now, that's for sure. But no, they're not. Okay, building America means what white people did back in the day with sticks and trees and dirt and water. And they built America with nothing else here but that stuff. Okay? Mexicans are coming over here and they're already coming into a first world that's fully built. And they're just given a job and they're assembling a building here or there somewhere. That's not building America. America's already built and white people built it. From absolutely nothing to what it is now. And there is no group of Mexicans, or even if every Mexican in Mexico came to America and were building stuff every day all over America, America's already built. All they're doing is assembling buildings. That's all they're doing. They're just they're following plans. They're paid employees following plans that they didn't create, that they didn't draft, they didn't engineer, they didn't do the math on, they didn't source the materials, they didn't organize the arrangements. So, they have nothing to do with building America. Even when you see them on construction sites every day, assembling buildings, they are not building America. America is long ago built by white people. And so, and they're not here to build America. They're here to work their job until they have enough money. They can get all their family over here from the country that they created that they don't like. And so once they're here, then, or that's their goal, is just to get here. They don't have any other goal. Their goal is to end up in Whitey world. And then their whole familia can live here too. And eventually their whole Raza could be here. And so that's all they care about. They don't care about, coming here and being American and voting Trump and all this crud. They're not interested in any of that. They like to act like white people. They like to live like white people. White people have golf carts to drive to the dollar store in the neighborhood. Well, they want a golf cart to drive to the dollar store in the neighborhood. White people got a big old four-wheel drive truck. Mexican wants a four-wheel drive truck. White boy wears cowboy hat and belt buckle. Mexican wants cowboy hat and belt buckle. It's just, if anybody assimilates the best, I would say it's probably the Mexicans. But they're still not here to assimilate. They're here to play Mexican music, eat their Mexican food. Everywhere non-whites go, what do you see them do? Do you see them set up an American burger hot dog joint? No. You see them set up their pho food, or their freaking Taiwanese stuff, or their or China #1 wok, or Jamaican jerk, freaking whatever. Well, that's pretty rare, but still they're around. And Mexican. You see Mexican restaurants everywhere selling only Mexican. That's what they do. And so, white people they have this like delusion somehow. I think that's one of the things, God says in the Bible in the latter times, he's going to create a strong delusion, and so that people will believe a lie. Well, people have argued about what that is, whether it's some people think it's attributed to the beast himself, as the lie. Some people think that it's the Jays being thought of as God's chosen people when really they're not. That's a strong delusion. That's a lie. And that still could be the one. But I propose that one of the strong delusions that God has brought upon our people in the latter days here is the idea that we can convince the other species to live and be around us and act normal, or not normal, but normal meaning our version, act like us, and the strong delusion, not only is that we can convince them to do so, but then when they don't do so, it's still normal and okay, and there's nothing wrong with it, and we're not being slowly overtaken, one family at a time, one restaurant at a time, one laundromat at a time, one gas station at a time, one fast food joint at a time. But like every fast food joint you go to, every restaurant, or every fast food joint you go to, most of them are owned by foreigners. Did you know that? And you go to like when you go to like KFC or Dairy Queens, that Indians own a lot of the Dairy Queens. So I don't know how many, but they own a bunch of them. And they own Jack in the Boxes. They own McDonald's franchises. They own KFC franchises. Indians and Asians own some of those. People you'd never heard of, you'll never know of in your life. You'll never hear their names. But they make millions of dollars off of our people eating at some establishment here in their local town. And you're making some non-white rich, in our own country. So they're not here to be like us. They're here to be the weapons of God against us. And even when they're not here in their own mentality to do so, like, a lot of them, when they get here, they're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. And they, they pray and they're so grateful to be in a whitey world. And then everywhere they go, they're so pleasant and happy because they're on cloud nine, man. They're fresh in whitey world now, man. They've been in the third world hellhole their whole life. Now all of a sudden they're like in heaven for them. This is like heaven for them. So some of them are very friendly with us and all that, but you got to understand that wears off over time. Okay. And then not only that, other races are only polite to us in our countries because we outnumber them so greatly. But once they outnumber you, suddenly they won't be so, ass kissy and polite and whatever anymore. And people don't believe that because they watch some white person go tour a third world country. Like they'll watch Kirk Kaz go to some third world shithole, right? And while he's there, everyone there is like, oh, and be so nice to him and giving him food. And sometimes people try to kill him and sometimes people try to rip him off. But like all the women are nice to him because, he's blonde hair, blue eyed, colors of Christ, white guy. And they're not used to seeing that. So to them, they're like looking at some angel, they're like, wow, So when people watch a white tourist who's attractive or has something going for him, some kind of riz, and he goes over to some third world country and then he films, everybody being nice to him, that's what white people have duped themselves into thinking is the case when we find ourselves completely enthralled in non-whites in our own country, that they're just all going to be polite and pleasant and interesting and fun to interact with, and it's just going to spice up our country a whole bunch, But in fact, that's not the case. Once, enough Mexicans were here, what did they start doing? La Raza and Mexican gangs and freaking took over whole portions of California. And what do the Muslims do when they get here? They're not waving American flags. They wave their flag. They wear their clothes. They pray 5 times a day loud as heck across the whole town in America. They're doing it at. They freaking interrupt anything for their religion. They'll kill anyone, murder right then on the spot, anyone for their religion. All right. They have 0 Fs. I mean, they shouldn't even be allowed in our country. They weren't allowed. They've been banned twice over. Muslims were banned by Thomas Jefferson, and they were also banned by someone else in the mid 1900s. I forget who, Woodrow Wilson or somebody. So, that their non-whites and their mentality and their ideology and their religions and everything about them is utterly and completely incompatible with white people and our Christian faith. Completely incompatible. That means there is no good multi-culti version. You can't take incompatible things and then somehow come out with this positive gem by kludging them together. It just doesn't work that way. And I forgot I saw my little cat come out there. He hasn't been here in 2 days. And I didn't even say hi to him because he didn't walk up to me, but I saw him snooping around. I actually thought he had died or something. I was worried that he hadn't gotten killed or something because he hadn't been around in almost 48 hours. Hey, buddy, where you at? Kitty Poo! Where'd you go? You want some milk? Wherever you are? Buddy! Where'd you go? Kitty Poots! Man, should have done it right when he got here. That way he would have known what's up. But I was in the middle of chatting with y'all and just didn't think to do it. But hopefully he'll come back and he'll see it. All right. But yeah, we basically have to get out of this... we have to get our people out of this stupidity they're in that you can take... I mean, think about this. We don't use giraffes to drive our taxis, right? We don't hire hyenas to like work accounting or to work the door of our nightclub. It's just when God designs different species for different things, we're supposed to yield to those designs. By insisting that we will force the issue and we will accept non-whites in our country, even though they're incompatible with us and all these things, that's basically spitting in God's face of his design. You know what I mean? God created them to use against us. And if we're taking the weapon he uses against us and then just like playing with it and, rubbing it all over ourselves and sticking it in our mouth and laughing about it, like, your weapon is nothing. We actually like your weapon a lot. We even watch them on TV every day and sing their songs and da-da-da. Well, God's going to A, become jealous, which is not a sin, and B, he's going to become angry at us. And once he becomes angry with us, oh man, that's the last place in the world we want to be. And that's exactly where we are now. We're in the worst place we could possibly be. Our children are being destroyed and devoured, just like God said the non-whites would do when he floods our countries with them. Our women are being defiled every single day. Right now, while we're talking on this stream, there are thousands of our white women out in our country and in Europe and in Australia and in Canada. And believe it or not, in Russia. Russia girls, I've heard some wild stories about them. Not all of them, but they're so excited to get out of white world. The first thing a lot of Russian girls do is sleep with any non-white they can find, or as many as they can find. It's pretty crazy, but I've heard multiple stories about that. So I don't recommend you dating a Russian woman if they come to America, because they're probably going to screw every kind of race other guy behind your back. But you got to understand that some of those girls, in Russia, they grow up seeing only white people, so when you take a white girl out of an all-white Russian-only country and expose her to all these other races all at once and all this stuff, it's like taking a kid in a candy store. They're like, oh, I want to sample this, I want to try a little bit of that, and just one time ruins them. But they don't stop at one time. They sample everything. And I've heard that multiple stories from multiple people about that. So watch out about those Russian mail order brides. Hey, there you are. Oh, nope. That's not him. Never mind. But to be still on point here, to stay on point, they're not going to just play ball with us, the way white people kind of expect them to end up playing ball. And white people are under this strong delusion that if we just pander to them long enough, and we just cuck to them long enough, and we just have patience long enough, and we put up with and tolerate enough of their crap, and enough of their murder, and enough of their crime, and enough of their, rapes of our women, and all these things, that surely, somehow, someday, eventually, they'll come around, I guess, is what white people think in their mind. And the other problem white people have is, the other part of their strong delusion they have is the not all thing. Oh, not all blacks are that way. Not all Muslims want to conquer, the world for Islam. Not all Jays are Zionists and follow Judaism, and there are unorthodox ones and even atheist ones and blah, blah, blah. No, there's no such thing as any of that crap. There's no such thing as unorthodox. There's no such thing as atheist Jays. They all work for the one racial team, Jayish world control. All Muzzies want Islam to dominate the entire world. All Muzzies, every single Muslim standing on the soil of your country right now in America, wants Islam to take over America as the law. Okay, as the religion of this country and the law of this country. That's what every single one. It doesn't make a cry. I don't care about, some Haziz or Muhammad at your job and, oh, he's so nice and he don't think that way. Bullshit. He absolutely does. And he looks forward to the day that his race and his religion conquers this country. You can set your watch on that. And every Mexican hopes and longs for. Every Mexican. I don't care if it's Jorge or Julio or Charlie, as I've heard one of them call himself. I don't care. It doesn't matter who you know. It doesn't matter who you think is cool. It doesn't matter who you think is your buddy that's Mexican. He wants Mexicans and America to be taken back over by Mexicans. That's what he wants. Doesn't make a crap how nice he is to you, how cool he is. Oh, man, he's loaned me money. Oh, he let me borrow his car. Doesn't matter. Because in his mind, in the back of his mind, and even on the forefront of his mind, he knows that millions of Mexicans are moving here every year. And eventually, there will be more Mexicans here than anybody else. In his mind is what he's hoping, you know? And so all he's doing is just biding his time. That's why I think it's kind of interesting that they used a guy with the last name Biden. He had no real charisma. He had no whip appeal with anyone, you know. And they just picked this dude randomly out of nowhere and said, you know what, he's going to run for president. Or actually, they made him VP first with Obama. But you know, they picked that dude because Biden is what they're doing. And granted, it's misspelled a little bit, but they're just biding their time. That's what non-whites are doing. They're just biding their time, being polite. You know, not all of them, by the way. In fact, you know, the attitude and the anger and all the craziness of the ones who are fresh off the boat here, who are taking over the New York shelters and all this stuff and being violent and attacking people at first chance they get and everything. That's actually how all these non-whites behave, okay? But they've been putting on a front. They all look forward to doing exactly what the ones fresh off the boat that just got here are doing. And they fully all plan on doing so someday. But right now is not the time. So they just are biding their time. And they'll be friendly with you. Oh, man, they'll be polite. You know, they might even do you a favor or something, or at least do something that appears like it's you doing you a favor to fool you into thinking that he did you a favor. I mean, they'll be good, you know, they'll be good, friendly people with you right now. But it's not the time yet. They're just biding their time, waiting on more and more and more and more and more millions of their people, or their species, I should say, not people, to be in our country, so that they can finally say, hey, you know what? And the thing is, they don't even ever have to have an actual full-on real attack against us. Instead, when the whole country is just swimming and enthralled in Mexicans, and I'm just using them as an example, but and you could apply this to Muzzies and what they think with their Muzzy people, and you could apply this with blacks and what they think about all the Africans being brought here, and what they think about, you know, us being forced to pay for them to breed like hotcakes and outbreed us like hotcakes. They're all thinking the same thing. They're all just biding their time. Okay, the Nog twins, they're just biding their time, and they're just grifting white people. All they did was put on MAGA hats, and they drool over white chicks all day, and they make fun of a black here and there on a video, you know, it's doing something stupid and obviously dumb. But they get access to white girls, and they have all these white guys in the comment section fawning over them, telling them how genius they are, you know, how smart they are because they're Trump supporters, you know, even though they're black. And of course they, you know, they're mongrels. So they, you know, they have like, I guess they have like eyes that look sort of like white people's eyes, but really those are always mongrel eyes. A mongrel never has white people eyes. A mongrel has mongrel eyes. So when you see a non-white that has not beady brown eyes, and they have like some weird colored green, but it's not even green, it's like some weird color green because they're mongrel eyes. That's why. Mongrel eyes are not like white people's eyes. They have their own weird shade to them. And Oh, wow. Christendom Defender came by and he said hello. He said, just jumped in to say hello. I'm on the move. Later on, bro. I'm sure he's already gone. Probably didn't notice that for a whole hour later. But, yeah, I guess I just have to rant tonight since nobody's been in the chat. Oh, I did miss one of Razor's comments earlier. He had said it was meant to destroy the Western economy, shut everything down. And who got rich behind the shutdown? Wall Street. Well, sure, you could say Wall Street, but Wall Street's too vague of a term. Who got rich during all that because of all that? The Jews got rich because of all that. See, Wall Street is just another word to use instead of the Jews. It's like saying oligarchs or the elite, or the banksters or whatever. I mean, all of that is the Jews. And so Wall Street is just another perfect example of an alternate word for Jews, And so that's why I avoid words like that. I don't like using Wall Street or oligarchs or any of those like terms they use to avoid saying the Jews. That's literally what they're doing. They know it's the Jews, but they don't want to admit it. So they say some other word instead. The rich, they like to call them, or the 1%. I've heard all kinds of terms for the Jews. Wall Street is one of them, though. Like the media. Oh, man, they're always saying the media is the enemy of the people. And then, after they get done saying the media is the enemy of the people, or are the enemy of the people, then they admit, or that they know, I should say, already, that the Jays own every single, you can show them. You can be like, oh, look, a J owns ABC, a J owns NBC, a J owns CNN, a J owns freaking PBS, a J owns blah, blah. And after you show them that Jays own every single media company, they still say, I stand with Israel. Oh, my gosh. Such idiots. I mean, how can you read your Bible? They read Harry Potter and all these other things. They know who the villains are. They know who the good guys are. They know who is committing the evil in the story, and they know who is committing all the righteousness in the story. But when it comes to their religion, their faith, their eternal life, their Holy Ghost, their Lord and Savior, and their God the Father, they're just totally oblivious. They're like, oh, I don't know, man. It's freaking, I guess we just love everybody, right? I mean, Jesus loves everybody, right? Oh, all y'all are here to live in our country, foreigners? Oh, wow. I guess I gotta let you. Otherwise, my Bible that I read, but somehow didn't freaking understand at all, I guess it's not against that idea. So go ahead. I mean, Tower of Babel, bestiality threats that we get in trouble, and their abominable sins that we won't be saved for if we commit those acts. Somehow they just breeze right over all that. And so they're like, heck, I guess I gotta love you. I mean, you're my neighbor now, right? Freaking bunch of Arabs moved in next door. They're my neighbor. I gotta love my neighbor like myself. It's just unbelievable that they don't know, how little they know about the Bible. I mean, our people know everything about every book they ever read. They know everything about every movie. Gosh, I was hanging out the other day with some people and at work, and these two guys, they were rattling off stuff from movies, like scenes of movies from 35 years ago. They're rattling off like random little one-off statements from movies. And I thought to myself, neither one of you could recite one thing in a Bible, but y'all know all these little details. I didn't say this to him. I was just thinking in my mind, but I was thinking to myself, man, y'all know every little detail of all these stupid, made-up, totally fictional Jewish fiction movies, but you wouldn't be able to recite one thing out of the Holy Bible, And all the while, they're both supposedly Christians and da-da-da. And I'm thinking to myself, you don't know who Christ hates, you don't know who he loves, you don't know who his enemies are, and you don't even care. That's the thing is these people call themselves Christians, but they don't care who Jesus didn't like and who Jesus does like. They don't care. They're like, Jesus said love your neighbor like yourself, so that's what I do. You know, that's as far as they'll push their faith, you know. It's pretty embarrassing. And wow, that's some cold milk. My goodness. It's it's embarrassing that I'm embarrassed for them and for our people, for their idiocy when they say stuff like that. They're like, well, God says, he loved the world. It's like, yeah, but he's talking about God so loved the world, meaning he loved all his creations he made. It doesn't mean that he, wants, I don't think that God hates the non-whites, right? I think God loves them too in a different way. He doesn't love them like he loves us, but he loves them in a way that he loves the birds he made, and the way and he loves. You don't think God loves elephants and giraffes and hyenas and all the crazy creatures in the sea that he's made? He loves all the things he's made. It was all very good when he made it. He declared so. So sure, he loves all his very good creations. But it doesn't mean that all the very good creations are designed to live together in a cluster together, in a kludge of things. God likes things separated. If you looked at God's plate, if God needed to eat dinner, or if he ever decided he felt like eating a dinner, if you looked on God's plate, he would have his food sectioned off in sections. It wouldn't just be a stew of everything thrown together. He would have his side dishes over here in their own separate spots. He'd have his entree in its own spot, not mixed with the side dishes. And so that's how God works. He creates things definitively, and he does not want them hybridized. That's why he plans on destroying all mongrels, because he created specific species, and he does not want any species to intermix with another species. He wants each species to maintain its own species, kind after kind, reproduce kind after kind. And if it does not do that, if it doesn't meet that standard, then it's no good to him. If one of his favorite creations decides to commit an abominable, meaning a non-redeemable, Jesus Christ is our Redeemer, but if a white person, excuse me, but if a white person commits an abominable act, a non-redeemable act, God's love is cut off from that person. Okay, God's love is conditional. He says so over and over again. And people think, oh, God's love is unconditional. God loves you no matter what. You'll hear people in church say stuff like that. Like, God loves you no matter what, blah, 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 and all this. That's just not true. All you have to do is read your Bible. Again, this is that same syndrome where they don't understand. The only book in the whole world they've ever read that they can't understand a lick of it is that one. They understand any other book perfectly. The whole story. Who's the bad guy? Who's the good guy? Who's an in-between guy? Who helped this guy and that guy? They literally know every single scene and every quote. When it comes to the Bible, man, they're oblivious. Like they've never read it at all. And that even goes for the ones who have read the Bible multiple times, which is just insane. It's insane that you can read the Bible so many times and not put together who are the villains and who are the good guys. Apologize for my pause in there. I'm just getting me a sip now and then of some milk. who knows how low we're going to be brought, y'all. It's going to get ugly. And it doesn't matter if Trump is put in office. That actually is going to make it really bad. If Trump gets put in office, our country is going to get flipped upside down. We're going to have so many white people attacked every day, and none of it's going to be advertised on the news because they're going to keep that stuff on the hush hush, so as many of our people can keep being attacked as possible every day without white people becoming alarmed or staying indoors and arming up. And so we're in for a long, ugly, nasty haul, and I don't know how long it's going to last, but this channel is dedicated to helping us understand the quickest way out of this. There is a direct path right out of this problem, right out of our women being raped and our children being attacked and killed and our elderly being raped and attacked and killed and our everything that's happening to us, our country being destroyed, our monuments all being destroyed. That's all our history, y'all. It's all being destroyed. And I'm giving us the exact answer, the only answer that will free us from all these things. There is practically, I can't name another channel that is stressing what I'm stressing, that Christian identity and Sabbath are one and the same. If we are Israel, Israel keeps Sabbath. We are Israel. So Israel is supposed to be keeping Sabbath. It's not bad for non-whites to not keep Sabbath. God doesn't do anything to them on Sabbath when they don't keep Sabbath. Sabbath is not for them. Sabbath was for us to be separate from the rest of the world's species. Do you not remember where God said, be separate? Be a peculiar people, meaning be totally different than everyone else in every way. How do we do that? By inventing all the amazing things we have, by creating a first world that we enjoy, and by keeping the others out of it, so that our people only get to benefit and enjoy. Our children only get to benefit and enjoy. Our women only get to benefit and enjoy and freely walk anywhere they want in our country without concern of being attacked or kidnapped or raped. Did it happen in an all-white world? Yes. Once in a blue moon, it happened. And when it did, it made nationwide headlines because it was so infrequent, so rare. And it would shock the entire community, the entire state. The whole nation would be freaked out about one woman being attacked, kidnapped, raped, whatever. Now, it's just everyday ho-hum local news. Times all of those things every single day. Multiple women attacked every day. Multiple children attacked every day. Multiple elderly people abused every day. All our people, by the way, all being done by non-whites. Man, that's delicious. When are we going to learn, y'all? I wish, that's probably a lofty term, but it would be nice if more of our the conservatives on our side, of our people, would finally realize, that their guns are just a toy for them, Yes, you may be able to shoot some nog someday that attacks you. That's not the Second Amendment, though. That's just the right to survive. And that's God given. You don't need a constitution or a Bill of Rights or the law or the J's legal system. You don't need any of that. All right? It's kill or be killed in this world when you suddenly are under attack. So you don't have to concern yourself with a Second Amendment or any horse crap other than just kill or be killed. It's all you have to worry about. It's either me or this dude. So it's not going to be me. So boom, pew pew, it happens. But that's as far as your guns are going to get you. Okay, conservatives think, oh, stock up on ammo. You see it every day in the comment section. Every time the government pulls some new anti-white stunt, letting in millions more invaders, blah, blah, blah. Just saw it today when I was talking about, on some video, it was talking about the New York City shelters being taken over by Venezuelan gangs. What was in the comments? Buy more ammo, stock up on more ammo, you guys. That's their answer. Not, wow, we need God to save us. You know, it's stock up on bullets, y'all. As though you're going to Rambo down 40 of them at a time without being shot back and fall over dead. You know? This isn't like the movies. You know, all this like equipment these guys buy, you know, their infrared and their laser guiding gun sights and their freaking night vision and their FLIR vision instantly will get you recognized. You will instantly be seen and located, and they will freaking drop a bomb right on you. Bam! You'll be Waco'd. Won't be a thing you can do about it. You got 40 guns around you. Belt fed. Got a belt of freaking bullets wrapped over your shoulder ready to just flow right into a big old 50 cal on a tripod. Doesn't matter. You're going to get Waco'd in 1 second. Pow! And that's going to be the end of you. So all your FLIR and night vision and geared up helmets and utility buckles and side-by-sides all done up with armor on them, you're not going anywhere. You're not doing anything with any of that mess. You know what America's going to look like? It's going to look like the Gaza Strip. That's exactly what they're practicing on it for America. Where are you going to cosplay around with your helmet and your side-by-side and all your utility guns and everything when America looks like Gaza? And you got planes and choppers flying around. The first glimpse of you, you're getting missiled. Bam! The first time you turn on that laser sight, the first time you click on your FLIR vision or your night vision goggles, the first time you crack the starter on that freaking side-by-side or that dirt bike, you're getting missiled right then. I don't think our people who are on our side realize just how bad it's going to be. You're going to have to stay hidden. You're not going to shoot at anybody. So every bullet you got is going to sit there. You're not going to shoot at anybody. You shoot at one person and the whole military knows your location and will instantly dispatch you. So you're not going to be shooting anything. You're going to flee and you're going to hide. And you're going to be silent for many, 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 many hours. Days, weeks perhaps. Until the coast is clear enough for you to go elsewhere, perhaps. Just to escape your insanity of being stuck in that one place. But you may not have an even safer place to move to at that moment. So you may, even once the coast is clear, have to stay put even longer. I don't know if y'all have stayed up with our technology that our military has. But it's all being cucked away to yids and the rest of the non-whites. And they are being trained on how to use all of our equipment so that they can then use them and our equipment against us. And if the white man who knows how to run the big freaking mega gun thing doesn't want to do it because he don't believe in killing his own people anymore or shooting at Americans, he's going to get shot right then on the spot, and a non-white's going to hop in his seat, and his body's just going to be dumped on the floor out of the way. The non-white's going to hop in the seat, who has been trained probably by that guy who enthusiastically trained him on how to use it, got such a kick out of teaching a third worlder how to use that freaking amazing gun. Then he's going to be blasted right there, just bang, back of the head with a 38 or whatever. They're going to dump him out of the chair, and they're going to hop the non-white in the chair that he trained, and that non-white's going to happily start mowing down Americans with it, or shoot the missile, or fly the drone, or whatever the thing is. And this is why we're not supposed to have non-whites in our military. Why the hell would we allow non-whites into our military? That is the stupidest thing ever in the entire world, other than putting them in our government on top of it all. But even as dumb as that was us cucking our technologies, our advantages over the rest of the world's upright bipeds. We cucked all of it away. Here's how we make our machines, and here's how we burn fuel to get work done without having to do it ourselves, and here's how we created physics and electricity and all these things. Here, check it out. We showed them all of it. We even gave them all that stuff. And right now, we're busy teaching the non-whites how to use all of our military equipment. And eventually, when the Jays have enough non-whites in our country, we hit a point called the flash point. And the flash point is when there are enough non-whites in our country that the Jays know that they can finally say to all the non-whites in our country at one time, it's purge time. Eliminate anybody and everybody that is a white person. Anyone you see standing around you, just indiscriminately just attack them and kill them. And nothing will be done to you for it. That's coming. That is coming, and it's coming quicker than you realize. And it may be, for many of you, especially women, it would be safer to flee the country before it happens. And I've talked about this on stream before, and even in a couple of actual videos, I mentioned that Jesus Christ told his followers to leave Jerusalem before it gets sacked. He told them that. He didn't call them cowards or wussies or, oh, if you don't stay and fight, you're a traitor or whatever. No, he didn't say any of that. He said, when you see the signs that Jerusalem is about to be attacked, flee and don't even go home to get your stuff. Guess what? Don't even go home to get your stuff means. Your guns at home, your side-by-side, your cyborg helmet with all your super attachments, your freaking utility belt. He said don't even go home to get any of that mess. Because guess what? You trying to make it back to your house to get that stuff is probably going to get you killed on the way there. And if you do make it there without being killed, you're just going to be killed once you get there. Or you're going to be killed after you get there, gather your things, and then you try to flee from there the rest of the way out of town. You'll be killed as you're trying to flee your home on the way out of town. Whew, excuse me, got the hiccups there. So, you know, to think that you're going to just shoot at an army with Apaches with 60 millimeter guns on them and missiles and, you know, it's just not going to happen. You know, and Jesus Christ understood that even for our people back then that weren't facing all this high-tech equipment. He told them, when you see the signs, flee. and don't even go home to get your stuff. And a lot of people listened to Jesus Christ, and those people who listened to Jesus Christ and heeded his warning did not perish in that sack of Jerusalem. They went on to live peaceful, normal, happy lives elsewhere because they got the heck out of town while the getting was good. And so Jesus Christ himself, your Lord and Savior, the Redeemer of our people, is the one who told us to do so. So no matter what some conservative, gun lover, patriot accuses you of, if you decide that you're just going to pack up and leave and move to a less hostile, less volatile place to live out the rest of your life in peace and tranquility, in hopes that the Jays don't start crap in that country later on, well, you have Jesus Christ given permission to do so. In fact, he told you to do so. He didn't say, hey, you followers of mine, if you don't mind, if it doesn't perturb you to do so, it would probably be in your best interest. I'm just throwing this out there, just a recommendation. But you really probably ought to perhaps leave Jerusalem when you see that it's about to be attacked and taken over. You probably ought to leave ahead of time. Just saying. No, God said, when you see the signs, flee. That's an imperative statement. He's telling you something to do. And when Jesus Christ tells you to do something, I mean, you obey your parents, right? Well, maybe not. But you obey your boss, right, at work. I mean, if you don't obey your boss, you're worried about getting fired, so you pretty much do what you're told at work. Your spouse asks you to do something. If you're a good spouse, you worry about doing it so that it gets done, so that your spouse is pleased that it got done. But then when Jesus Christ tells you something, flee when you see the signs, and don't even go home to get your things. You're just like, oh, well, I'm close enough to the house. I'll be able to get back here and get a gun. That's not what Jesus said. I only work right down the road. I'll be able to get there lickety-split, get my bug-out bag, and then I'll be good to go. Well, Jesus didn't say to do it that way. You're literally defying, those people who think like that are defying what Jesus said. Jesus said, flee, and don't even go home first. Just run. And so, people think, oh, but if I do that, well, how am I going to eat? Where am I going to, where am I going to go? What am I going to do? Well, you're supposed to figure out ahead of time where you're going to go. You're supposed to have a bug out plot planned where you hope to be able to walk through the woods without being seen until you can get to an even more desolate area, preferably underground. And beyond that, you work on God's faith. All right, so when you finally do get to your bug out spot, because you fled without going home to get your things like Christ said, so you'll actually make it to your destination. When you get there, God will provide for you. Okay? Just like God got us out of Egypt and then provided for us while we were in the desert, he will provide for you in some way, shape, or form. I can't tell you the mechanics of how it's going to play out, how he will accomplish that, but he will look out for you. You will not starve to death or be eaten by, wildlife or whatever, as long as your faith is strong and you do what Christ said when the time comes. And so don't think bad about leaving the country if you have to be ultimately safe. That's what Christ told us to do. But for those of us who don't leave the country when the time comes, you at least need to, when it really hits the fan, you would need to, at least at that time, finally start running and run somewhere and hide underground best you can. And that will be your only way, for the most part, that you'd be able to survive it. because our country will look like Gaza once the Yiddy diddlers have their way. And so, it's a little frustrating to see, our people get all hung up on trying to come up with some kind of technical muscle to outpower the Jays. It goes back to the whole rules of gameplay. And white people, we are regulated by God, by our God, to not exceed certain boundaries with our responses, with our attacks, with our, whether it's offense or defense. And we even have come up with crazy things like ethics, for war, rules of engagement, all these different things to try to be as gentlemanly about murdering each other as possible. But the non-white world doesn't have any of that, and they don't operate on those terms, especially Jays. But all non-whites, no non-whites operate on those terms. The only ones who concern themselves with any kind of honor system or anything like that are the Asians, but they only consider honor among themselves. So, like I'm sure some of you have probably heard the story about in World War II, a German pilot saw an American pilot had been hit. His plane had been hit by, a gunfire, something. And his plane was barely limping back to the American side of the battle scenario. And this German could have just shot him down. But instead, he saw that the man's plane was burning and that it was barely going to make it back if it did at all. And so instead of shooting him down like the evil Nazi that we're told they are, he instead escorted him with the German plane. He escorted him all the way back across enemy lines to the American side and then turned around and flew himself back to German side. So that is the law. That is God's law written on our hearts. You know what I mean? That was a happy, grateful Christian German Nazi, as they call it, looking out for his fellow man, white person, his fellow people. And, remember, Adolf Hitler stressed that. He stressed that we were all brethren, that all the white people of Europe were all one kind. And he correctly identified who was trying to split us all up and get us to warring and use us to kill each other. And so imagine if he had successfully defeated communism and unified all white people again. It would have been, you can't even imagine the kind of utopia we'd be in right now. It'd make the Jetsons look like the Stone Age. So, man, I hope that you all can become more and more clever with ways to get your people in your circles to start acknowledging Sabbath every week. The first word of God's fourth commandment is remember. Think about Alcoholics Anonymous. What's the first step in Alcoholics Anonymous or any of those, Drug Anonymous or whatever's, is their first step is to admit, right? Admit or acknowledge, recognize that they have a problem. And for us, we obviously recognize we have a problem. But The second stage for us, or really our first stage, is, and we already have an instruction book that tells us exactly what to do to get out of this scenario. And so the first step for our people is to accept and acknowledge that we've been wrong, that we've been duped. And white people absolutely hate to admit to themselves that they've been duped. But we have to accept and acknowledge that we have been duped out of our God's holy day, and that we did it to ourselves, because our ancestors could have told the Jays, piss off. And, they spent 1,260 years being put to death telling the Jays, or called the Catholic Church at the time, to piss off, and they were going to continue keeping Sabbath. But somehow, along the lines of the 1800s, the Jays were finally successful. They watched the Reformation happen, and they infiltrated the Reformation with their minions, and got each one to basically hang on to Sunday worship, which is the mark of the Catholic Church, or the beast back then. And so they, even after the Reformation, you got all of our churches are still keeping the Catholic sun god worship day against our God's will. And so only the Seventh-day Adventist Church is the true Protestant church. There is no other Protestant church because none of the others protest Sunday worship. So the only Protestant church in the world is the Seventh-day Adventist Church and the Church of Israel, Missouri. Those are the only two churches that exist on earth, as far as I'm aware of, that honor our God's fourth commandment. And it is unfortunate that they're multi-culti in SDA, but it's the largest group of fourth commandment keepers on the face of the earth. We need to take that over. That is our church. Those are our people. And just because they have a Mexican here and a Nog there, it doesn't mean that the bulk of Seventh-day Adventist Church is like Mormons. It's like, yeah, there are entire black Seventh-day Adventist churches. So I guess it's not really like Mormon, because Mormon is basically 99.9999999% white. And if it wasn't for its Masonic overtones and things like that, I would just go be a Mormon, just so I could be in a religion with only my people. But also they don't keep Sabbath, so that disqualifies them anyway. But the Seventh-day Adventist Church, I'm telling y'all, that is literally our golden ticket. It is literally, if we take over that church, we suddenly have control to be able to teach Christian identity to the only and the largest, but only worldwide Sabbath-keeping church, pleasing God every Sabbath. I say it's the best idea in the world to try to take them over. And, over time, there will be a split. There will be ones who say, no, you guys are evil for trying this whole, trying to take us over and convert us to Christian identity. We refuse. We like our blacks and we like our Mexicans we've accumulated here, and we're not getting rid of them. So, well, at that point, there will be a split. There will be an SDA church that, accepts multicultism, and then there will be the new Reformed SDA church, which is Christian identity for whites only. And, we can work out how we get it all done as we do it, in real time. And the Lord will bless us along the way because he'll know and appreciate our endeavor. And so he will bless us for sure. There's never a time. Let me say this, because I'm sure nobody's ears have ever heard this. There is never a time where you keeping Sabbath will not cause God to be very pleased with you. Okay? And when God is very pleased with you, he will interact with you in real time. You will not have to wait until you grow old and die and then find out when the Lord returns a couple hundred years from now that, oh, I was right after all. It was a good thing I was following him after all. No. Whether you tithe or start keeping Sabbath or both, God will start acknowledging you. He will start acknowledging you. Okay? If you read in our Bible, it says God has left this world because it's too corrupt for him. But he is still present through our Holy Ghost. And our Holy Ghost reports to God, and our angels report to our God about our behavior, about our circumstances, about all of our things. So when God hears from his various couriers, be it angels or the Holy Ghost, whoever, when he gets wind that you are keeping Sabbath and have given a tithe for the first time in your life, God will sit forward in his chair and he will look straight down at you. He doesn't attend this world anymore, but he uses it as his footstool, and he can watch at all times, like Truman's Show or whatever. And so he will sit forward in his throne because of you, not because of the whole bulk of white people, because you decided to pay tithe for the first time ever, or because you decided you're going to start keeping Sabbath as the most important day every week from now on, like every godly man in the Holy Bible, every version, always did. God will respond to you. Will. W-I-L-L. He will respond to you. And you will know it. He will make it obvious. All you have to do is have your eyes open just enough, just a little bit. God will make it obvious that he is pleased with your performance. And, I could give you examples in my own personal life, but I won't bore you with those. But I have lived firsthand experience over and over again. I still, to this day, experience an abundance of God's blessings from things I do, whether it be tithing or honoring Sabbath. I literally have God work with me in real time regularly. And, it comes in the form of inexplicable blessings. It comes in the form of saving me from situations that would have cost me an enormous amount of time or grief or whatever. And they always seem to be inexplicable. They seem to be like disaster was pending, but then just poof, it just vanishes from me. Just to give you a random example, a few years ago, a lady hit my car and she was at fault, but a white knight that was further down the road behind me, who couldn't even see who caused the wreck, pulled over and decided to be like the hero for the lady. And he said, "Oh, I saw everything. I'll stay here until the police get here and tell them that you weren't at fault and that he was at fault." He was basically just trying to win her over, I guess, but he couldn't see anything. All he saw was the lady took my front bumper off while I was going to turn left. But I had not begun turning left. I was still sitting in my lane with my left blinker on. That's what he didn't notice. And what she did was she swerved from the right lane. She was coming from the other direction, like head on, whatever. And she's going the opposite way of me. And so I was trying to turn left across her path, but I was in my lane, in a turning lane, with my left blinker on, chilling. This lady was in the far right lane of a 2-lane road coming the other way. As she went through the intersection, she changed lanes because a car that was in front of her decided to suddenly turn. So rather than rear end them, she swerved aggressively, really aggressively, because she was zinging along. She would have clobbered the car in front of her, but she very evasively swerved her vehicle into the left lane to go around that vehicle that was turning right in front of her onto the road that I'm trying to turn left onto. When she swerved too aggressively, she came into my lane and hit the front left corner of my bumper, and it ripped my whole bumper off, my fender. It destroyed my hood, destroyed my headlight on the left side, trashed everything on the left of the front of the car. And 3 hours it took for the cop to get there. So the guy ended up just calling the police station. He didn't want to wait that long. So he called the police station and gave his report over the phone and left. And then the lady and I stayed there for 3 hours till the cop got there. And when the cop got there, he listened to her side, he listened to my side, and then he gave me a failure to yield ticket. All right. Now that would have caused me to have my insurance go up. Because after all, my insurance would have to pay for her car since it wasn't her fault and it was my fault, according to the charge. It would have cost me, I would have had to have used my own insurance to fix my own car. So there's more money out with a deductible and all these other things. Plus I'd have had to have paid the difference, whatever that wouldn't be covered. It would have caused me a lot of money, a lot of grief. And I knew I was in the right, though. So, like all tickets, I set it up for court. And when I got there, the cop, nor the witness, nor the lady showed up because they all knew they were wrong. They were in the wrong. Even the cop figured that he was probably wrong for giving me the ticket. He should have just made it, a no fault since he wasn't there and didn't see the wreck. But none of them appeared. And the judge was ticked off about it because he figured surely they would arrive digitally, if anything. But not a single one of them appeared. And he made me sit back down and he made me wait until he went through every single one on his docket, hoping that they would show up. And I was the last person out the door, and he very reluctantly dismissed my case. But then I was able to take that dismissal, go to my insurance and say, look, I was freed of that. I was cleared of that charge. The wreck was not my fault. It was actually her fault, but the cop took her side and I explained the situation. And I said, so she is the one that caused the crash. Therefore, my insurance should not be paying to fix both of our cars. Her insurance should. And I welcomed them to subpoena the intersection camera, the traffic intersection camera, so that they could see plain as day on video that she caused the collision. And they didn't take me up on that offer, but they just went ahead and removed the fault from being mine and made her, they didn't make it her fault, but they just made her insurance fix her own car. And then I did not file a claim for my own car. I went and bought used parts that were already the same paint job as my car and just put them all on it. And my car looks normal again. One of my cars, I have several cars, but the car I did it to, I just put it together with used parts that were already painted the same. And so it still looks like the same car, like nothing ever happened to it. But I didn't want to go through the insurance because they were going to want to keep my car for like 2 or 3 months. And they were still going to charge me some of the money because they weren't going to cover it all and all this stuff. And plus a deductible I was going to have to pay. So I'm like, heck, if I'm going to pay all this, I might as well just go get me some used parts and slap it together and I'll keep driving it every day. So that's what I did. Plus it kept a claim of my own off my own insurance, and, but doing all those things, cost money. Having to deal with all that would have cost me an enormous amount of money. And buying the parts for my car did cost me a lot of money. It cost me about $3,000. But the Lord just laid in my lap an additional thing that I normally never plan on doing to make extra money. And he just laid this thing in my lap, and it just so happened it made me an extra $3,000 something. So it literally paid for my car to be fixed. It took me almost no effort or time to accomplish what I was hired to do. And And so within just a few weeks or a few days, I guess I should say, I suddenly had this extra money laid in my lap. I mean, it wasn't laid in my lap. I had to earn it, but it was very easy to earn, and it wasn't planned. It wasn't supposed to come my way. It was, if you will, inexplicable. And so it paid for my whole car drama that I had and all that expense. And any other time in my life, if that would have happened, I would have just been out of gas. I would have had to shell out all that money, and there would have been no sweet extra money that came along to make up for it, so that it was like I'd ever gotten the wreck at all. Nothing would have happened like that. But just like always for me, the Lord is like constantly throwing me these bones of help. And I was able to, walk away from everything with my car fixed. No ticket being blamed on my name and on my record. No insurance claim on my insurance, and my car was all back together. It took me several weeks to find all the used parts, which is why I said weeks in the beginning. But really, I was given the money to do all this. The extra gig I was given just like days after the accident, So all the while, I already knew I was going to make this money. And I just took my time shopping for parts online till I found the exact perfect parts I needed. And I bought them without a care in the world, because I knew I already had that money going to be coming in eventually to supplement that loss. And that's probably not like the best example, but I have millions of ones that are better than that. But that's just like kind of a generic run-of-the-mill one that, that's a good enough example, I suppose. But there have been so many others. I mean, just all through my life since I started keeping Sabbath and started tithing, one came after the other. The one revelation led to the other revelation, and it's embarrassing that we have to speak about Sabbath or tithing as a revelation, as some epiphany we had finally, when it's written about in our Holy Bible over and over and over again, all through from beginning to the end. But ever since I have been keeping Sabbath, God has responded to me very nicely, and he works with me and interacts with me and reacts to me very nicely. There have been times where I've done things that should have caused me to be severely injured. And again, I keep saying the word inexplicably, but I actually know the explanation. But seemingly to an atheist, it would be inexplicable that I walked away from each of those situations completely scratch-free, completely injury-free. It should have killed me or put me in the hospital for many, many months, if not permanently disfigured me, ruined me forever, whatever physically. Instead, each one of those scenarios, I walked away without a scratch on me, completely untouched. Not had to go to the hospital with burns for a few weeks until I healed, not a nasty cut that took a bunch of stitches, but it healed up and I survived. No, I walked away from every one of these utterly deathly situations completely scratch-free. Another time, I'll give you another example real quick. One time I was standing underneath a very heavy thing that would have killed me if I had been underneath it when it fell. And I don't know how long I had been keeping Sabbath by then, but it hadn't been all that long. And I was standing under this very heavy thing, and it was hanging in the air. And it was supposed to be hanging in the air, and it's very heavy. And People walk under it all the time. People stand under it all the time. And there's multiple other things like that that are very heavy that are also hanging from the ceiling of this large building. And I had been standing underneath it for a while. And out of nowhere, I didn't have a reason. I had no actual reason. But it was as if God just said, move. So I just moved. And I walked across the building for no reason, across the big room of the building I was in. I walked across the room for no reason. And, I was only over there just a couple, 3 minutes. And all of a sudden, this giant heavy thing that I had just been standing under came down and crashed to the floor. And, it weighed thousands of pounds. So it would have definitely crushed me totally flat. I would have just been turned to a puddle of goo instantly. Wouldn't have been a bone left. And, it's just like weird little things that God will show you along the way in your life if you keep Sabbath. God will show you that He's with you, that He's working with you. Will you win the lottery or get the girl of your dreams? Probably not. Perhaps not. I don't want to tell you no for sure. God may actually hook you up with those exact things. But they're always blessings that you weren't asking for. I hope that makes sense. So, like, God isn't going to pick blessings that you ask for. You know what I mean? Or that you've been wishing for your whole life or whatever. He doesn't really operate like that. Instead, since He knows what's best for you, He'll give you blessings that you didn't even know you needed. Like saving you from something falling on top of you and crushing you to death. Or, there are things that you'll never know that He's done for you. Millions of times you've drove down the road and He's saved you from someone driving head on into you. He stalled that person's heart attack for 5 more minutes so that you wouldn't get hit head on by him. I'm sure there are positive things, like not just things where your life is saved from terrible tragedy, but there are happy, positive, beautiful things that God gives you as well. He doesn't just save you from things, but He will give you happy, beautiful things. You know what I mean? Whether it's just the feeling and contentment in your soul, or He might allow your eyes to behold something that most people will never get to appreciate and see in person. And it gives you this sensation inside that's overwhelming joy. He may give you grandchildren that have been the best thing you've ever had in your life. There's no telling what God's plan is for you, but as long as you just follow His lead, you will be pleased and you will be happy. And the problem I see with a lot of people, or most people, I should say, really, is they do not let God lead their lifestyle. They say that they let God lead their life, right? But to them, that just means, I go to church on Sunday and I believe in the Bible and Jesus Christ. I've been baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. I believe He's Son of God and He's our Lord and Savior. And all those things are good, but it's not the same as, it's not exactly the same as like they love God, right? And they believe in God. But, and God does, as they say, direct their life, or they, leads their life, as they say. But But you'll notice that 99% of the time when folks say that, they might mean it in a vague term about their life, generally speaking, but they rarely ever mean their lifestyle, right? So their lifestyle is usually just how they want it to be. And then they simply declare that God directs their life, right? But when I say that God directs my life, I mean it as literal as I can be. I've tried my hardest. I've literally made a very conscious effort to only make moves if I think God wants me to make them, and not make moves when I think God is telling me to stay still. And I don't participate in things that other supposed Christians would, like fiction. I have nothing to do with any fiction whatsoever. We have a finite time of life in this mortal trial. Why would you want to waste even 5 minutes of it on Jewish fiction? So I don't watch movies or Talmud Vision shows or read books or any of that crap, as far as novels and stuff, because I don't want my mind and my finite amount of time in this mortal trial being wasted on useless information like fiction or sports stats or movie quotes or lyrics of music. I try not to memorize lyrics of music very much. It's not really that I try. I don't put forth an effort to learn the lyrics of songs. And I've been that way since I was a little kid. I wasn't even interested in lyrics when I was a little kid. I just kind of babbled my own stuff to the music so that I could sing the notation. And I think that was God sheltering me from the words of things back then, so that I could learn and appreciate one of our pearls, which is our gift of music that God gave us. God wanted me to appreciate music, but he didn't want me to be cucked by it. So I think that God instilled in me way back when I was a little kid to not give two craps about lyrics. And so I didn't. And I only cared about the musicality. I could sing the notes. I could hum the bass lines, but I could do the drums crashes, all the things. But I could even mumble stuff that resembled the lyrics. But I didn't really actually know the lyrics. And that applied to a lot of my favorite songs. Of course, you can easily identify a lot of lyrics in songs, especially in the 70s, 80s, 90s. So I, of course, did know lyrics to many songs, but I didn't go out of my way to try to learn lyrics, There was only a couple songs ever that I can remember actually opening the cassette cover and looking for the lyrics of a song and reading them. And I really only read lyrics a couple of times on those certain couple of songs to see if I was saying a correct word or not in the song. And, a friend of mine would correct me and I'd be like, oh, is that it? And then I checked on a couple of different cassettes a couple of different times, to see if one word was a word I shouldn't be using or whatever, that was the wrong word. But I didn't care about lyrics. I just cared about the musicality. And even to this day, I still don't really care about lyrics at all. I care just about the musicality because it doesn't take a lot of my mental space for the musicality part. Musicality, music in general, whatever, it comes very natural to me. Anything I learned how to pluck around on a piano, I learned by ear. I can hear a note and then find it on the piano within just moments, a few seconds. And then from that, I can just take a bass line of a song or whatever. I can basically figure out a song just by listening to it and then plucking away at it by ear. I cannot play piano, but I can fool people into thinking I can play piano because I can play around on a piano to where it sounds like I do know how to play piano, if that makes sense. But to an actual pianist, they would know for a fact that I don't know how to play piano. In an instant, they'd be able to tell. Only non-piano players actually think that I know how to play piano. But I don't lie to them. I tell them. It's funny, I'll be playing a big old grand piano in some beautiful resort, and there'll be a party all the way down at the other end of the big, gigantic, long hallway, from where I'm at. And here comes some lady with her wine glass waddling up the way, up down the hallway to me, staring me down, giving me the sexy look, and then they'll get up to the piano and sit that wine glass on the piano and lean against it and sit there and stare at me while I'm like, playing like soft chords and little things, little soft riffs and stuff. And then they'll sit there and stare at me, watch me play, and they'll be like, at some point they'll be like, "Oh, you play so beautifully," or "You play piano so beautifully," and I'll stop right then and look at them and say, "Oh, I don't play piano." The look of confusion on their face is usually pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know how to play piano, but I know music well enough to play around on piano and to learn songs by ear. So for me, music is a kind of a natural thing. I don't really have to go out of my way to like learn it like I would have to learn lyrics. And so I just don't care about wasting my mental effort on those kind of things. And I honestly, like, before I do certain things, I convene with the Lord. Excuse me. I convene with the Lord about it. I ask the Lord, you tell me whether you want me to do this or not. And I know he isn't going to speak to me. He hardly ever does. He's only spoke to me a couple times, but I ask him if it pleases him, if he would just direct me, if he would just make it play out the way he wants it to play out to satisfy him, where I, wittingly or unwittingly, perform what he expects me to do, and that the outcome ends up being what he wants. And I literally just, I do everything that way as best I can. I mean, of course I make my own decisions about some things, about what I'm going to eat for dinner, and when I want to go goof off with some friends on a day off or whatever, but major things, and even almost major things that aren't quite a big deal, but are still a big enough deal, I will converse with the Lord about it before, I make any moves. And not saying everybody's got to be that way, but it's everybody should be that way. And it's a great way to have real-time connection with our Father. He wants you to interact with him every day. And when you are satisfying him, it's not enough to interact with him every day if you're not keeping his fourth commandment, if you're not baptized in Jesus Christ's name, if you're committing abominations in some way. But it is enough if you have been baptized in Jesus Christ's name and you do honor God's Sabbath every seventh day of every week. Then all of a sudden, when you interact with him every day, he will respond back. And I don't mean by speaking to you or moving something across the room like a poltergeist. I mean, you will see that your circumstances become different. They may not be better at first. They may just be different. But they're leading you to a better place eventually. And even if it doesn't look like it at that moment. Like, you might start keeping Sabbath, pay your first tithe, and then out of nowhere, you find yourself in some terrible predicament. And you're like, man, what the heck was that stay white guy talking about? He's full of crap. I give tithe, and start keeping Sabbath, and now look what's happened. Disaster's happening to me. Where's God helping me out in all this, working with me in real time? Well, what you may not know is God's going to allow that disaster to happen for now, because without it, something that he's looking in his plan that he's expecting later on in the future will not come to be without that disaster first coming to pass. So you can't look at whatever's happening right at that moment as, and people could say, oh, well, now you've got a plausible deniability, see, because if God does do something for you and you notice it, you can be like, see, told you so. But if God doesn't do anything for you, or end up in a bad situation, you can be like, whoop, God works in mysterious ways. But no, what I'm saying is that I am saying that, but I'm saying it not as, well, sometimes God wants to make you suffer, and that's mysterious ways. I mean, God works in mysterious ways because that negative thing that's happening right then that makes you think that God isn't going to work with you in real time is something that just kind of is a stepping stone or a catalyst, something that had to be or had to happen in order for your blessings God intends for you to receive later on to eventually come to pass. Maybe you've never hit rock bottom before. Maybe God has already decided before you started keeping Sabbath and before you started your tithe that you were going to have to pay a price for something you did a long time ago, perhaps. Or it might have been one of your ancestors 5 generations before angered God so badly that he said, in 5 generations, I'm smiting one of your kids or one of your, seed. And now that happens to land on you. However it ends up being, it will work out in God's plan in the end if you maintain your Sabbath, maintain your faith, and just trust. Just trust. That's all you got to do is trust. Christ used to say believe, and what he means is trust. If you don't believe him, you're not going to trust what he's telling you is going to come to pass. You're not going to trust his prophecy. You're not going to trust that he's returning to save you. So, belief is trust. When you take a step, each step you take, you believe that the ground is going to be solid under your feet and it's not going to collapse. So you trust every step you take on the ground, expecting the ground to stay sure-footed so that you can be sure-footed. So that is what Christ means. He means for you to trust him. When he's saying believe him, he means trust me. And when you trust God and you let God direct your things, like things you're up to, big time wise though, like let's say you're thinking about making a move from one home to another, or from one state to another, or you're burning out at your job. You've been there 10 years. You don't feel like you ever got a future there, so you need to make some other kind of move to a different thing. God's blessings will be with you. And even if you start a new gig and it's not great and you have to quit that one too and find a different one, that actually happened to me during the lockdown. During the lockdown, I went and got a regular job. Well, it's not regular, but I went and got a quote job, right? And I freelance in my fields, so that's why I don't really have a regular job. But during the lockdown, I had to get a regular job. So I went to a place, being a Sabbath keeper and being, I let God direct my life style. And by the style thing also, I mean the way you dress, the way you speak. And I don't mean not using curse words like people call it. I mean, the way you speak, like, in other words, if you're an upright white person, you should be speaking like a white person. You shouldn't be talking like a wigger or like, some whatever thug from Harlem. You should be speaking like a normal, proper, upright white man. And you should dress like a normal, upright, proper white man. That's what I mean by God directing my lifestyle, and not caring about fiction. and not watching non-whites, which is idolatry, not listening to their music, because that's idolatry. Um, Not watching them act in movies, because that's idolatry. I don't watch movies at all. All of that's idolatry. So, and heathenism. So, that's what I mean by lifestyle. But getting back to that example, even with all of that, the first job I took during the lockdown was terrible. It was a terrible job. It didn't pay well. But it didn't even matter about the didn't pay well. It was a terrible job. And very, very stressful on your body for very little money and all this stuff. So I decided, forget this mess, and I left it. Did I convene with God first about it? No, I didn't. I just decided I wasn't going to keep doing it. Excuse me. I decided I was not going to keep doing that work, and I would find something else. Now, after I quit that, it took me a couple of weeks to find something else that I liked better and who was willing to hire, because it was hard to get hired during the lockdown. Everybody was clamoring for a job during the lockdown. And so I took a couple weeks, but I managed to find a place. And it was also really, really physically hard work. But I powered through it till the lockdown was over. And, the Lord guided me to that gig, even though it was very, very physically stressful, strenuous on my body. It probably aged me a handful of years just in the year and a half I worked there. Very high stress on your body, but it made the time go by fast. So my mentality stayed more calm during the lockdown. The year and a half didn't feel like a year and a half because the work was so difficult physically and so just crazy, nonstop, all day, 6 days a week. Before you know it, the lockdown was over, and I was able to go back to my industry and continue on with my life. And actually, I'm doing better now post-lockdown than I did before the lockdown. So the Lord has blessed me even higher, and I think it's because the lockdown He was using as part of a test with me to see, would I break in any way, shape, or form? Would I lose my mind, or would I break His laws in some way to do something that isn't Christian to make money? Whatever the test was, apparently I passed it. And so now the Lord has been raining down blessings on me since the lockdown ended. I would say magnitudes, without exaggeration. And I never in a million years expected that it would. Pre-lockdown, I was thankful with the situation I had in life. I was satisfied and grateful. I didn't want or desire for anything more expensive or greater or higher paying or more public of a thing to be able to add to check off my bucket list as a thing I've done in great. All right, I apologize. I lost my woman. I lost her. Don't sound like much, but try to weed eat around 7 buildings and 58 trees and 2 acres of fence inside and outside of the fence. And tell you what, that's a full-time job to keep up with just 2 acres out in the middle of the country. Plus, I had an oak tree, a massive oak tree in the middle of the yard, in the center of the yard, that would cover the entire yard in moss every day. So every single day when I got home, I had to walk the whole front yard and gather up all the moss so it wouldn't kill the front yard grass. And So, I mean, I was absolutely on cloud nine. I had my woman, I had my animals, I had the best place in the world to live. I had it all. I was living like a king. And 3 months into the lockdown, my woman defected on me. She had to go get a job herself because she also was a freelancer in the industry. And so she had to go get a regular job. She went and got a regular job. She met somebody, it was Jay. Got in her head. And next thing you know, she starts coming home and being completely opposite with me about everything. I mean, all the foods we like the same, be to the same. Gosh darn it, sorry about that. And moving out of there because I bought the place in her name because I wanted it to be her place. That way, if anything ever happened to me, or if her and I split, there didn't have to be any kind of like crazy paperwork and bureaucracy and court set hearings and da 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 about, okay, you own this much, I own that much, let's sell it, split the difference. Instead, I just wanted to be able to walk if her and I are split, and her just keep it all. And what an awesome place it is. And if she has got another guy to take care of it and live there with her, then good for her, because she definitely would need a guy to be around to deal with all that. But I don't have a will toward her. Hope she's doing okay. But you know, I found myself suddenly, I had lost everything, seemingly everything. I mean, I still had my car, well, cars, plural. But I have one daily car that I call my car that I use every day. And, you know, I still have my cars, and I have my car tools, and I have my, you know, my personal belongings. But aside from that, I walked away and let her keep everything. Everything of the homestead, all the things that I bought for the homes have and enjoyed together. I basically just took my clothes and my car and my car tools, and I was out of there. And I was very nervous at first about where I was going to find to live, because it was during the lockdown, and people weren't, you know, meeting other people in person anywhere. I couldn't get you know, I figured I wouldn't be able to get an interview anywhere. Figured that most places weren't, you know, looking to take on a tenant right now because they would be afraid that they would move in someone who has COVID or whatever. So I don't want to say I was very nervous. I was, because I wasn't very nervous. I really shouldn't have said that, because God kept this like state of calm and peace over me the whole time. I guess so I wouldn't become explosively upset about losing everything, perhaps. But God kept me solid and stable and steady. And I was able to just keep focused. And every day when I had off time at work, and when I would get off work, I would search online for a place to live. And within just several days of that, I found the best place I could have ever dreamed of having. And I have 5 acres, and I don't even have to lift a finger. So I'm very grateful for where God put me. But my point of telling you this whole story was, you know, I was keeping Sabbath. I was letting God direct my life and lifestyle. And yet disaster came. And not only did disaster come, it took everything away from me. I say everything. I guess it wasn't everything, because I didn't lose my transportation. I didn't lose all my cars. I didn't lose my clothes, and I didn't lose my car tools. But I lost the other most important things to me: my woman, my animals, my beautiful new homestead that was new to us. You know, we'd only been there a couple of years. And those were my most important things. And I did lose all of those most important things. I could replace all the cars anytime. I could get by with just one car, you know, but since I'm a car enthusiast, but didn't lose every single thing. But at that time, to me, in the moment, I felt like had lost everything. And then God gave me this new place, and all anxiety just shed away completely. Once I found the place I'm at now. And I have the best landlord you could ever dream of having. And I mean, for the first time in my life, I'm a happy renter. And I'm happy to be renting. Funny enough, I never thought I'd say that, but I'm actually happy to be renting. Because owning our own place and maintaining it myself, as a do-it-yourselfer, was a lot more work. It took a lot more time out of my week every week, and it was physically strenuous on me. Not that I couldn't maintain it, but it just, the older you get, the harder it's going to get to maintain that kind of yard. And so it just, it ended up being just a huge blessing where I ended up being. And before I found this place, I had found another place, and it was really bad. It was like ran by these rabid leftists, homosexuals, and I'm like, man, there's no way I can live here. I can't have these crazy fat lesbians bossing me around and all this all the time, because they were militant. They drove around on a golf cart, and like any little thing that someone did in that neighborhood out of place or whatever, they were like the HOA police, and like ran themselves like this little weird, like it was like a lesbian mafia neighborhood thing. It was bizarre. And so I interviewed there, and I got the heck out of Dodge. I was like, I'm never living there. And then a couple other places I checked, they just didn't really pan out. One of them was two of them. God was keeping me calm. The time where I was going to get to the point where I was going to say, Lord, I don't know what to do. I can't decide where to go or how to, make a decision. I haven't found anywhere good enough. I was going to ask him for help. And God detected. He was able to sense. Well, of course he's able to. He knows everything. But he sensed that I was at work that day, and when I found the place I'm at now, and I had about 30 minutes of downtime. It wasn't my lunch break or anything. It was just I had 30 minutes of downtime to do nothing. And something told me, get on my phone and look at Craigslist. And I had already looked at Craigslist. And I had already looked at Facebook Marketplace, which was difficult for me, by the way, because anywhere I liked, I couldn't respond to them because I didn't have a Facebook account. So I had to call friends and have them use their Facebook account and leave my phone number for places. But something told me that day while I was sitting there doing nothing, hey, pick up your phone and look on Craigslist again. I looked on Craigslist again, and it was the very first thing that popped up on the page. And it was where I wanted to be, location-wise. And so I went ahead and, got a hold of a friend, had him contact them. They got a hold of me, and I met them that evening, and we did the deal that night. And next thing you know, I was moving in the next day after work. And so, praise God, he made a way. And now what's crazy is, even though, yes, it's super sucks that I lost my woman and my beautiful place up there and my animals, I miss all of them dearly. But God had a different path for me, and he has provided me with like the most nice situation possible to advance me along to the next phase of, his plan. And so I'm very, extremely, super grateful for where I get to live, how I get to live. It's all a blessing from God. None of it is my doing. I mean, if it wasn't for what I do and what I know how to do, I would have to just work some regular job. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a specialist at a thing, and so that's what I do. But if I wasn't doing that thing, and when, lockdowns happen and stuff like that, where, everybody's not able to work anymore except like, quote, essential things, well, I really would have to just go get like a regular old, blue collar job. And I'd have to start totally green for the most part, because, whatever thing I would get into, probably haven't ever had to do it professionally. So, but instead, the Lord, after he moved me out from her, because she became a totally different person. I mean, it was like she became possessed by a demon or something. And she had never been that way ever. And so, I mean, it was just like a whole different human. I didn't even recognize her anymore. I was like, it was the most bizarre thing. Even to this day, when I think about it, it's very, it's disturbing what happened to her, actually, mentally. And so for whatever reason, God made her go off the deep end on all her own. God had a plan for me, and he had a nice place waiting for me when he separated us, and I knew to have patience and just wait him out and keep searching, and by golly, he absolutely provided. And I just want y'all to feel like, I want y'all to know, not feel like, but know for a fact that God will, the blessings will come in this lifetime, and they will come in this year or next year or this month or this week. They won't come 25 years from now or 35 years from now, when you won't even remember that it's a blessing from 35 years ago. He really does interact with you in real time, but you have to approach Sabbath and giving tithe not for the blessings or benefit, but to prove to God that you love him and that you're willing to do things his way. That's his lifestyle, And so instead of God just being, who runs your life, he needs to run your lifestyle. And if you let him do that, blessings will come your way. I'm a perfect example. I'm a shining example of that, because most of the things I enjoy are not from my own doing. They're not from my own skill. They're not from my own intellect or strength or power or might or cunningness or any of those things. My blessings come from God's mighty hand, and from me simply following his lifestyle. I hate who God hates, and I love who God loves. I dislike what God dislikes, and I like what God likes. I avoid things that God would want his people to avoid. And I partake of things that God wants his people to partake of. And probably not all those things, but many of them. The most important ones being Sabbath. Tithing is probably a very important one too to God. Even though it's not in his Ten Commandments, it's still definitely a thing that Israel is expected to do. Sorry about that. All godly men did so. And so who do we think we are? Who are we to think that all godly men we read about in our Holy Bible, they struggled and stressed following God's lifestyle as best they could in the face of any detriment or opposition or rejection or persecution or death? Think of how much courage it would take for you to have been standing there with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego when they refused to bow to the king. Knowing for a fact that if they refused, they were going to be thrown in a fiery furnace. Why would they know that? Because the king had already done that before with other dissidents. They knew darn good and well what fate was coming for them. Would you be able to stand there knowing that you're going to get thrown in a fiery furnace and burned alive if you refuse to bow to the king? Would you have been able to stand there and take your burning to death fate, your death sentence, by refusing to bow? How strong is your faith? And of course, all of us can talk a big old game when we're not the one standing there. And we don't see the fiery furnace and feel the heat coming off of it from 100 feet away. It's easy to say we all would absolutely stand with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But I'll bet you 90% of us wouldn't. None of us can say for certain we would. All of us feel like we would, but only a small percentage of us actually would go through with sentencing ourselves to death right then for disobedience. Four and a half hours y'all made me ramble instead of interacting. It's been a dead night, but I understand. It's Sunday. Everybody's got to work in the morning, probably in just several hours now. So I get it. I understand. But hopefully it'll reach some folks tomorrow that just weren't able to hop on today. So that at least I got to say hello to you all and mention those several things that happened in the news. I was hoping to get some detail from you folks about whatever y'all had heard about those things, but there just hasn't really been much action tonight. So not just in the chat, but like at all, not been a lot of visitors tonight. And those do happen. Sundays are a pretty slow night. And eventually, I hope to, be able to get a different type of stream going where I can run some music and some visuals. Right now on the phone app, it just doesn't let me do it that way. And it erases each comment like 2 seconds after you make the comment. So I can't read the comments. It's very frustrating. So I'm going to have to do it with some kind of streaming program like Streamlabs or something and use an actual device in the house and be stuck at a table to do it. But I will get around to doing that. I've been so just going left and right and running like crazy and working like crazy and I'm still not done working. I got a lot more to do today, this afternoon, and throughout this week. I got a whole nother busy week of craziness. And then Next week is crazy. Yeah, I got about 3 more weeks of craziness before I'll finally slow down to like a kind of a regular 40-hour pace. But for the next 3 weeks, it's going to continue to be pretty hectic. And so I'm probably only going to be able to do streams and stuff like that now and then. But of course, I love to try to do one at least once a week on the weekend. Preferably, I'd like to do them all on Sabbath, but it just doesn't work out every time because I'll be fellowshipping with others or visiting with my widow, my assigned widow that I take care of. And no, I don't visit her all that often on Sabbath, but a couple of times I've been over there when that caused me not to be able to stream. Other times it's just me chumming with people that I'm friends with and hanging out at their home or something else and just trying to relax, be out of my home for once. I love where I live, but I got other friends that live out here in the country too and have beautiful properties, and I want to go visit them and see see them and see their kids. And I have a lot of friends with kids. My kids are grown. A lot of my friends' kids are younger kids, so I'm able to like be the cool uncle that brings over toys and stuff, and that that gives me a lot of joy because I get to hook up our little white children. Two in particular I hook up pretty regularly. One is a good buddy of mine's son, and another one is a boy who is my I have an acquaintance. He's an old neighbor of mine, and he's an older gentleman, but his grandson is another one that I've taken particular interest in, hooking up, being cool too, trying to teach him, manly things. He basically, when I learned about his situation, I felt bad for him, and he really liked me, thought I was cool. He kind of looked up to me and stuff, and he's like 13. And sadly, I discovered that his father is not only a rabid leftist who doesn't teach him anything about how to be a man or be manly, but he also has a further unfortunate situation where he's in a wheelchair. So his son was never able to learn any manly things. His son, when I met him at 12 years old a year ago, he had never really played soccer with anyone or swung a baseball bat, which I'm terrible at swinging a baseball bat and hitting a ball with it. I can hit people with a bat, no problem, but I can't hit a baseball worth a crud. He had never thrown a football, so I bought a football. I bought a soccer ball. I bought a BB gun and started, teaching him how to shoot, teaching him how to kick a soccer ball and do little tricks. I'm not good with a soccer ball, but I taught him some little things to practice, and bought him a football, taught him how to throw a football the right way. And the other, my buddy's little blonde hair son, he's a little toddler, so I do different things for him. Like recently I got him a Power Wheels, and he loves that thing. Got him a 4-wheeler Power Wheels, and it's 4-wheel drive too, which is good because they live out in the country, and a 2-wheel drive would have got stuck a lot. But it's a 4-wheel drive electric toddler's 4-wheeler. And man, I tell you what, that thing is freaking amazing, and he loves the heck out of that thing. So I hooked him up for that for his birthday. And then whenever I come over to visit, I just bring a little $5 toy, from five and below or something. So that while I'm taking some of his dad's time away from him, he's got something to entertain himself. And plus I always like play with the toys with him and stuff. So he gets all excited about that. And he just turned 5. So, yeah, if any of you who listen to this in the future, if you're sitting on money, you got extra money, And you can't think of somewhere to tithe to, which, of course, like I've said before, you can tithe to any of our Christian identity churches or a Seventh-day Adventist church. But if you don't feel inclined to tithe to any of those particular places and you'd like to do something more in person, where you see the results of your money and see where it goes and see what the benefit of it is, hook up your friends' kids, hook up your friends' little kids with stuff. If you're childless or your children are grown, whoever of your friends have children still at home, hook them up. If they're teenagers, hook them up with a teenager, a cool thing that teenagers would like. Buy them a skateboard, or, well, maybe not do that because they might be mad at you later on from broken bone hospital bills. But, buy them something that teenagers would think is cool. If it's a toddler, buy something appropriate for toddlers that would blow the little toddler's mind. Just little things like that. Those can be your ways of tithing. Because as long as you're only giving and buying things for our people, that is you loving your neighbor like yourself. You would buy yourself a nice thing. So if you'd buy your neighbor a nice thing, right, your neighbor's son or your neighbor's daughter a nice thing, well, you're treating your neighbor, you're loving your neighbor like you love yourself. And you're casting pearls to the correct place. You're not casting pearls to swine when you're buying things for our own kind, no matter who it is, whether it's a friend or a friend's kid. And so, and by doing things like that, not only do you get a way to tithe, but your friends will most likely be grateful and will reciprocate, And so when you need a friend or a hand or whatever, those people that you look out for their kids and them, and them and stuff like that, they will tend to be the ones that will be ready to help you out. Now, it doesn't work that way every time. Some people just take and take and take. And when it comes time for you to need them, they're not around to help, or, oh, they got an excuse why they can't help you. But that's not a real and true and good friend. You know what I mean? So in my opinion, that would be casting pearls to swine. If you go out of your way to try to win over the happiness of someone who could care less, even if they are our own kind, if they're not appreciative and grateful for what you do for them and reciprocate, then after you've done the one or two things nice for them and you get nothing in return, as far as you can see, I don't want to say nothing, you get nothing in return, but and you see no results of appreciation from them, then at that point, just, move on to helping someone else's kid out or hooking someone else's kid up. But, my results have been very positive. I have other friends with kids, so I hook them up too. And some of my friends' kids are already in their young 20s, early 20s, so I hook them up a different way. I buy them things that are appropriate for, people in their young 20s, like a car radio for my buddy's son. He didn't have a radio in his car. Just little things like that you can do to show the people that you care about them. And then if they are decent people that care about you back, the more you ramp up your game, the more they'll be inclined to ramp up their game. And so it's pay it forward, but it's pay it forward and back and forth and back and forth. You know what I mean? And so that is an excellent way for you to tithe. And also you're going to get a benefit back from it. Like, I understand a lot of people are paranoid about tithing, just sending money out into the ether, and yeah, they mailed it to some church, Church of Israel, Missouri, which, by the way, if you do send anything to Church of Israel, Missouri, they will send you a Watchman packet back to you. And I just received my second one recently. So they basically put you on their newsletter, and then you get this very thick, very nice book called The Watchman, and it is excellent. It's an excellent read. It's a beautiful book, and so if you ever tithe to Church of Israel, Missouri, you will be sent one of those books, and you will probably be sent the newsletter every quarter, because it's been 3 months since I got the first one, and now I've gotten another one. So I think every quarter they put one of these out. And they are lovely books with all the information you're ever going to need to know about our people and about what our God expects of us, what he expects of us compared to the others, and so forth. It does not focus completely on Christian identity the entire time. It focuses on principles of God, morality, just so many things. And in fact, I may do a stream coming up soon where I read excerpts from The Watchman so that you folks can get an idea of what they offer in their newsletter. But, to get back to tithing itself, tithing is, or one of the ways you can tithe is to hook up your friends' children. And again, if you see that they're unappreciative, they could care less, well, then you can just quietly stop hooking them up and move on to someone else. But my experience has been that every person that I have went out of my way for and hooked up of my peoples, they have happily reciprocated, their efforts toward me and in help, in friendship. And remember, when you're hooking up your friends' kids with, gifts and things and teaching them things to help them progress in life or help them just have a fun day as a kid, not only are you helping them build memories, but good memories, but you're also establishing a relationship with them in the future. When you find yourself to be an elderly person, guess who's going to be the able-bodied 45 or 55-year-old grown person that still cares about you and wants to come around and blah, 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 and see how you are, or maybe help you out there at the house because you're too frail to do something that you need done. Do you have a guarantee those kids will remember and care about you as an adult and come back around and help out and stuff? No. But the chances are much greater if you're good to your people's children while they're young and stay friendly with them all their lives into adulthood. And then you're going to, as you watch them grow into adulthood, you're going to be growing into elderliness, where you need an adult to come around and give you a hand now and then. What better person than someone that you hooked up all through their childhood or all through their teenage, early 20s, whatever. And now they remember and they care and they're grateful and they appreciated it. And so now they can reciprocate. I wanted 20 kids. That was my original thing, is I wanted 20 acres and 20 kids. That's what I wanted. And I never got to do it that far. But, by having my friends' kids care about me too, it's almost like I've amassed more children over the years, When I pull into certain friends of mine's houses, their kid comes running like a freaking, like the most excited person ever. They come running for me, and it's nice to have that again after your children are grown and gone. I see the allure that grandparents have of enjoying grandchildren. They're getting to basically be parents all over again with little kids again. And it gives them a sense of youth. It allows them to appreciate life in a new way, vicariously through this brand new creation of God, and you get to experience the joy of seeing them experience joy, and you get to laugh because they laughed. And so it's just a great way. It's a great use of your excess money, rather than tithing to a place and just not knowing whatever becomes of your money. Definitely consider tithing through buying things for your friends' children, and I like to use those opportunities, like to sneak in there that I believe in God, and that I believe God, not just believe in him, but I believe God, I trust God. And that without teaching our kids, they won't even know about God. So since some of my friends don't teach their kids about God, what I'll do is when I, give one of them their gift or whatever that from me showing up, sometimes like my one buddy's little 5-year-old toddler asked me, he asked, why you always give me why you always giving me cool toys? And that allowed me to have an open door to mention God. So I said, well, the good Lord, our God and creator of us, or our God who created us, he hooked me up this week with, extra money. And I don't have kids anymore at home to spoil. So you get to be the benefiter. You're my buddy's son, but I got to throw that God hooked me up that week, and he hasn't asked me yet who's God, or why does God keep hooking you up, even if he assumes he knows who God is, kind of thing, because he's still a little boy, he's only 5, but he's sharp as a tack, and I know that over time of me saying, each time, I give him something, like God was good to me this week. Each time I give him a toy, I tell him, God hooked me up this week, so I'm hooking you up. And I want him to make the connection that when God hooks me up, I hook him up. And that leads him to understanding that God hooks us up. And that leads him to understanding that God is real and God exists and God works with us in real time. And so planting those seeds now in that little boy's mind, I'm hoping will grow and blossom into a happy and faithful Christian young man someday. And it's you don't really have a guarantee with kids. Kids are, because of all the influence in the world and everything else. I mean, you can be the best darn parent in the world. You can be the best example. You can be the best of everything. But sometimes the Jays, the world, through what they think are friends, gets to them and destroys many of them, ruins many of them, causes many of them to ruin their own self. So of course there's no guarantee, but if we don't plant these seeds in these youth, then we're definitely there. I don't want to say you're definitely, but then they're most likely going to live a bulk of their life down a wrong path, not following our God, not appreciating our Father, not caring about Jesus Christ's sacrifice for our sins, not caring that there is a Holy Ghost that keeps a protective force field around him at all times as one of God's covenant people. So it's better to go ahead and hook up your friends' children and your friends, if you want, if they have not found the Lord, to create this establishment of, hey, I give you things because I care about you. I don't have to give you anything, but I give you things because you're important to me. All right. And when they detect, if they're appreciative people, that if they detect that they're important to you, based on all this, whatever, either effort or gifts that you bring to children or whatever, they will be more open to when you mention God in front of their kids or to their children. They'll be more open to hearing you out when you mention God, even though they've spent their whole life being staunchly atheist or whatever. So definitely always keep that in the back of your mind when you're feeling compelled to tithe, but you just don't know how or where to send money. It's an excellent way. Hooking up your friends and your friends' children especially is an absolutely magnificent way to please our Lord. And you're knocking out multiple birds with one stone. You're pleasing our Lord, which is the only thing that matters. But then you're also bringing joy to your friend because you're bringing joy to his child. And, watching people watch their child enjoy themselves because of something you have brought or done for them is a very rewarding, it's a very rewarding thing, phenomenon or situation. And it's going to help you build character as well. Okay, when you're giving things to someone else's children, giving things to other people with your money, it teaches you to give. Okay, we're always so upset about our people who are into giving. A lot of the Christian people are very much into giving because it makes them feel good to do so. And we're always bent about it because they don't give to our people. They give to everybody else instead of our kind. And so that's very frustrating for us, and it feels counterproductive to us because it is. But when you give to your own kind, who are appreciative, that matters. It not only will bring you joy, but it builds character for you. It literally shows you that, look, you don't miss that money at all. When you're watching your friend's child run around, enjoying himself, building good memories that he'll have into adulthood, and hopefully may remember a flash memory of, still when he's in his elder years. Those are, not only is that righteousness, right? That is loving your neighbor as yourself. But that character it builds, it's building in you that you don't need things and you don't need to be rich. What you need is for people around you to experience joy because of your existence. That will bring you way more wholesomeness. That'll bring you more completeness, wholeness within yourself. I got just as much of a kick out of watching my buddy's little boy run around on that four-wheeler I bought him as I've ever gotten out of getting my own self something that I really wanted badly, and waited months or years or whatever, hyper patient, super patient till my day finally came. And that's pretty rare. I can't even name anything that's like that. But just hypothetically though, and I would get the same joy or more out of watching that boy run around on that thing I got him, and it's it gives you that same feeling as though you're hooking up your own children all over again, you know. Um, and you know, the children are always, not always, but the ones that are appreciative, if you're only hooking up appreciative people are always, the appreciative children are always so, you know, grateful and happy about it. And so you really get your bang for your buck out of hooking up appreciative friends of yours, close, appreciative people. Um, so I hope that that's, you know, another idea for you folks that could help you in your, you know, mission to pleasing the Lord. Um, you know, in this mortal trial, our only goal is to please our Lord. You know, a lot of people think it's reproduction because God said, fill up the earth, you know, have sex like jackrabbits and fill up this whole earth. Um, People take that as up, you know, that's peak right there. That's what, you know, but giving to others, I tell you, and I'm not into giving to strangers. I think that's because then you're just throwing it in the ether and hoping that the person appreciates or whatever. Of course, they may say they are right then, but they may not really care later on when they get down the road. Um, but giving to people who you care about, it will bring you an enormous amount of joy and completion and satisfaction that it's so weird. It's like a different kind of high on life, you know. It's very similar to when you bought your own kids stuff and watched them run around with joy. But since it's these other people's kids that you care about, it's not exactly the same magnitude, but it is very, very close. It's practically the same. And I just get a big kick out of it. You know, I could watch him run around on that thing all day. It's freaking just to just remembering how much fun I had at that age and how appreciative I was of my uncles. You know, I had a lot of uncles and they all hooked me up with everything you can imagine. I had a glorious childhood. I lived in an all white America and I had a huge family of uncles and aunts that showered me with gifts and uh, my parents were, you know, decent, normal people. Um, I mean, I almost couldn't have had a better childhood, and I want that for our children today. You know, I see that little 5-year-old boy being blonde hair, blue eyed, and I worry for his future. You know what I mean? Knowing what the Jays have planned, knowing what, you know, they are up to against our people and our children, knowing that he's the prime target, just like me, just like his dad, just like Jesus Christ. It gives me a sense of sympathy I have for him. Um, I'm I'm hopeful for him that he will be protected at all times with our Holy Ghost. And um, I figure, you know, if he sees other blonde hair, blue eyed white guys looking out for him, that he will also look out for, you know, white guys that look similar to him in the future. And his dad is aware of Christian identity, and his dad is aware that I am, you know, slowly teaching God to his boy. He's okay with it. And he's an ex-Mormon, funny enough. His mother and father still are Mormons, but he is a non-practicing Mormon. But he originally was in the priesthood and the whole thing. And when he turned 18, he was going to go on a mission, but he ended up backing out of that because he got a girlfriend. And then his girlfriend didn't attend church or anything, So over time, he stopped going on Sundays to spend it with her on the weekend, since they both worked during the week. And so one female single-handedly pulled him away, a female he's not even with anymore, by the way, single-handedly pulled him away from, Mormon church and attending on Sundays. But he knows that God is true and real, and he now knows because of me that we are, the Adamites. He knows all the things. I've explained the things to him, and he still lets me teach his kid. He isn't putting up any kind of he hasn't ever uttered one negative word about it, So, those are ways to teach your kids, your friends' kids, I mean, because, my buddy was not teaching his boy about God. Here he is with this vast knowledge of the Holy Bible, this huge understanding of scriptures, and yet he doesn't teach his boy a single thing about God whatsoever. As far as the boy's concerned, he wouldn't even know what God means or what it is. And so I recognized that in his boy early on when I first met them. And I decided that I would make him one of my projects to win back all the way. I'm not going to try to get him to start attending the Mormon church again, but I do want him to reestablish his strength and his faith. And I want to uncuck his little boy simultaneously while I'm in the middle of all that. So, those are definitely great ways to tithe. And I probably do more so that way than any other way. But I do tithe formally also. So just however you've got to shop around. You're not going to be able to just walk into the First Seventh-day Adventist church and boom, you pick the perfect right one first try. I mean, it might happen for you. I hope it does, honestly. But you may have to go to 4 or 5 or 6 before you finally find one that's an all-white church, just by its circumstances, And when you do find one that's all-white Seventh-day Adventist church, that's your church right there. Get it, get in there, start participating, and, when pushback comes, instead of opposing it with potent rigor, instead gently teach them, not like how we do on this channel. On this channel we teach with potent rigor, but I'm saying in person with your church members of whatever church you end up being at, be gentle in your teaching with them, because this is something they've never heard before, probably. And you're going to be teaching them things that are almost utterly alien to them. So, but it's all right there in your scriptures. And as long as you let the scriptures do you let your fingers do the walking, but you let the scriptures do the talking, and over time, staying persistent, staying godly enough, in your behavior, your reactions to their excuse me, their how you react to their reactions, how you respond to their, reactions, and how you answer their questions. If you do so humbly and gently, um, remember, you're trying to teach them like children. God said that we are children. When we are still cucked, even as a grown adult, you could be 75 years old and be cucked out of your mind. There are plenty of them that exist. So just stay persistent. When you find a church that is all white, Sabbath keeping, it'll be an SDA. It's the only ones. Just get in there and stay quiet, stay at the back. They're going to want to know who you are anyway. They're going to welcome you. They're all going to come up and talk to you, and you don't have to tell them that day, here's what I'm here for. This is part of the manipulation thing I was talking about on another stream a couple times back. We want to slowly manipulate the SDA church into accepting our identity. And, the manipulation comes in not disclosing up front. What I mean by manipulation is, you're not kicking in the door and saying, hello, my name is so-and-so. I'm a Christian identity person. I'm here to uncuck y'all about our identity because you already keep Sabbath. And then all you need to know from there is our identity and you're set. That would be full disclosure right out of the gate. And so I've probably using the wrong word, manipulate is probably a misnomer for what I'm getting at, but you have to just operate in kind of like the Jays do, subtly. All right. Subtly introduce them to one proof at a time without really coming out with exactly what your proof is showing. And I know you creative folks who listen in will be able to come up with things like that. You could just point out one thing like John 8:33 and be like, hey, isn't it funny how the Jews told Jesus that their fathers had never been in bondage? But meanwhile, all Israelite tribes' fathers were in bondage in Egypt. So here they are telling Christ their fathers were never in bondage. Doesn't that sound like they know they're not Israelites? And just little things like that. Or you could bust out with, hey, do you know in their Jewish almanac, very first line of the whole book, they talk about how they're not actual Israelites? Isn't that interesting? And just little things like that. It is manipulation still to some degree because you're not fully disclosing what you're getting at. You're just throwing these little bones, these little hints out. And you're not just coming out and saying, hey, look, here's the deal. So that's why I said we should, use manipulation like the Jays, because we're not really disclosing what our end goal is, to uncuck them and save them into our identity. So, maybe manipulation is the wrong word to use, but just subtle. You want to subtly win the church over, one person in the congregation at a time, until the congregation just flat out agrees. And next thing you know, you have just now commandeered an entire branch of the world's one and only and largest Sabbath keeping organization. And then think if 300 of us do so. That's 300 branches of SDA. Think about the Mormons. They had a split. There are LDS, which is proper Mormons, and then there are FLDS, which means I forget what the F was for. It's not federated, even though that's what everybody always thinks. It's something else. But it basically just means a different version of FLDS. And what they call it, basically it's a newer organization, but they declare that they're the original Mormons. So It might mean former LDS. I don't really remember what the F means, but their position is that polygamy is still allowable. Um, Even though they're not on the Trail of Tears anymore, with men dying like hotcakes and leaving their women and children behind for some other man to have to take upon the load to keep them moving. That's why polygamy existed during the early years of Mormonism. It wasn't because men just wanted to have all kinds of women and blah, blah, blah. It wasn't that at all. It was that men were dying on the trail trying to make it across the country. They would get sick, or they'd, cause themselves an injury that got infected and they die from sepsis or whatever. And they would leave behind a woman with a carriage or two and children and animals and stuff. And that woman isn't going to be able to wrangle the horses and do all the things the man did to keep the family moving along on the trail with the rest of the crowd. And because of the feathers, they all had to stay together. That's what circling the wagons was all about, because the feathers would come around and they'd circle the wagons, run around them in circles with the horses and, threaten an attack or attack them. And so you couldn't leave a woman and her children behind. I mean, our men just weren't going to do that. No men in their right mind would ever do any such thing. So some man who already had a family and a couple of carriages and animals and kids to deal with had to take on this deceased man's wife and children and things and he had to work double time. So, and then if he had to take on another dead man's wife, now he's got to work triple time. He's got to feed all the horses for all three families, and he's got to feed all those kids for all three families, and all three women got to be fed and bathed and taken care of, and so that's why polygamy was still, or why polygamy became a thing in the early years of the church. Well, when the Latter-day Saints shed that, a few years or decades went by, and this other group said, hey, you know what? No, we want to go back to our original roots, the original Mormon church and the way it was and stuff. And the only thing different about the original Mormon church and the Mormon church now is the polygamy. That's it. Because they hadn't made it, across the country yet. They hadn't settled. And since they hadn't settled, polygamy had to be a thing just so they could get all the women and children to the destination where they were going to finally stop. But once they did settle, that's when they stopped the polygamy over a few decades or whatever, a couple generations. They stopped doing it. And then this other group said, heck with that. We want to keep doing that. We like the idea of having multiple wives and multiple women, or multiple kids from multiple women. And we say if we can afford it or we can make means and do it, we want to do it. And so that is what the FLDS is. But we could have the same kind of thing, only it would be the Seventh-day Adventist regular and then Seventh-day Adventist Christian identity. And I swear that will work. That's got to be the best way to do it. It really does. So hopefully you folks will see it that way eventually. I realize right now everybody's rejecting the idea. Everybody's like, screw that, no way, I realize that I'm going to be rejected for a while over this idea, but just do the numbers. And even if you didn't do the numbers, it's the only church in the entire world, the only mega church in the entire world that keeps Sabbath. No other mega church in the world keeps Sabbath. None. Zero. The only Christian identity church that keeps Sabbath is Church of Israel, Missouri. So we're extremely limited on, options. So the only option we have is the only Sabbath keeping church. We have to pull them out of multicultism, which will be easiest to do at all white congregation churches, and they do exist still. You just have to find them. And then we're on, then it's at some point when enough of us infiltrate the church, a lot of things will start happening kind of in cruise control, because a lot of people of the church are going to be fascinated with the revelation that we have been Israel all along. And, they may not like some of the things, like that the Jews are the villains, or that non-whites are weapons used against us by God. I'm sure they'll have some things that, they don't like, but they'll be so excited to learn that we are the Adamites, that we are Israel. So many of them will be so excited about that we will win a lot of churchgoers over. And then they will come to our new reformed version of SDA, not the traditional one. So that is my hope, is that I can convince enough of you folks to do that. I'm going to do it as well. I've been telling myself, that I'm seriously contemplating it, but I'm actually way past that. I've already decided that I'm definitely going to do so. I just, God has not called on me to start yet. I'm still waiting on the moment when God decides to tell me, all right, today's the day, go do it. So, I don't know when that's coming, but I know it's coming soon. Pardon me, I had a little whisker here. It was bugging the heck out of me. I can't say when I'm gonna go make my move, but as soon as the Lord directs it, I'm gonna start making my way to my first SDA church. I have never stepped foot in any SDA church ever, and I can tell you now, the first time I do is going to be very overwhelming for me. I'm going to be so excited to finally be surrounded by a room full of people who keep God's Sabbath, who live the way we live, and had to overcome the awkwardness of society keeping Sunday. And how, in the awkwardness of having to transition or change, I should say, your life to following Sabbath and revolving around Sabbath rather than having no day to revolve around at all. Because after all, Sunday worshiping church keepers do not really revolve their week around Sunday. I'm sure some of them feel like they do. Because after all, every Sunday they look forward to Sunday coming and getting dressed up and going to church. So I'm sure that a lot of them, if you were to ask them, they would say that, my week does revolve around Sunday. But really, it doesn't. Sunday keepers, as soon as church is up on Sunday, Kelly goes and plays makeup with her friends, and Joey's going to go ride dirt bikes with his buddies, and you're going to put on the game and watch Afro Ball, do some idolatry. That's what Sunday church keepers do on Sunday. So, not the biggest fan of Sunday worship churches because of that whole scenario. And over time, as we take over the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Sunday worshiping church people will start getting wind of this newfound SDA church, because church gossip kind of spreads around among churches, It won't necessarily through congregations, But the pastors of the Baptist and Assembly of God and Pentecostal and Lutheran and Presbyterian churches, they will definitely take note when Seventh-day Adventist Church forms another version or splits. After all, the Seventh-day Adventist churches, basically, I don't want to call them an enemy of the Sunday worshiping churches, but it stands as an outsider. You know, it's not part of the modus operandi of America as established now. But, if we do this the right way with God's blessing, we will actually woo over many of those Sunday keeping, conservative type Christians over to our side. And, and it isn't going to happen without God's blessing, obviously. But to think that God's not going to bless us on such a wonderful endeavor is foolishness. Of course, God wants to hook us up. He wants to give us blessings. He's upset that he's not able to do so right now because of our own idiocy. And so he's looking forward to the day where he finally gets to remove the curse, and in the vacuum of that, he fills it with his blessings. He's looking forward to that day. He's tapping his foot, waiting on us to finally uncuck ourselves enough where he can come back and restore all of his blessings onto our people and our countries. But I guarantee you it'll never, ever happen. Never. Won't ever occur. Period. Dot. Not going to happen. Unless the bulk of our people start keeping Sabbath again. And the Seventh-day Adventist Church, I'm telling you, it's turnkey. It's like, imagine if you wanted to, participate in the Cannonball Run, and they had like 7 vehicles for you to choose from. You got a Lamborghini with police lights on it. You got, a Volkswagen Beetle. You have a Hyundai Excel. You have a totally destroyed, crashed up Nissan Sentra. Your chances of winning the Cannonball really lie best in the Lamborghini. The other things, they don't even look like they can make it. And that's kind of the thing with Sunday churches, is they're all just raggedy, beat up vehicles that are probably not going to get you to the destination, which is heaven. Meanwhile, the Seventh-day Adventist Church is this sleek, high-speed, direct connection, nonstop, straight there. No delay. Boom, straight to God through the 4th commandment. And so you folks know who listen in this far, especially. In Revelation, Christ, through John the Revelator, is talking about a breach. And that the ones who will be saved in the latter days will build up the old waste places. That means the original church, Christian identity. And that they will be the repairers of the breach. And when you wonder, after reading that exact sentence, well, what breach? The Bible answers it the very next sentence. It says, Christ said, if you take your foot off of my Sabbath, not wanting to do your things on my holy day, That's the thing. The breach is Sabbath. A breach. What is a breach? A breach is a problem. A breach is pending doom, imminent disaster. A breach is a violation, like a violation of God's law, like a violation of God's fourth law. A breach is a break. If there was a breach in a bridge, that means you probably can't cross it, depending on how big the breach is. So Christ said there's a breach in our people, in our faith, in our religion. And that the ones who will be saved in the latter days will build up that original, traditional, firstborn way of righteousness. The old waste places. Why do you call them waste places if they're so good and so desirable for us to return back to? Well, because of all of the generations of defiling it. You know, of all the generations of misuse of it. All the generations of misunderstanding it. And so this breach, these people who will be restoring the old waste places, meaning our statues are toppled, our cities are burned, our faith is perverted into a third world multi-culti hellhole. We're going to, or the people in the last days are going to disregard that new way, that new lifestyle that God is not leading. And they're going to build up the old waste places. The Ten Commandments. Fascism over our countries, where our God's laws are the laws of our government. That's fascism. That's why the leftist, Antifa and Jays and all them want you to hate fascism. They want you to think fascism is an evil boogeyman, like the naughty Nazis or whatever. They want you to dislike it so that you won't ever become one. But every person who has a faith is fascist. Every person who is a Christian wishes for Christian laws to be the laws of our government, of our country again. That's fascism. Every non-white desires for his kind to be dominant in the world and for his religion, be it Hindu or Buddhism or Islam or Judaism or whatever else, Maoism. They desire the laws of their land to match perfectly with the laws of their religion. And so all non-whites are fascist. The only people who aren't fascist anymore, because we've been cucked into not being fascist, are white people, white Christians, the ones who should be the most fascist. We're supposed to be setting an example to all the non-whites of the world how to run a country. And instead, we let the non-whites run it. And that's why we have now what Christ called in Revelation the beast system, ran by the beasts, and they only cater to beasts. So in other words, they will use our laws, our own white people created laws, to prosecute, accuse and prosecute, even without evidence, and sentence white people to enormous amounts of prison time or even death eventually at the very end of the days, for any little anything that they can conjure up to accuse us of. But when it comes to them and their own kind, they will look after their own. So non-whites, as they always do, always look after their own. And they always blame and ridicule and try to shame whitey into whatever, submitting to their demands or whatever the case may be at the moment. So this means, though, that they are the ones who do that. And see how to word this the best way. Non-whites are not stupid. They understand that white people are the only ones who've been duped out of our own fascism. With being duped out of being fascist, we were duped into being against racism, all right? But racism is an anti-white concept. It's a Jayish made-up anti-white concept, and they created the word racist to shame white people in the 1950s, so that in hopes of shaming us all the way into accepting invaders into our country a decade later, which worked excellently. They didn't win us over. Our boomer grandparents that conservatives are always blaming for allowing all this to happen to our country, they stood locked arms to arms, while our own National Guard people held rifles to their foreheads, point blank range, and they forced the blacks into our schools, while our boomer parents, who the conservatives blame for allowing all this multi-culti hellhole crap, were literally fighting in the street with guns to their head. So all these conservative idiots that blame boomers flip it right back in their face and say, actually, you're the problem, not the boomers. The boomers were brave enough to tell the government, no, you're not bringing blacks to our school for no freaking reason other than to attack our children and ruin our quality of life. No, you're not doing so. We're going to lock arms. You can point your rifles at our heads and you can blow our heads off. We don't care. We're going to fight. And they did. Did they lose? Yes. But that's because we lose everything now. What does America ever win with Jews in control? Nothing. We didn't win Vietnam, didn't win Korea, didn't win Iraq, didn't win Iran. Didn't win World War II, that's for sure. I mean, at some point, our people have to come to realization that, dang, anytime we're not in charge of our own destiny, anytime we cuck it over to the banksters, as they like to call them, or non-whites, our government turns into crap. Our country turns to crap. Like, old Flumpstein's popular for saying among the conservatives, they love to quote him saying, everything woke turns to crap. Well, it's true. But woke just means non-white. Everything ran by non-whites turns to crap. Period. That's what it is. That's what woke is. Woke just means anti-white non-whites. That's all woke is. Woke just means any non-white, So, and of course, there are plenty of anti-white white lefties too, but they're a lot smaller numbers than you would imagine. I mean, there are actually, no, let me not say that. There are a lot of them, even more than you would probably imagine, perhaps. But especially in the older crowd and stuff. not boomers, because boomers are all dead now, but the babies of the baby boomers. You know, those are like early Gen X, the ones who were, you know, 10 years old to 20 years old during Woodstock and stuff like that. Um, People mistakenly call them the baby boomers, but they are not. They are the babies of the baby boomers. The baby boomers were from the World War II. So when all of our soldiers came back from World War II, they were having babies like hotcakes because we felt like we won the war. And so that was the baby boomer generation. But everybody messes that up and includes the Vietnam veteran era. Those are not baby boomers. Those are the babies of the baby boomers. And then the grandkids of the baby boomers are Generation X. That's where I fall in. And then you have the others, the younger ones, you know, that have come since then. But you know, blaming the boomers is stupid. And it just shows that those cucks don't know anything about our history. You know, our boomers, you know, the baby boomers, they would have zoo displays of those freaking creatures. You know what I mean? Like, oh, here they are. They set up a little natural Zimbabwe habitat here at the zoo, and here they are doing their Zimbabwe things in the Zimbabwe exhibit, you know? We used to have them at our world fairs. So, if y'all could just help out, you know, uncucking the ones on like the Cuckservative channels, the Salty Cucker and Cuckus Reform and the Dreidel Wire. And thankfully, Dreidel Wire's really buried themselves hard, man, doing the whole pro-Israel stance, which of course they're going to because they're a Yiddish freaking organization. But what I mean is they just, you know, they've really like busted themselves among the Cuckservatives. What's funny though is there's still so many Cuckservatives that are like, I stand with Israel. It's like, dude, you idiots, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it was, whenever Pizzagate, we were all making Pizzagate videos back in the day. Like those idiots went through every little Pizzagate thing, you know, accusing the left and Epstein and Podesta and whoever the guy was that owned Comet Pizza and all these things. And I blamed all them too. But the point is, later on, they discover that it's all 100% Jewish controlled and ran, and it's a Jewish thing. It's not even anybody else's. It's just the Jews' thing. What do? They still stand with Israel. What? What kind of stupid idiot who calls himself a Christian would A, ever side with Jesus killers, and B, they were supposedly against Pizzagate, and they knew all the code words, you know, handkerchief and walnut sauce, and man, they knew all the little code words. They knew all about it. And they knew it was 100% Jewish. And they still didn't care. 3, 4 years later, like, whatever, we side with Israel. What? What? So several years goes by and you're just like, oh, bygones be bygones, you know, whatever. And then the Cuckservatives, you show them that a company called IsraAid, named after the Yid's own country over there, are who flood our countries with millions of invaders. What do they say? Don't care, I stand with Israel. Now keep in mind the whole reason that Cuckservatives, quote, stand with Israel is because they're still duped into thinking the Jays are Israel, and they still haven't really comprehended their Bible. They haven't really read their Bible and fully comprehended it because, again, if they read Harry Potter, they know who the villains are, they know who the good guys are. They read Lord of the Rings, they read, you know, whatever, any other of these other famous movies that's come through the years that everybody had to read the book and watch the movie, you know. They knew who the villains were vividly, distinctly. And they knew who the good guys were, distinctly. They read a Bible. They read their Bible and they see that the Jews are who demanded Jesus be killed. Crucify him, crucify him. Well, that's literally them inciting murder, of your Lord and Savior. They read in their Bible that Jesus called them all kinds of names, criticized them, rebuked them over and over and over and over again, constantly, repeatedly, over and over again. They still stand with them. They see that Jeffrey Epstein, a Jewish name, had this island, has all the politicians blackmailed. Still stand with them. They even see that on Pedo Island of Jeffries, it has a Jewish building done up in the Jewish colors and everything. It literally is a little miniature Dome of the Rock. Still stand with Israel. They see that Jews put Jews first and Jews only. They see the footage of them spitting on Christians in Israel. Still stand with Israel. They see Jews are in control of our whole government and all of our media, while they call the media the enemy of the people. They see plain as day that Jays own every media organization. Still stand with them. They see that Jews create and control and organize and fund every single homosexual and pedophile, rally, if you want to call it that, or parade, I think they like to call them, marches, they like to call them. Really, they're just, open displays of sexual promiscuity. But they, they still do all of that, under the guise of it being a march or a parade. And literally the Jews are the first ones in the parade with the big flag. Israel stands with homosexuals, Still stand with them. They see Trump holds up the gay flag in 2016, signaling all the gays to go ahead and do whatever you were planning on doing in our schools, because I just held the gay flag. I'm not going to fight you about it. That's the conservative, we don't care what you do, as long as you do it in the privacy of your home. Well, I do care. And every real Christian that lives in this country does care. We don't want them being sodomites on our soil, on our country's land, because it curses our country. I don't want any sodomite in this country. Every single faggot's getting loaded on the barges with the non-whites. That's it. And I don't understand how it's so difficult for people to, these conservatives to wrap their minds around. They see Israel is in charge of all these things, leads the way in LGBTQ plus pity pie, pedophile, whatever things. They see now that Jews have created a law that only their race can't be criticized or you can get in trouble. They still stand with them. They see that Jews create every anti-Christian, every wicked and vile movie and rhetoric. Still stand with them. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's like, how could you, these millions of our white people are not stupid. They're not stupid people. I mean, half of these people are engineers and doctors and scientists and, and not just those things, those are, as a matter of fact, doctors are some of the dumbest people I've ever met. And that's really true. I used to interact with doctors a lot. I still do. But I used to interact with them even more than I do now. And no, I do not sell pharmaceuticals or have anything to do with pharmakia. Um, but I used to interact with doctors a lot of all different types of fields. Doctors of, all kinds of things, not just medicine. You can you can have a doctorate in a lot of things. And I mean, I've interacted with doctors of math. I've literally interacted with doctors of like all kinds of different various things, not just medical. And honestly, most of them are their knowledge is very acute. So they've spent so much of their life dedicated to their field that they're in that they're almost oblivious to everything else in the world. For example, a doctor of any particular thing, right, probably won't know the first thing about changing an alternator on his car. Meanwhile, any commoner who's poor, never went to college, has nowhere near the specialist, knowledge that this doctor has in his field. They could take that whole engine out, change the alternator, swap the transmission, do all kinds of stuff that the doctor he would pop the hood of the car and it just looks like alien technology. Like he wouldn't even know he wouldn't know what to touch or what to do. That's not saying every doctor don't know, how to work on a car or something like that. But I'm just saying like their knowledge is not vast just because they're a doctor. In fact, most of the time a doctor's knowledge is very narrow because they have to learn so many things about their exact field that they don't have enough brain storage and mental power to absorb all the other many billions of things of everyday life. And so you just, you see it in them when you interact with them outside of their element, when they're not in their doctor office doing their exact, or whenever they're not in their office doing their exact field of, understanding and study. When they're just out and about around others as a normal person, they don't know a lot of the common things that a typical commoner would know. So I don't look up to doctors as like these ultra geniuses or anything. In fact, I think a little less of them if they're a doctor because I figure that they don't have much common sense or that they don't have that vast world knowledge of just everyday things like a typical person does. A good, well-rounded person is a person with a master's. A master's is like, yeah, they did steer themselves away from a lot of things they needed to learn to get this higher level of study, but they didn't have to like be so madly focused in order to get it that they never learned any of the other ways of the world around them. But nowadays, college degrees are just a joke. And any non-white you see with a college degree, you can just disregard that because non-whites are simply given degrees. And I used to point out in my old channels years and years ago, several channels back, I would point out that, a degree is a Masonic degree. When you graduate from college, you've earned your first Masonic degree, but you don't know that it's a Masonic degree. You just think it's your degree, a degree in so and so, but it's a degree. And so it's your first Masonic degree without you realizing it. And a lot of people don't know about the square cap, but some people do. But it basically represents the mortar board, and basically they're sculpting your mind, and that's why you wear the mortar board on your head, on your mind. There are a lot of things that it goes deeper, but the bottom line is, it's a Masonic degree, and universities are all Masonic. That is why they have fraternities, and that's why those fraternities use Greek alphabet and Uh, there's a lot more I could explain about that, but to give you one more thing about it before I move on, there are two kinds of hats when you graduate from a college. One is called the square cap or whatever they want to call it, but the real name for it would be the mortarboard hat. The other is a professor's hat, and a professor's hat looks more like a king's jester hat. It's multiple ribbons all sewn together, or multiple ribbon strips, shapes of strips sewn together into like this big kind of bulbous hat. And I don't want to say it's bulbous. It almost looks like them old school ice packs where it had a big round cap that you unscrewed, and then you'd fill it with ice, and then you'd screw the big old white cap back on it, and then you could stick it on your head, and it looked like a big puffed up shower curtain sitting on your head, or a shower cap sitting on your head, but it was full of ice. That's what it looks like. It looks kind of like that, and shape wise. And the professor hat is used for two different reasons. The professor hat means you're not one of the minions wearing the square mortarboard hat down in the crowd. Instead, there are two different reasons a person will be seen, well, not a person, but there's two different reasons an upright biped might be seen graduating, being allowed to wear a professor's hat rather than the minion, dumbass, square mortarboard hat. And those two reasons are, one, they are already in the big satanic club. And so, whether it's because they're a famous singer, or because they're a famous, ball chaser, or because they're a famous something or other, they are given honorary degrees sometimes, right? And so when you receive an honorary degree, meaning a DEI, a didn't earn it one, they are given the professor cap. Now, if you're a non-white and you're just given a degree for free, like the true DEI degree, they also get to wear that, because it's an insult to white people to give these complete dumbass non-whites who didn't earn or didn't graduate truly and properly at all, for them to not have to wear the dumbass square mortarboard hat. You can basically consider the mortarboard hat a dunce cap. To the Masonic world, anyone wearing a mortarboard hat is a dunce. They have been sculpted into believing the Jewish fiction lies of the world, meaning they can recite the Big Bang and billions of years and ice ages, and I don't want to say they can recite them, but in other words, it means they believe in those things. They believe in the Big Bang. They believe in trillions of years. They believe in evolution. They believe in galaxies and outer space and all this crazy, vast, endless void of the universe, and Earth's just a little tiny blue marble, nothing. Dinosaurs, and I know there's another one. Well, I forget what the other one is. But all that Jewish fiction, right? When you come out of a college, you're expected to be able to recall any of those teachings about any of those fictional stories, or those lies, if you will, those Jewish lies. And so that is why you're meant to wear the mortarboard hat. And it's because it's basically just a dunce cap. It's an inside joke, all right? It's an inside joke that goes over all of their heads wearing that square mortarboard cap. But it's an inside joke for the Freemasonic world. And so the professor cap would be for only non-whites to insult white people who are just given a free degree, honorary, whatever. And then there are ones who actually are such an expert of a field, like they're a doctor of physics or whatever, and they've been so groundbreaking with their research and they've done so much for the industry or whatever. But then let's say that they never actually went to college for it, right? They became a self-trained expert and now they're like one of the industry leaders of it, whatever. And some university, Columbia or whoever, will say, hey, we would like to honor you with an honorary doctorate because you know so much about your industry and you're so influential and you've made such an impact that you deserve to be called a doctor of this field you're in. You shouldn't be just thought of as a typical layman. You should be called a doctor of this field because you know more than half the quote doctors we graduate out of here. So we're going to give you an honorary doctorate in this field that you're a genius at. That's the other time that you're not given a mortarboard dunce cap. Instead, you were given the professor's cap to wear. And so typically the only people who are supposed to be wearing the professor cap during graduation are the most elite geniuses of their field. And it's not multiple people that are given an honorary. So therefore, it's only one person that's given an honorary degree. And that one person is the only one wearing the professor cap. There won't be 5 or 6 lined up all wearing a professor cap. There might be nowadays because of all the blacks that they're churning out of colleges with fake degrees. But so they may line all of them up wearing professor caps. But typically in a real setting, in a real true graduation, there would only be like probably one person in the whole graduation that is wearing the professor cap. And it would be because he's not a part of that class of whatever. It would be because he's being awarded an honored, or he's being awarded an honorary degree because of his expertise in that field that he studies. But nowadays, when you see the didn't earn it crowd just be handed over degrees, they actually are letting them wear professor caps, and they're doing that just to insult Whitey. That's it. All the Whiteys are having to wear the dumbass mortarboard cap, but not this black chick. She gets to wear the professor cap. So see how that works? And so I don't know if any of y'all have noticed that, but be on the lookout for that. When you see non-whites graduating, and I've seen it before, not graduating, when you see non-whites being handed an honorary doctorate, you'll notice that they're always given the professor cap to wear, not the doofus freaking mortarboard cap. And that's why you get a mortarboard cap. You ever wonder why it's the same cap for high school and college? After all, college is like a whole different thing. I mean, surely wouldn't they want to have their own type of hat or something? But it's because when you leave high school, when you graduate high school, and even all through grade school, you wear the same square mortarboard hat. You graduate kindergarten, you graduate first grade, you graduate second grade, you graduate fifth grade, you graduate middle school, you graduate, if you have junior high, then you graduate high school. It's a mortarboard hat all along the way, sculpting your brain to believing Jewish lies. And then once you complete college, what do you get? The same mortarboard hat. You're still learning the same Jewish lies, just more of them, So that is what the mortarboard is all about. That is what the professor hat is all about. The professor hat basically means if they're wearing a professor hat, it means I'm above all of you in enlightenment and knowledge and in prestige. I'm above all of you dumbass whiteys out here in the crowd wearing your mortarboard hat. And so that's what that's all about in the colleges. When you see these honorary doctorates given to non-whites, you'll notice they're wearing the professor hat. And they should not be, because a professor hat is only for the highest level experts of a particular field for experts who did not attend college for the field they are in, but that they are so expert and so influential or impactful in their industry with their understanding of it that they deserve an honorary degree. And so that is why those exist, because they didn't want to give an expert, they didn't want to make an expert wear a dunce cap. They want an expert to wear a professor's cap. Why? Because he's such a genius, or he's so knowledgeable, or he's so um, important to a certain industry or a certain field of study that he could profess it. He could be a professor. He could teach it right there at that school. And that's basically what they're doing by giving him his honorary doctorate while being given a professor cap to wear to accept it. The school's basically telling him, hey, you got a job here teaching that if you ever want it. You know, just come here and sign paper and bam, we'll have you freaking teaching that here at our school. So it's an outward expression of that by allowing them to wear the professor cap when they are an expert of a field. But for the non-whites, it's just, just to insult Whitey. So, you spent $280,000 on your daughter's freaking college, and so she could get her associates in freaking banking or whatever she's trying to study. And all the while, at the end of it all, you spend all this money. She didn't learn very much. She's probably just a leftist kook now who's cut all her hair off and cut her boobs off and dyed what hair is left on her green and wearing, retarded makeup and pierced herself all over her face and covered herself in tattoos. And then she comes home and she looks like that. And you're like, crap, my daughter got ruined by college. But then to add insult to injury, now she's got to put on the dunce cap while this black who doesn't even know how to spell fourth grade words is standing up on the stage getting the honorary doctorate and wearing the professor cap and doesn't know anything, doesn't even know 8 times 8 equals 64, Wouldn't even be able to tell you that if you asked. So it's, and another thing you have to consider is they're flooding hospitals now with fake black doctors. So, if you ever find yourself injured and you got to go to a hospital, if a black walks in the room to see you, just make up any reason you want. Be like, oh, I got diarrhea, I got to run. And just walk out the door, walk right out of the hospital, get in somebody's car and tell them, take me to a different hospital. In the future, you may have to go to a bunch of hospitals before you find a white doctor, but just don't accept black doctors and nurses as your caretakers. I'm telling you that right now. There's no such thing as black doctors. And there's probably no such thing as nurses either, because the nurse thing, I don't know if y'all know about this, but you should expect this. So, the nursing to study to become an RN, it used to be like very in depth and very difficult, very, whatever. Same thing with realtor's license. It used to be way more in depth, way more difficult to obtain. But they've reduced it all the way down to where a 5th grader can pass the test now, so that blacks can so they can pass the test. And what's crazy is they still don't pass the test most of the time. And so if they don't pass the test, then they either let them take it over again until they pass it, or they give them the answers. They just flat out give them the answers. They go, dude, here's the list of answers. D, A, B1, B, C, E, and A. Just go down the list and do that. And then boom, they get 100. And they're like, wow, this genius black, put a professor cap on him, give him his honorary doctorate. And so, and I've said before, and I keep saying it because it's true. They're like Ben Carson. He is not a freaking brain surgeon for children. There's no such thing as a black brain surgeon. You know how people got duped into believing all this crap? That TV show Grey's Anatomy used to show a black surgeon and some like Puerto Rican or Mexican or something assistant lady, nurse, whatever. And that's what's cucked white people into thinking there's a such thing as black doctors or black surgeons, is that stupid show. Fast forward 15 years, we have where we're at now, where colleges are just handing over degrees like hotcakes to every black that walks in the door. Um, you're the white people are like, yeah, yeah, black surgeon, yeah. I mean, that's a thing, right? And all that goes through their mind, the only thing they can conjure up in their whole mind ever about a black surgeon existing is that fictional Jewish show, Grey's Anatomy. I'm pretty sure that was the one that had the black surgeon in it. And so, and House. I think that TV show House, they used to advertise. I would see a black guy on there advertise too when they would do advertisements on YouTube about it. They had a black being portrayed as a doctor on there as well. He was like a doctor in training under, the big shot doctor called House. And all I know is things because back then I lived with girls and they watched all those shows, and I would pass by them or chat with them in the living room while they would have one of those shows going. And so I've learned about some of those shows from the early 2000s because of when I lived with four girls. But basically, there's just no such thing as that. Okay, there's not a person alive on the face of the earth that when they were a child, Ben Carson operated on their brain. There is no such thing as that. Not a person on earth is alive because of Ben Carson's brain surgery on them. There's just no such thing as that. I mean, I don't know if you've ever noticed when you listen to him in a news interview, the guy can barely complete a sentence. I mean, he doesn't mumble like Biden does, but he just says like things that don't even make sense, like he'll start saying a sentence, right? But in the middle of the sentence, he'll be like, and so it's like, but it's whatever, it's crazy, but I mean, he doesn't even get his sentence finished. Like he can't even complete a full thought. And yet we're supposed to believe that this dude works on fucking little kids' brains? Are you kidding me, dude? I guarantee you this is what they did to call him a brain doctor. They put a cadaver, a dead kid, in front of him. And they handed him a pair of scissors and a scalpel. And they said, here, trim a little piece off of him. And so he took the scissors and looked at the dead kid's brain and snipped a little piece of the dead kid's brain off his head. And then they go, here, stick it in this little centrifuge right here. And so he was like, right here? And they're like, yeah, right there in that little thing. That's called a centrifuge. Stick it in that. And he stuck it in that. And close the lid down, that thing on top, the little hint. Yeah, just swing that down, close it. All right, hit the button. All right, man, you're a brain surgeon, dude. You just did your first biopsy. That's the only thing that Ben Carson's ever done to a kid's brain. He touched a dead kid's brain one time, cut a little piece off of it, and then all that, because you gotta understand, diversity hiring, tokenism, blacks, and all this has all been a thing for decades now. Okay, so Ben Carson was cucked into having a surgeon award given to him and all this crap all the way back in like the 80s or 90s or something. They've been cucking to that dude. And then after they gave him the award, then they just put him in a corner office. They have a token black that's a supposed surgeon in their company. And now, anytime they need to fire an unruly black or whatever, they can be like, hey, we're not racist. One of our top doctors, our best child brain surgeon here, he's got the biggest corner office in our building, is a black guy. We have had token nogism going on since the 60s. That's when it started. You know, you had all these white people cucking to Jimi Hendrix because he could play a guitar. Man, he wouldn't even know what a guitar looks like if it was up to his own kind. He'd be chasing baboons in freaking the Congo. That's what he'd be doing, not shredding riffs on a stage. And then we got into the 70s, and oh man, all these movie stars. We started allowing all these blacks to become movie stars, you know. And we've been cucking to the blacks the whole time. It didn't start till the 60s, though. The 60s is really when the cuckery started. And of course, that's when they forced blacks into our schools at gunpoint, with guns pointed at our baby boomer grandparents' heads. So it's it's funny because, you know, you see conservatives, they're always fawning over, you know, any token black. And it's been that way for 40, 50 years now. They've been doing that. And Ben Carson is this shining example of it. And a long time ago, I challenged anybody. I was on this like pro-Trump forum, forget where it was or what it was, but I was on this pro-Trump video chat or something. And I challenged everyone. I'm like, someone produce the name of a person alive today that idiot operated on their brain. I guarantee you there's no such thing as that. There's no such thing as any patient of Dr. Ben Carson's. They're like, oh yeah, see this scar on my head when I was 8 years old? This nog cut me open and took a chunk of my brain out and saved my life. No, there's no such thing as any of that. That dude is 100% fraud, fake doctor, just like all of them are. And I've been saying that since all the way back when Flumpstein hired him. But, damn, 6 hours, 15 minutes. I've had to ramble because no interaction. Boy, y'all really worked me on this one. But that's all right. I realize it's Sunday. Most people are going to be getting up in a couple hours, so most people are asleep. So I totally get it. And no hard feelings that almost nobody came by to say hi. But I just wanted to do a quick hello, not quick, but you know, I wanted to do a hello this week since I pretty sure I had to skip last week. And I you know, wanted to send good tidings to everyone and let everyone know that I hope they had a wonderful Sabbath yesterday. I didn't even get to post Happy Sabbath to y'all. I would like to have, but I didn't get to. And it's not that I couldn't have. I just, you know, each time the opportunity came up, it slipped my mind. And next thing you know, Sabbath was over. I'm like, crud. Never even said hi to anybody. But then it just turned out I was able to stream, you know, the next day. So starting off our week with a stream. And tomorrow, I'm probably going to be working till pretty late, so I probably won't be able to do 2 nights in a row streaming, but later this week, I just might do a pop-up on Tuesday, might do a Talmud Tuesday stream, or who knows, maybe we'll have to wait till Wednesday, but maybe I'll be able to do a Tuesday night stream, but I'll probably have to skip tonight coming up just because I'll have things going on till pretty late. But I feel bad when I go too long without getting to say hi. I don't want you folks to think that I just forget about you. I'm always in the middle of doing something, and when it gets later in the night, I usually have things at night that I need to tend to doing. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And It just so happened that last night, or this night that we just passed, I just didn't have to do any of the stuff. So I was able to just, hop on and chit chat. But I hope that all of you, be thinking, be brainstorming at all times, always have your mind running, always have a wheel in the back of your mind turning, trying to come up with new, creative, more clever, more interesting ways to woo our people back to our identity. And I say back not because any of them have ever been that way and need to be brought back, but because their ancestors understood. And so we're trying to bring their family back because their families used to be uncucked. We're trying to win them back to our identity, to our faith, to our fascist country, white Christian fascist country, where our God's laws are the laws of our country. And, we got a long road ahead. We have a lot of obstacles that are going to be thrown in the way. I think Trump, if they put him back in, is going to be just horrible. But it doesn't matter who they put in. If they put in Big Mike or they put in Gavin Newsom, no matter who they put in, it's going to be horrible. It's just that if they put Trump back in, then white people are going to be under attack by the millions all over the place. And so I'm not really looking forward to that happening. And I was actually kind of grateful when Biden was selected because I knew that millions of white people wouldn't be attacked again. And I also am an accelerationist. I know that the sooner this war pops off, the less non-white invaders will be here already for us to have to contend with. And I'm always talking about how Sabbath is the only way we're going to win, but then I talk about how the war is going to pop off someday and we're going to have to be ready and we're going to have to hide and all these things. Might sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but what I mean is there's still going to be a war. Okay, God has already said it that way. So there is going to be a war. And just like in Christ's time when Jerusalem was sacked, I mean, God allowed the Israelite people and their place, Jerusalem, to be conquered, sacked totally, and enslave all his Israelite people. So, and he did it to Judah too. He allowed it to both factions of our people because we were disobeying. We were idolizing non-whites. We were listening to whatever Aramaic music or whatever our fad was back then that we were enchanted by some random non-whites. And he punished us for that. He took our nation away. He broke us up. He put us in bondage in Assyria. I mean, we had all kinds of problems then. So we're still going to have to fight a war. We're going to, the war's already underway. I mean, every day white people are being attacked, every single day, by non-whites who just got here and by non-whites who've been here for 10 generations. So the war is already underway and only white people are not participating. So the hope is that we can, get more and more of our people to become like alarmed and aware of what's happening to us, who is causing it, the you-know-whos. And once we get them to understand that the you-know-whos are not Israelites, everything will start falling into place. Boom, bang, boom, 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 boom. It'll all just start landing right in its home like dominoes, perfectly stacked. They'll just lay over the way they're supposed to. And, the breach of all that is Sabbath. That's the breach. If we repair the breach, God will intervene. And no matter how No matter how far we have been defeated, no matter how low we have been brought down in defeat during this war, God will perform a miracle just like he did in Egypt, but different. It'll be some totally other thing. But God will perform a miracle for our people, and he will drive them out on his own. Yeah, we'll be sitting there hiding, or some cucks will be shooting and getting blown away instantly when they try and stuff like that. But the bulk of us will be hiding, trying to be quiet, trying to stay still so we're not detected. And out of nowhere, God will provide this miracle. Can't say what it's going to be. It could be that he just kills half of the soldiers in one night. You know, they all lay down to go to bed, and half of them don't wake up. It could be that he poisons, you know, a whole bunch of them from a mass kitchen mess where they feed like, you know, several thousand of the soldiers at a time, several hundred at a time, whatever. He may cause poison to be in the food that all of them consume, and they all croak the next day of food poisoning. Who knows? God could create an illness, or he could create the thought of an illness believed by the non-whites, thinking that where they think that white people are immune to it, but that non-whites are not immune to it. And there's even already been a movie made about this recently, like some cheap knockoff Netflix or something, I think. But I'm the one who had mentioned that several years ago, or at least a couple of years ago. I mentioned that exact thing. I said exactly that premise, that that we need to figure out. I was saying it, proposing it to our people. I was saying we should come up with a rumor and spread it around like hotcakes that white people carry this illness that doesn't affect us at all, but that kills non-whites if we're just around them. It shortens their, maybe not kills them, but shortens their life by like 15 or 20 years, right? That would make non-whites nervous enough where they wouldn't want white people around them pretty much ever, because they'd be like, God forbid this guy has the illness that makes me die 15 years sooner in life. I don't want that. So, you know, and then by default, they would want to stay away from us, stay separated from us. And even if they still wanted to occupy our country, but demanded to be separate from us, hey, I'm cool with that. Now we've got our segregation. And then once we're segregated, then we can slowly start working toward removal. You know, but segregation is probably going to be the first phase. Segregation will be the soft opening to the removal, to the great removal. And so, you know, that'll allow us to get them corralled, you know, into sections. And then once we have them sectionized because of the segregating, then we can just scoop up those rounded up groups. And I realize I'm making it sound way easier than it would be, but that would be the process. You know, segregation's probably going to come first. It's already happening all the time. People self-segregate every single day. Groups self-segregate in every cafeteria every day. Groups self-segregate in every school every day. Groups self-segregate in jails everywhere across our country every single day. So does that mean that every single white person and every single black and every single Spanish stays only with their own group at all times and never ever hangs out around each other? No. I mean, they still, once in a while, here and there, there's, you know, a random Mexican and a random black and a random white dude all kind of get along and play cards or whatever. But the bottom line is, when it comes to group versus group, they are very much to their group and with their group. And I mean, jail is a perfect example of what this world is going to be like. Jail is a perfect example of that. It's fully racially tribal in prison. And that is natural. That's why it became that way in prison. Because it's natural for us to link up with our own kind who are like-minded, who look like us, like the same food we like have the same memories of the same things that we do, places, whatever it might be. But our things, our places, our memories of popular things are only popular and meaningful for our kind. You know, you can't really chat with a black about hee-haw. You know what I mean? He's not going to know what it is. He's not going to appreciate it even if he had ever seen it. Now, that don't mean the Nog twins won't pretend that they love it so that they can be around white girls and grift white people out of money. But I mean, seriously, for real, actual for real, you know, a black wouldn't really even know what hee-haw is, or if he's ever heard of it, he would just be like, oh, that's some country bumpkin cracker show, you know, because it's not for them, you know. And so the everything is segregated naturally already. So segregation will definitely come first before the Great Removal. And it will be good that it did, because that will allow us to grab full concentrations at a time. You know, 100% of this group, 100% of this racial group, and maybe not 100% of them in the whole country, but 100% of each group that we gather and load on the barges will be of those races based on and because of segregation. So it'll make it much easier for us to, you know, selectively round them all up. And can't say when that's going to come. I hope that great day comes. I hope the great day of removal comes in my lifetime. But, you know, we really don't have any way to know how long it's going to take. God will suddenly just change things out of nowhere. He'll either shift gears to accelerate things, or he'll back off the throttle and everything will calm down and we'll be in like this slower state for a while, trying to win people over, but nothing mega is happening, so there's not enough alarm for us to win people over. It could swing either way. But we just have to keep pushing for our country to be a white Christian country again. Do not take no for an answer. Don't take any other alternative for an answer. Not, yeah, we'll be majority white, but we still going to keep some of the better blacks here and stuff. No, you can't do that. You cannot cherry pick. Okay, first of all, we don't have the means or the time. It would take 1,000,000 years to vet every single non-white and be like, okay, this one really hasn't ever tried to attack a white girl, and this one, you know, we sat a cell phone down, we sat money down, he didn't steal any of it, there was no one around, he looked at it and then he turned it into the authorities. He does everything as white as possible. We can't do that for every single non-white. We can't go through and vet every non-white and be like, okay, this one isn't anti-white, he's not anti-America, so he's never done anything foul. There's no way for us to even know that shit, right? You could be hanging out with some black at work, you know, calls himself Frank. You know, they all make up white names. A bunch of them do anyway. So you be hanging out with Frank at work. You think, oh, Frank, he's just cool. He ain't bother nobody. But little do you know, Frank raped a little girl when he was 35 years old. But now he's 55. It's been 20 years since he did that. The law didn't do shit to him for it because he's black, and you're none the wiser. You just think he's a nice guy at work. You know? So there's too much we don't know about each non-white. Okay? To be able to say, okay, this non-white is legit enough to stay. Not only that, every black has some white person that's totally cucked for them, right? So every single black there would be some white person would step up and go, no, 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 that's my buddy. He's cool. Yeah, he murdered 3 white kids, and yeah, he raped 2 women, and yeah, he attacked an elderly lady and beat her to death, and she died that day on the sidewalk because he wanted her purse. But dude, he's nice to me, and him are cool. We play video games. We go ride motorcycles together, man. We've rode all over the mountains together, bro. No, no, you can't. We don't have time. We don't have millions of years to do it. We don't have billions of dollars and hours of court time and judges and attorneys to deal with it. It's against God's law, therefore we shouldn't have any here at all, period, dot. So you add it all up, and there's just no reason. There's no way, rhyme, or reason for us to have any of them here. White people do not benefit from any non-whites being here. We don't need nail technicians from Asia. We don't need authentic Mexican food by Mexicans. We don't need, blacks don't offer anything, but we don't need anything from them. Oh, jumping and running and chasing a ball. We don't need them for that. Okay, we have Larry Birds, and we have the best quarterback white guys that ever lived, and we have all the best of everything. We don't need any of those types. We have white guys taller than Shaq. We don't need anything that I cringe to say offer, because they don't, but anything that people pretend that blacks have to offer white people, they don't. There isn't anything. That's not to say that, you might not have one black gives you a hand one day moving some furniture. Oh, whoop-de-doo. But any white guy in the world that would have done the same thing. So there is no unique, like, oh man, if we just had a black dude here though, or a black chick here, man, that would make it way better. No, there's no such thing as that. And anything you would conjure up to say, well, this example would be a good example of that. If you actually think about it for 2 more seconds, you'd be like, oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Because there isn't one. There just isn't one. You could try to make up something, but there isn't one. There's no reason to have Pajeets here. Why would we want Pajeets here that call us stupid Americans and try to scam all of our elderly people out of thousands of dollars a day? Why would we have, Islam here? Literally, totally, absolutely incompatible with our kind. Not in just lifestyle, but in ideology, in religion itself, not just ideology as religion is the ideology, but religion separate from ideology. But theirs is all one thing. Their ideology is their religion. Whereas white people, Christianity is our faith, but our ideology could be all kinds of things. I mean, there's people that think they're Christians because they love the Lord and believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and they've even been baptized in the name of Jesus. But they believe in billions of years and dinosaurs and ice ages, even though their Bible tells them that we're in the year 5785 since creation week. Not created Adam and put him on earth that's been here for trillions of years and been through ice ages and dinosaurs already and all this stuff, and then he makes Adam and sticks him here 5,785 years ago. No. Creation week, it meant there was nothing. And in the beginning of Genesis, he details there was nothing. He says, in the beginning, 5,785 years ago from today, the earth was void and without form. That means there was nothing. So God caused, land to appear. That means there wasn't anything before land appeared. There wasn't critters. There wasn't blacks living here for trillions of years before us. There wasn't aliens. There wasn't anything except nothingness. And then God created 5,785 years ago, created this earth that we know of, that we live on. Says it right in our Holy Bible. You can Google year since creation week anytime you want, and it will tell you 50. So we are in the year 5785 since creation week. But you have these millions of conservative Christians believing in billions, trillions of years, dinosaurs. Look at that Kent Ham or whatever his name is, his supposed pastor. He teaches that mankind, Jesus and all, we walked around with dinosaurs. What a crock of crap. You know, he's just a Jewish plant or a completely cucked idiot, one or the other. I can't remember his name. It's like Ken Ham or Kent Hovind or something. I don't remember. But he's a complete idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know Christian identity, doesn't know the Jays aren't Israelites. He doesn't know anything about the Bible, believes in trillions of years and that dinosaurs walked with biblical characters. I mean, what a joke. What a joke of a dude. And somehow he has all this fame with the conservatives and all this crap. Actually, not with the conservatives, because they believe in trillions of years and everything that schools and Jewish, they believe all, conservatives believe all the Jewish lies. But, so I shouldn't have said he's got all the conservatives fooled. He has all the deeper conservative truthers fooled, you know what I mean? Like the ones that are trying to study the deeper things in life, you know, and the deeper secrets and all those things, the Gnosticisms and stuff. He enchants those type of conservatives who are like truther conservatives or QAnon dorks or whatever. But see, he has a religion, which is Christianity, even though it's lukewarm fake, and he has an ideology, which is, you know, national government for the United States, for its sovereign, a lot of the same ideologies that other, like, quote, patriots would have. But his ideology is not exactly his Christianity. They're slightly separate things. But Islam is completely different than that. Islam, their entire ideology is their religion. They don't have an ideology outside of their religion. A Muslim exists only for Islam. That's it. The Muslim don't exist for being the best darn baker that ever baked donuts and cakes, or to be, you know, a plumber, or to be whatever. They exist to further Islam. That's what they exist for. They don't participate in other things. They want Islam. They want Islam, Islam, Islam. Day and night, everywhere, every day, 5 times a day, praying, everything. It consumes their life 24/7. So there's no such thing as a separate ideology from their religion. And it's completely incompatible with us. So they should be banned, just like they have been twice over. Blacks, completely incompatible with us. You know, they have 120 voodoo gods. They're chronic thieves. They literally cannot keep their hands off other people's stuff. And now they steal everyone's identity and attributes and inventions. There isn't anything they won't steal. Happily steal. So they're incompatible. They've got to go. You know, and I've seen people say that like certain non-whites are fine. But no, that's not what the Bible said. The Bible didn't say be separate, except for a handful of these Puerto Ricans and a handful of these blacks and a handful of these Mexicans and a handful of these whoever's, you know. No, he didn't say any of that. He said exactly what he said. Be separate. Be a peculiar people, totally different than everyone else. And it's because we're the people. We're peculiar because we're people. And we're surrounded by ones who are not. And so that makes us peculiar. We also have the law of God written on our heart. They do not. So we are peculiar. We also can blush because of the shame that we can outwardly express God's favorite characteristic that he installed in us. But if you're cucked, if you're, defiled in some way, your attributes are down. You might still be able to blush, but the other ones can't. And that's the bottom line, is the other ones can't. The other ones are not designed to express shame involuntarily through the face. Only our type can. And what do they want to do? They want to claim they can do it too. So you see them on the internet. If you put blushing on the internet, like 5 or 6 of the pictures are blacks, just with like a stupid smile on their face saying they're blushing. And it'll say a girl blushing, and it's like, no, there's no such thing as blushing is not a behavior or a way of holding your face or smile. We all know what blushing means. And non-whites cannot do so. And it bothers the heck out of them. So that they can't blush. So that's another thing you should probably mention around non-whites a lot. Figure out ways to mention blushing. Like, if somebody compliments you in front of non-whites, be like, oh, you're going to make me blush, things like that. Throw little gaslighting terms their way. It makes them uncomfortable. It makes them feel the way they're supposed to feel. They're not supposed to feel comfortable around us. They're not supposed to feel superior to us. They're supposed to feel uncomfortable around us so that they'll get the heck out of our country, and they'll get the heck out of our workplace, get the heck out of our, social establishments, get the heck out of our public pool, get the heck out of our shopping mall, get out of our car meets. Quit ruining our racetracks. Quit ruining our drive-in theater. Quit ruining everything fun we ever used to enjoy. And of course, we're going to have to send their masters packing, the ones who brought them here. Because they're the ones who demand that we allow these unalike, incompatible kinds to come in and rape our daughters, beat our sons and ourselves, attack us, attack our elders. It's the Jews who demand that we do so. That we accept their freaking imports from the 1600s into our schools and into our workplaces and into our government. Make them our police officers. Make them judges. Now we got black judges judging our own white people in our own white Christian country. Could you imagine if Thomas Jefferson or George Washington kicked in the courtroom door at any random courthouse and saw a nigger sitting on the fucking desk in a judge's outfit judging a white man in our United States that they created for us? They would round up every white guy working for that judge, working with that judge. Anyone who put that judge in place, they would line them up. Firing range, blow, all of them. Every white person that had anything to do with putting that black on that judge's bench would be eliminated. George Washington would shoot every one of them in the back of their head himself. And he'd say, shame on you, as he did it. To every one of them, he'd go, shame on you, pow, shame on you, blow. And he'd just keep going down the line until every one of those pieces of garbage that helped that thing be on our judge's bench, judging our white people, till every one of those crackers was eliminated. Abraham Lincoln or Thomas Jefferson be right there, shooting him again in the head. Oh, that one flinched after. I thought he might still be alive, so I gave him one more. And they would have the right to do so. They would be doing the correct thing. That's what Uncle A did. When you hear about Uncle A rounding up Germans too, he rounded up Germans too. He rounded up all the retarded ones and the undesirables, the unattractive ones. No, that's not what he rounded up. He rounded up every German who had anything to do with working for the Jews, working in their newspaper smut factories, okay, selling our people down the river for a freaking paycheck. He arrested and imprisoned any German who was doing direct work for the Jays as a henchman or as a freaking a courier or a doughboy, a Shabbos goy. He arrested all of those. He arrested any German or any white person who had anything to do with helping the Jews destroy Germany. And that's exactly what George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all of them would do to any white person they found in our country right now, assisting non-whites to be in our government and be judges and police officers and cheering on one to be Speaker of the House or VP. Man, if Thomas Jefferson could have just seen all the thousands, hundreds of thousands of conservatives cheering on that worthless black to become our Speaker of the House or VP with Trump, oh my gosh, they would line all of them up. And I would make it a pay-per-view event. I would offer like snacks and drinks to watch all of them be lined up. Shame on all those pieces of shit. And someday they will all get theirs. They will burn in the lake of fire with all the others. You don't sell our people down the river for money or any reason, but you definitely don't do it for money or to cuck to the Jews and give them what they want. And that's what all of our politicians do, by the way. So they're all going in the lake. You know? You think when Jesus Christ returns to destroy all the Jays and all their non-white minions that have been working against us for 6,000 years, do you think when he returns, he's going to spare someone who stands with the Jesus killers? The ones who cheered for him and demanded he be put to death? Not to sacrifice himself for our sins, but just to kill him. Just to get him out of the way. You think Christ is going to come back and be like, oh, you stood with Israel? You mean the Jews you stood with? Oh, well, but you got baptized in my name, so I guess I'll let it slide. There are certain sins Christ is not redeeming. He said so. So, if you're going to side with his enemy, do you really, really, really think that he's going to save you when he comes back to destroy them all? You think you could be like, oh, time out, Lord. Look, I got 3 kids. You know, I realize I was working for them at their stupid newspaper, New York Post or whatever, posting anti-white crap every day. I'm sorry, but I had 3 kids. I got this wife. It's expensive as hell to live in New York. I mean, I didn't have a choice. It was either that or I had to work at like a gas station and become a bum. I would have lost my wife. I'd have lost the kids. God's just going to be sitting there looking at him like he's an idiot. And then be like, he's going to say, are you done? And when the guy's finally done giving his excuse, he's going to just flick him, ping, right into the lake of fire. Just, pew. Dude's just going to do cartwheels backwards in the air till he lands in the dead center of that thing. And guess who's going to go right behind him? His wife, ping. And all 3 of his kids he was worried about, ping, ping, ping. All into the lake. And you say, oh, well, that's cruel. Why would God do that to his children? It wasn't their fault. Because God doesn't care what you think. God told you when you violate him, he takes it out on your kids. He says it in the Bible over and over again. When Ham uncovered Noah's nakedness, meaning slept with his mom, did God curse Ham? No. God cursed Canaan. God cursed his seed. God didn't demand Abraham go up on a mountain and kill himself. He demanded Abraham go up and sacrifice his seed. And when you screw up with God, your seed is going down. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean that every person who's had a bad kid turn out, or a kid grow up and turn out bad, is being inflicted upon by God because they upset God sometime earlier in their life. It could be that your child is wiped out because of your grandpa. Or your great grandma might have been a freaking practicing witch, you know? You don't know. It has nothing to do with your family now. All the rest of your family are faithful, happy Christians as far as you know. But this great grandma of yours used to do witch spells and stuff, right? And so, and your family don't even know about it, you know, but God knows. And so somebody in your family's got to take the hit later on. And you might think, wow, that's so cruel. Why would you punish the kids or whatever? It's not for you to decide that. Okay, you're not the creator of people. You're not the creator of this earth or the stars and sun and moon. You can't create, just like he told Job, you can't create those things. So you don't have a right to tell me what's right or wrong. I decide what's right or wrong. God does that. God decides it's good for me to kill this child. God decides it's bad for this elderly person to live. God decides it's good for this child to live, or it's good for this person to be healed, or it's bad to heal this person. He decides all those things. And he decides whether they're right or wrong or good or bad, not you. So you don't get to be like, oh, that's so cruel. Why would God do this to this little child, this little girl? Let her get beaten, strangled, and killed and all this stuff. Well, you don't know the history of that family. Okay? And that's why you don't have a right to speak about God's allowance of these wicked things to happen to innocent children. Because that innocent child, bless her heart, came from someone who violated God so badly. Maybe not her dad, maybe not her mom. Might have been her great-great-grandpa. It might have been 10 generations ago, but God never forgets. And so, over time, when God deems the time is right, when he finds the most precious, most innocent, most loved by the whole family person that he could possibly smite you down with, that's what he'll use. He's not going to pick off your oldest, fuggliest calf. That ain't going to hurt the family. He wants your best calf for a sacrifice, with no spots, no blemishes. The one that makes your family have any wealth at all. The one that makes your family excited that someday, after they give this sacrifice, they'll be able to eat this amazing, perfect, a specimen. But in the meantime, it's the family's pride and joy. It's the family's wealth. The family loves the thing. The family cares for it, named it, cry if it gets hurt, or when it dies, they'll cry, all these things. But that's the one God wants. And it's not right for you to be like, well, that's messed up. Why would you take the family's only best thing they have and da-da-da? Because he's God. And he decides those things, not you. That was a representation of Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ, being perfect, without spot or blemish, meaning no moles, no freckles, no ashy skin, no blackness or darkness about him whatsoever, perfect white man with no blemish. That is what a lamb was supposed to represent. That is what a sacrifice was supposed to represent. You had to take your best thing, because Jesus Christ is God's best thing. God gave his best thing to us to redeem us back to him. So for us to pick our ugliest thing we own, our least valuable thing we own, is insulting to God. So God, makes these decisions. He's the one that sets the rules. You got milk in there, buddy. Hello. Go ahead. It's got milkies. You want some drink? Look. It's in there. Go in there and get your drink. Hi. Get you a drink, buddy. I think this dude's actually got a house he lives in now. I think he didn't come around for like 48 hours, and now all of a sudden he shows up and he He looks like he's had a haircut, like he's kind of groomed or whatever. I think this dude's got an owner. And if that's the case, you tell that owner he owes me about $1,000 of food and milk. By golly. Anyway, I've ranted now for 7 hours. That's a long time to rant. And over time, I won't do this for as long, nearly as often. But tonight, I was feeling froggy. I figured, heck with it, I'll do it anyway. But most of the time, if I get no interaction, I'll probably cut it after like an hour and a half or two. And but we'll leave this one. I'll make it public eventually, or once I can make it public, I'll make it public. That'll be eventually. I don't know how fast it'll happen, but it just takes forever to upload. But at some point, it'll be public, and whoever didn't get to listen tonight, they can come by if they want. And just unfortunate they didn't get to say hi while we're in the middle of the live, but that's all good. I do realize it's Sunday, and actually it's Monday, and everybody's about to get up and go to work. So, but God bless you all. Godspeed to you all who are a part of my kindred people. And yeah, I mean, we still have a long way to go. It's going to get way worse. And, hang on to your faith with all your might. It's going to get harder and harder to resist certain temptations. It's going to get harder and harder to defend your positions, because things are coming down the pipe that your mind is not even prepared for. Accusations are going to come our way that you're not ready to defend. We're going to need the Lord on our side at all times, and He will be. But your faith is going to have to stay up. We are going to be under attack more and more and more. Especially if they put Trump back in office, you're going to need to be hyper vigilant then. And so in the meantime, just, pray for God if it pleases Him. Make sure you always say if it pleases Him, because we don't want to be telling God what to do. But if it pleases Him, let Him know that you would love to have your faith strengthened even more. Now be careful what you wish for, because sometimes God will say, "Oh, you want to elevate your faith in me even more? Well, I'm going to put you through a fiery trial. And then when you come out the other end, you're going to be even a shinier piece of brass than you were before." Well, you may not want that. You may not want to have to go through some crazy fiery trial suddenly just because you were feeling froggy one day and told God you want to ramp up your faith. God can put you to the test for sure. So just be careful how you ask for things. Not saying God is a very strict, like, well, you said exactly this certain thing, so I did it that way. He's not silly like that, but it's just that, when you go and ask the king for something, you had to be very careful and very specific, but careful of what all the total circumstances or the total outcome may be from it. So as to not put your own self in a pickle, but, just tell the Lord that you want strength, you want guidance. If you feel like your faith is waning, just let Him know that you need support, and that that you want to do as best you can for Him. And, that's what your mouth's for, is to notify Him of those things. He already knows all that about you, but He wants to hear you say it. That's what your mouth's for, to say it to him. It's no different than if you did your parents wrong, you did something super foul to them or whatever, right? And then you're super sorry afterward, right? And so you're going and you got to go apologize to them. You can't just, I'm sure they know that you're sorry, especially with your facial expressions and how you behave the next few days afterward, mourning your decision or whatever, but they want you to say it. Any normal person wants you to say it. They want you to have to speak it out of your mouth that you apologize. That's what God wants. You got to tell God you're sorry. You got to tell God that you care. You got to tell God that you need help. He knows all that, but he wants you to say it, because that's part of surrendering yourself to God and putting yourself in his hands. You have to speak it with your mouth. You have to tell him, Lord, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in over my head. This world has gone crazy. I don't know how to deal with it. Whatever your situation is that you're praying about, just let him know that you aren't at the wheel and that you don't want to be at the wheel. You want him to drive the boat. You're just along for the ride. You didn't create this earth. You didn't create mankind. You can't create a moon or a star. You're just along for this ride. And what you want to do is be the best passenger you can possibly be. All right? You want to be one that doesn't rock the boat. You want to be one that leans with the curve. You want to do all the things that need to happen to not work against our Lord and his mission. And even be of help if you could. And I hate to use the word help because we can't help God. But even be of service to him, serve him in some way while you're on the boat. Perhaps you could pass out water to everyone, even though you wouldn't thirst if you're with God. But something that you could do to service the Lord back, for your gratitude, for being given opportunity. And, you can approach life two different ways, but the two that people go for typically are just make it by, just survive. As long as I just make it, And then there are people who champion what God has given us. Champion our life, champion our faith, champion the gospel. And those people are hungry to please the Lord and to be called great in heaven. I don't know if you ever thought about that, but could you imagine people in heaven, the angels, the saints, God, Jesus Christ, calling you great? Great in heaven. That's amazing. That's what I want to be called in heaven. I don't want to be called so-so. I don't want to be called, well, we'll let him just make it in. I don't want to be the janitor in heaven. I don't want to be the one street sweeping. I want to be called great in heaven. And I want you folks to be called great in heaven. There will be many in heaven who are not called great. In fact, the bulk of the populace of our people will not be called great in heaven. Most are not. But we have the opportunity to be. Woo, no, he don't have a home. He is. Wow, dude, where have you been? Oh my gosh, the back of your ears are covered in fleas, bro. Or flea bites. Oh my goodness, buddy. My goodness, bro. And you got a nail sticking out of your paw. They're all screwed up. Oh, that's not good. Man, where did you go, bro? This freaking cat looks like he just got back from war. Man, buddy. I mean, you don't have any other damage on you, I don't guess, but that toenail's not looking good, dude. Where did your toe go? Is it gone? Is it just the nail sticking out? Bro, that toe don't look very good, buddy. That toe don't look very good, homie. I don't know what you did, but that bitch is messed up. This cat, boy, he injures himself a lot. or gets injured in fights or something. But anyhow, I hope y'all champion our faith, champion this life, this mortal trial that God's given you, this free ride along on God's cosmic journey of the science of salvation, you know, and we don't have to understand it fully. We don't have to be able to break down every minutia about it. All we need to know is that God is our creator. Jesus Christ is our redeemer. To him, our Holy Ghost, his Holy Ghost, follows us wherever we go and protects us so long as we're living God's way and pleasing him. And sometimes even when we're not pleasing him, he protects us with his Holy Ghost anyway, knowing that in the future he's going to claim us, or knowing in the future that we are going to come crawling back to him. So he saves us in advance sometimes, even when we're still lost. So I hope that all of you can just do everything you can to champion our faith, all right? Champion our faith, champion your life that God has given you. Don't go out and do stupid things with it. That's not what I mean. I don't mean go do every thrill jump off a canyon and whatever. That's not the kind of thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about championing our position in this world, what God has given us, dominion over all the earth and all that's in it. Our Christian fascist nation that God blessed us to have. All these things we need to be grateful for, and we need to be loud about them, and we need to care about them openly in front of everyone. Openly care about white people in front of all the non-whites. You know, just the other day I was standing in a line and this non-white got snippy with me for no reason. She just got an attitude with me while I was trying to order food at this place she was working. And right behind me was a gang of black chicks. Well, not chicks, but, you know, black upright biped females. And as soon as that non-white got an attitude with me over just, I didn't even say anything to cause her to have an attitude at all. I looked right at the guy I was with and slapped the counter and said, pointed at her and said, diversity hire. You know, and all those black females behind me were like, ugh. They all gasped. But I don't care. And you shouldn't either. When you see things that are wrong with our country, call it out. Do so at your own risk, but call them out. When you see diversity hire being a diversity hire, slap the counter and point and say it. Diversity hire. And say it where all the non-whites there hear you say it. Just like I did. Because it puts them in a situation of understanding that you know their place in the world and you know your place in the world. And once they understand that white people understand their place in the world, they start respecting again. They might hate you, but they'll respect you. Because they know that you're not about that BS. Hopefully that works out for y'all. I've been doing stuff like that for a lot of years now. I speak out openly in front of non-whites. I don't care if they hear me. I want them to hear me. I want them to be uncomfortable. And it's not because I hate anybody. It's because they've broke into our fucking living room. They're standing in our house in the middle of the night. And then, instead of being like, oh crap, the guy woke up who lives here, who belongs here, and he's looking right at me, I need to bail out the window and run. Instead, they're like, ¿Qué pasa, amigo? Huh? You know? So, just do the things you know to do. You know, get creative, be clever. There are ways and things that none of us have thought up yet that we can come up with, that we will come up with. We just have not yet. That is all. And once we do, we'll implement those things as well. And by the combination of all the things, with God's blessing on our side, at some point, we will finally have a victory, a true and meaningful victory, to put our country back right. It will not come from Trumpstein or anybody you can vote for and keep your feet up and watch them do all the work. No, we're going to have to do the work. No one's on our side to do it for us. We have to do it through all the things we've discussed: conversation, teaching, taking over this Seventh-day Adventist church. We have to do it. Making non-whites uncomfortable by things you say or do. Saying is the easiest, especially if you're not talking directly at them. If you got another white person you can talk to, and then just be like, oh, something, something, something. Well, it's diversity hire, freaking blah, blah, ruined it, of course, as usual. And I mean, find ways to talk about, because diversity hire, they all know what that means. They know that means a non-white, right? But you're not saying that. You're saying diversity hire. So, hey, they could take that as whatever they want. Maybe you're talking about a white woman, right? But they know that diversity means non-whites only. That's what it means. Don't really include white women. When they see a whole room full of white women, nobody thinks, oh, that's diverse, that's diversity. No, it has to be a room full of non-whites only, and then it's diversity. So white women don't really count. But, make sure you do what you can. Do what you can to make the non-whites feel not welcome, make them feel like they don't belong here. They do not. So make sure that they know that they don't belong here by the vibe you give off. Am I saying being unfriendly to non-whites? No, not necessarily. But what I'm saying is we can come up with clever ways to put them on the spot about their own criminality of being in our country as invaders. Like, you could start conversation with them. Oh, okay. Oh, Jorge. All right. Nice. Oh, okay. Don't say nice to meet you, because it's never nice to meet an invader. Be like, oh, okay, Jorge. All right. So, what brings you, or what made you leave your country? Or first you can ask them like, oh, where are you from? And when they say, oh, California, be like, oh, no, I don't mean that. I mean, where are you from? Where are you? You Mexican? You Costa Rican? You Venezuelan? Oh, yeah, I see Venezuelan. Oh, okay, Venezuelan. All right. So what made you leave your country, or what made you abandon your country? And, when you say a question like that to them, it puts them in a situation where they know they look like a coward or an invader. They're either a coward who fled their country because it sucks and they're, basically desperate to come to Whitey World, or they're an invader here to conquer and prey upon white people in Whitey World. It's one or the other. And so, when you ask them something after you find out where they're from, be like, oh, what made you flee your country and come here? Like, what made you, or don't say flee. Flee puts them in victim status. I got to correct myself there. Never use the word flee when you're asking them where they left. Say, what made you abandon your country? Right? Because abandon means they're a screw up. They're a failure. They had to abandon. If you abandon ship, that means you didn't drive that ship very well and you crashed it into something and now it's sinking and you got to abandon it. If you abandon your children and wife in the middle of a gunfight, you abandon them. You're a sorry loser, right? And a total coward. So if you abandon your country, if you ask them, oh, so why'd you abandon your country? Or what made you abandon your country? And just ask it in that like slick way. I've done that several times, mostly to Puerto Ricans. I don't know why. It just happened that way each time. I wasn't only trying to hit Puerto Ricans with that question, but each time I decided to ask it, it just happened to be a Puerto Rican. I've never had the opportunity to come up with the Mexicans or blacks or whoever. It just happened to come up a couple times with the Puerto Ricans at different times. But I asked them, I'd be like, oh, what made you abandon your country? And they're like, they don't even know how to answer it because they don't want to sound like a pussy. a coward that like fled their country, but you don't want to say the word fled, but abandoned their country. They don't want to have to sound like a coward or a wimp. But then if they say, no, everything is fine, I just left because I wanted to, well, then that means they're just here to steal a job, take over America, ruin white Christian America by their presence here as occupiers. So they don't want to feel like just an occupier that doesn't belong either. So when you ask them what made you abandon your country, that kind of puts them in a state of sorriness. You know what I mean? I don't mean sorry like they're apologetic. I mean sorriness like they're some sorry mofos. You know what I mean? Some worthless mofos. And he'll realize, or she'll realize, like, oh, wow, I'm an invader and this dude knows it. And just that interaction will put them in a state of uncomfortableness. That is what we need. That is what you have to do with the non-whites these days, especially, the foreigner ones. It doesn't work as well on blacks, obviously, because they're born and raised here 3, 4, 5 generations now, maybe more. So, you can't use that on them. But all the clearly plain as day foreigners, they're still learning, still not even able to talk English and all that well. That's the ones you get, And any proud or boastful one, anyone that's here, like, wearing his country's t-shirt, flag on their t-shirt and holding their country's flag and super proud of their own country, be like, oh, what made you abandon there? And that puts them in a real weird situation because now they've got to admit their country sucks, right? But you just got done talking to them about their country a moment ago and it was all smiles and, oh, yeah, beautiful country. Oh, what made you abandon there? And they're like, well, and then they'll always blame like the government or the cartels or whatever. And then from there, you could just, you could get creative with it. Like with me, I would probably press the conversation further against them. I'd be like, oh, we got cartels and gangs here. What's the difference? Why don't you just stay there and clean it up? Somebody's got to stay there and clean it up. Another way you can do it is be like, oh, well, if all y'all come here, who's going to make your country great? Who's there making your country great? There's just so many different little quick slick statements you can say, or slick little questions you can throw at them that will make them realize that you're on to them, and that they're an invader who doesn't belong here, and that that they know that they're an invader who does not belong here. And the more you practice at it, when you interact with non-whites, the better you'll get. And over time, it'll just start being, easy and smooth for you to just flow. Nowadays, when I feel like messing with a particular one, if I find myself a real proud Mexican or a real proud whatever he is, El Salvadorian, I got one of those guys real good one day. And, but you do it not combative. You act like you're just trying to have a curious conversation. Like, oh yeah, what made you abandon there? Like you're not asking like you're putting them on the spot. You're asking them as a genuine question, like you're genuinely curious. What made you abandon there? But to them, they're hearing, what made you abandon there like a coward? Yeah, that's what they heard. But all you did was ask, oh, what made you abandon there? Because you used that word abandon. That's the word. So, make sure you do that. Put them in uncomfortable places in the conversations. You know what I mean? Talk about things that don't exist in their country, that only exist here or whatever. Something to prod at them about their own crappy country. You know what I mean? Or you could talk about another third world country and call it a third world shithole. That's another one I like to do. Oh man, here's a good one for y'all. I hope the couple of you who are still here will get this one. So whenever you're around third world invaders, and you find something that's wrong with a place, right, while you're surrounded by non-whites, if you see something wrong with a place, like there's dirt, There's grime all along the corner of the walls, black mold somewhere on the sidewalk, whatever negative thing you can find to like make a mild complaint about. Make sure you do it in front of the non-whites. Tell some other white person that you're with, wow, this place turned into a third world shithole, or this place looks like a third world shithole. And don't point at any particular upright biped. Point at the dirt you see on the floor or the garbage you see piled up around the trash can that's not been changed. Those kind of things like inadequacy, crappy employer or crappy employee service, anything like that where you can say, man, this place is starting to look like a third world shithole. When you say that, the non-whites standing around know that you didn't call any particular one of them a third world shitholer, but they all know that that's what they are. So when you say, wow, it's starting to look like a third world shithole around here, and you're not even pointing at them, you're pointing at like dirt or garbage piled up for no reason around, or whatever, overflowing trash cans or stained, unwashed areas or whatever. They will realize that that they are third worlders, shitholders. You know what I mean? But they won't say anything to you because they don't want you to know that they think of themselves as a third world shitholder. So they're put in this crazy position when you say that, where they want to say something to you, but they can't, because if they do, then they're acknowledging that they know for a fact that they're a third world shitholder. So that's another real fun one to use. And I do that all the time. I love using the third world shithole one. I literally say that everywhere I go. I'm looking for an excuse to say it. Just try to find anything that's unkept or dirty or not put together properly or isn't working right, or any excuse I can to say diversity hire about a situation or third world, this place looking like a third world shithole. I'll say either one of those things in front of all the non-whites I want. Literally, there could be, I've said it in front of, every kind you can imagine. Gangs of them, females, males, groups of males, multiple groups of males. And because they don't want to be like, hey, I'm a third world shithole, they don't want to, they know that if they interrupt or if they say anything to you, that's basically what they're saying is, hey, I'm offended because I'm a third world shitholer too, man. Take it easy. So instead, they just stay quiet and you can say whatever you want, And so I highly recommend that trick. That works just peachy. That's about all I got. I think I've ran it as long as I can. Ugh, almost exhausted. I've walked back and forth on my porch for not the whole 7 hours and 20 minutes, but for a very big portion of it. So I've probably got 5.5 hours of walking in tonight, just talking to y'all. But, yep, any clever way to make them uncomfortable, like those examples I gave you a moment ago, or get creative. You could probably think of something way better than that. Either one of you or anybody in the chat, y'all can think up even more creative ways, I'm sure. But those are two really great ones right there. Just complain about wherever you're at looking like a third world shithole. No one will say anything to you. Now, it doesn't work if you walk into like a Mexican restaurant and you say in front of all the Mexicans that created and work at the Mexican restaurant that the place is like a third world shithole. Of course, they're going to get offended because it's their place you're talking about. What I mean is when you're in an airport, when you're at the mall, when you're in a public place that isn't owned by third world shitholders, you're in JCPenney or you're in whatever, McDonald's. Now, granted, I did say that non-whites own McDonald's, but people don't think about that. They don't, I just mean, don't be in an ethnically owned place like an Indian store and then talk about, this looks like a third world shithole in here. You need to be somewhere that's American, in public, that's not considered owned by non-whites or not thought of by non-whites to be owned by non-whites. Somewhere that's clean, supposed to be clean anyway, but is now unkept in some way. Find it, see it, point with your whole hand at it, and tell your white friend with you, starting to look like a third world shithole in here. And all you've done is you've just called every non-white standing around you in earshot a third world shitholer. They don't work there. They didn't make the mess. But because you know what a third world shithole is, and they know that they came from a third world shithole, they know that you know that they are third world shitholers. And that's the beauty of it all. And they won't say a word back to you. Not one of them will, because, again, if they do, then they're acknowledging that they're offended by you saying that something is third world shitholer. That means they're admitting to you, hey, I'm a third world shitholer. I'm offended that you compared me to that. And so they won't do any such thing. They will all stay quiet and be embarrassed and be, and feel uncomfortable, like they don't belong in America. And that's exactly what we're supposed to be making them feel like all the time until they leave. We're supposed to be doing way worse than that. But for now, that's as slick as we can be legally, Jewish permission legally, for the moment. And so I highly recommend that y'all try that out, exercise it regularly. And to remind you of the other one, you got third world shithole, but then you also have the other one that I like doing all the time, the freaking, I said it a minute ago. Dang it, I already forgot it myself. I was going to recap for you so you didn't forget. Now I've already forgotten it. But anyway, you'll be able to back up the recording and listen to what we had, the other example. So third world shitholer and the other one, whatever it was, it just flew out of my head. But I use them all the time. They work great. It upsets people. And so, not people, but you know what I mean, upright bipeds. And so that's that. Hey, Nix, whatever. Nix, what? Kvant? K-X-N-A-N-S-K. So that would be like Knansk. Maybe the X is silent. But he spelled nigger. He knows how to spell it, so that's cool. But yeah, basically, you just got to make them uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And however of a creative way you can do so, Godspeed to you. And because they're invaders, they're not supposed to be in our house. They don't belong here. They've imposed their way in, be it Jewish encouraged or not. And they need to go home. All of them. This is not their home. Doesn't matter if they were born and raised here. Doesn't matter if their great-great-granddaddy was born and raised here. They don't belong here. This is a white Christian fascist nation. And it's not intended to be any other thing else. So, since they are here, they are ruining it by their very existence here. And they're also ruining it for our women because of the attacks and the rapes and the da-da-da. So between, you add it all up, and it's utterly stupid that we ever allow them to be here at all. It's completely retarded. Not one person, not one girl should have ever been raped. Not one. Do you not realize millions of our people are dead? And they died horrific last moments of their lives? Being punched in the body and in the face, being strangled by the neck with a freaking piano cord or a shoestring, while they were being raped in the face and in the butt over and over again, till they died, till they bled to death, or till they were choked to death while being raped. I don't think people have actually processed in their minds how horrific and heinous each one of these crimes against our children, people, elderly. The one nog that picked up the little boy and threw him off the 4th floor of the Mall of America. That one incident should have made all blacks have to leave our country. All non-whites should have been kicked out of our country the day that toddler boy was thrown off the first time a little white girl was ever raped by a black should have been the last day blacks were allowed in our country. All of them. You can't decide which one is and is not going to snap someday. Which one is and is not ever going to not be able to hold their instinct back and steal from you or rape your daughter when no one's around to stop him? There is no way to discern through that. They all have to go. And they're all supposed to already been gone. Every single girl, every single child, every single adult, every single little boy that's been attacked and died, or even if they didn't, scarred for life, injured for life, scarred mentally for life, whatever. Every elderly person of ours that's been abused day and night by these pieces of shit, they all have to go. They have to go. None of them were ever supposed to be here. All of those white people who were raped and murdered, killed, slaughtered, dismembered, burned alive, all these different things that have happened, all this horrific shit they've done to our children and people should have never happened. Not one incident. You hear the left all the time, if we could just save one life, it'd be worth fucking all you people over to out of your guns. If we can just save one life. Well, guess what? If we can just save one white person, we need to remove all non-whites from our country. If it means just saving one white person, I guarantee you right now, I would get rid of every non-white in this country to save one white person's life from being raped, attacked, killed, murdered, whatever, from the non-whites. I get rid of every single one of them right now. Round them up. Gone. Bye. We never wanted you. We never needed you. We don't give a crap about you. We don't want to give a crap about you. We don't want you giving a crap about us. We want you to go home and stay put and don't come here ever again. And if you do, plow! First sight. Pew pew. First sight. Mag dump. Boom. Dispatch. First sight. Not, oh, let's arrest him. Let's take him to jail and give him air conditioning every day, all day long, and feed him 3 hots and give him a cot. Give him some slippers to walk around in so his little feet ain't cold. Nah. Immediate dispatch. Immediate dispatch. Okay? Oh, you saw, bam, you saw it. There was one standing right there. It should just be a knee-jerk reaction. Anytime we see a non-white in our country, it should be a knee-jerk reaction. Dispatch, bang, right away. Whoa, whoo, that was a close one. Kind of like when you see a giant spider, in your house. You don't be like, oh, hey, man, welcome, how long you been here? Where you from? Get yourself out something out of the fridge. Oh, you don't like what we're listening to? Well, change the channel to put it on your stuff. I don't care. Oh, you don't like our food we eat? Well, sorry, buddy. I mean, bring your own food, make your own stuff. We don't care if you set up shop here and do your own authentic thing here. And heck, we might patron with you and buy some of your authentic garbage. We don't do that. Okay? When you see a spider, it's and you bang, you dispatch that dude right then. And then you tell everyone, oh my gosh, did you see the size of that freaking thing? That's how non-whites are supposed to be done. They're supposed to be dispatched instantly. And then you converse about it after the fact. Like, whoa, that was a close one. Did you see that one? He got like 50 feet from me. Like a bear. It's just like a bear. We should treat it just like a bear. You see a bear? Keep away. But if it comes near you, pow! It's very straightforward. Our country cannot move forward and will not move forward and will not ever be restored until all the non-whites are sent home. All of them. You don't get to cherry pick. There's no such thing as that. We don't got the time, we don't have the resources, and we don't have the honest intellectual way to do so. There's really no accurate way to determine when one's going to chimp out at some time in their life and if any of them ever won't. There's just no such thing as that. And it's no such thing as we shouldn't have, it's stupid to be like, okay, since we can't decide, we can't determine which one of you is going to end up attacking and raping our white women and children and attacking our little boys and killing our elderly, since we can't determine which ones of you will or won't do that, we're just going to let you all stay. You're all free to stay. Some of you are alligators that will bite and kill us and eat us, and some of you aren't. But because it's too much hassle to figure out who's who, we're just going to let you all stay. And once in a while, some of our people will have to just get, raped and killed and beaten and burned alive and dismembered and put in barrels full of acid. I mean, that's the attitude white people have. The attitude white people have as well, as long as it doesn't happen to me, but somebody else's daughter gets raped and killed and dismembered and put in a barrel of acid. As long as it doesn't happen to me, but it happens to some other white person, well, we're willing to make that sacrifice. White people are like socialists about other white people. You know how socialists are so generous with other people's money? Well, white people are very generous with other people's white children. They don't care if somebody else's daughter gets raped and killed by a black. They're still going to cuck to the same black the next day when they get to work. They just got done watching a whole story the night before on the news of how a black freaking attacked and raped and killed some little white girl. 10-year-old little girl. Raped her for hours and hours till she bled to death, and then he shot her in the head, and then he choked her, and then he freaking cut her up, and then he put her in a vat of acid. But what does the cuck do the next morning after he watches that horrific story and hears about it? He goes right to the freaking same species and cucks away. Oh man, did you watch the game last night, dude? Ha! Cool, man. That one black guy, man. Woo, he was dunking on him, wasn't he? Stupid idiot cucks. Retarded idiot cucks. Oh, man, you see that one? He's a great actor, man. Oh, man, I loved him in that one movie. Idiot cucks, bro. Oh, dude, he can shred, bro. He can freaking... Dude, nobody can play drums like that, dude. Idiot cuck, bro. So whatever you do, don't be one of these idiot cucks, dude. Instead, make them uncomfortable, by indirect conversation with other white people, or direct conversation with white people, but by letting them hear your conversation with other white people. And as long as you don't call any particular one of them a third world shitholer, but you talk about the place that isn't ethnically created, but is just American looking, and you call it a third world shithole, or that it looks like one, that will put them in a very awkward position where they can't say anything. I know I'm repeating myself now, but I'm just like re-emphasizing it so that y'all remember for sure and do it. Try it out. It works really well. And, hi, buddy. Good cat. So, God bless you all. Godspeed to you all who are part of my covenant people. And I'm going to get off here because I've almost done a solid 8. So, that's pretty good. We do 8 pretty often. And y'all made me do it tonight without having anybody to talk with. But that's all right. Nick said he loves being Italian. That's a heck of a last name for an Italian. I never seen that last name in Italian. I figured honestly that it was like Russian or something, but maybe that's not your real name, obviously. It's probably just some made up thing you did for a handle. But anyhow, I hope all of you do well this week and have a lovely week. And I look forward to talking to you all perhaps on Sabbath next week, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's probably going to be a couple, 3 weeks before I can do it on actually Sabbath, because I have meetups with people in the next 3 Sabbaths, I think, in the next 3. Definitely on Sunday, but that's all right. And if I can, I'll do one during the week, and I'll try to start it earlier. Try to do a Tuesday, perhaps, and start it early. We'll see what we get out of that. Maybe an early during the weeker will work pretty well. Maybe it won't. We'll see. Talmud Tuesdays used to jam. We used to get quite a bit of views on those. So maybe we'll be able to do a Talmud Tuesday. So Godspeed to you all. God bless you all. Hope all of you have a lovely week. And we had a wonderful Sabbath yesterday. And let's save our country, y'all. All right? Take care.